have once again made it to Friday. We did it. What a wonderful day. Watercolor painting. I wish I could paint with all the colors of the wind. And dude, thank you for the 17 months, my guy. Zizifoid, thank you for the 20 months. Help! I'm already dying. Remy Lynn, thank you for the 4 months on YouTube, my guy. Thank you. A Punished Opie, thank you for the 5 gift subs on the YouTubes. Thank you. Oh, my fan is off. I was like, why is it so fucking quiet? Why is it dead fucking silent? Like, I felt really weird, because usually there's, like, some kind of noise going on, but I was like, there's nothing. I'm losing my mind. Real Sebastian Monroe, thank you for the 34 months, thank you. Nashar, thank you for the 24 months. Oh, that's 2 fucking years. I can do quick math, thank you. Lord Suchio, thank you for the 15 months of tier 3, brother man, thank you. Thank you, thank you. There's the BGM. I don't get to hear my BGM, unfortunately, which is why I so often forget to turn it back on and just get stuck in
Spicy
tangents.
cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Dragon Coney, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Razors. Raiders. Sorry, I was looking at chat while finishing my thank you, and I got caught off guard by Kirsche's frozen panties. I need those. I need those to survive the heat. Thank you. Thank you for the 15 months, my guy. Thank you. Happy Fluffy Foxu Friday. As you have eaten breakfast, may you perceive a placenta on this day. Well, you're at 15 months, buddy. You should have gotten one at 9. You don't get an extra placenta. Yeah, trying to steal someone else's, you gotta fight him for it. You gotta fight for the placenta. I kind of ate a little bit of breakfast. I woke up late today. I woke up late, which means I woke up on time, which is unfortunate because I wanted to eat something, but I had leftover pizza that I will spasm about in a second. Battleizer, thank you. It is time! All gather and rejoice, for the call to Munya has been given, and we shall answer with awawawa. How is everybody doing today? That's true. You must get out your prayer mat, face due north, praise the Munya. The placenta was promised to me 18 months ago. What the heck? What the heck? Sort of gotta be a trunk pizza. No, it's a good pizza story. Master Prig, thank you for the gift sub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Be jammin', thank you. A based Foxu of the YouTube. Share with me through wisdom. Why is my body falling apart now that you're freshly 45 months in? You must now wear a brace on your left knee lest bad things happen. I feel like every time you successfully complete a decade and get into the next one, like something on your body has to fall apart. That's just like the natural law of being a human, unfortunately. Nicholas Green, thank you for the 7 months, my guy. Thank you. Trogdolite, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you, thank you. New debuff, let's go. True, unfortunately. Delta, thank you. Touch the cow, do it now. Munya. I like saying that. It's fun for some reason. The bones creak more with age. Punished Opie. Thank you. You've heard that women love a man who's forklift certified. How do they feel about one who is backflow certified? I know what a backhoe is. What is a backflow? I'm not sure what that is. I don't know what that means. I don't know whether to be excited or not. Mr. J, thank you for the 18 months. 18 months already. Holy crap. Thanks for all your hard work. Thanks for you existing and being here. That's what I like about you. Existing, being here, spending time on me. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Thank you. Dim the lamps. Thank you for the 6 months. Hello, Foxu. Hello. Hello. Don't forget to open a Kick window for giving the American penny dollars. We got the American penny dollars over on Kick. Don't know how you feel, brother, turning 43 today and another part just stopped working. At least it's not your dick, I hope. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, D-Sir Forgriff. I don't know what that means. I wanted to say doctor. Dr. Forgriff? It's like Dr. Foreskin, but he's got like a heavy grip maybe. Happy birthday, Dr. Foreskin! Forgriff? You're a certified dumbass. Your wife seems to like that. Oh my god, yes! Congrats. I'm glad your wife has you. Thaddeus McThunderschlong, thank you. Coworker came in looking for your boss / friend. Told him he isn't here. Don't snitch on the homies, chat. Good looking out. Fed fun bucks for Kirsche. Hold on, wait a minute. Why do you have to pretend like your boss isn't there? Was this a bad house call? Anamunya. Is it being munyed? Hello, Bailey. Getting munyed. Not idiot. Massive Doge, thank you. Hey, boss, why are we sending money to Iran again? That's a great question. I don't want to do that. There was like a post from the official Democrats account that they were like, there's been 140 billion of spending on ICE, and now they want to send another 70 billion to ICE. And it's like, yeah, that's what I voted for. Stop sending money to Iran, stop sending money to Israel, stop sending money to Africa, and give all of that money to ICE so that we may have more deportations, please. I was like, you're saying that like that's a bad thing. Weird Twitter account. And will you watch the Backrooms with you? You're kind of scared. That's a movie too now? What the fuck? ICE needs more money. They do. Texas Tunic, thank you for the 8 months. Oh, Foxu of the stream, what wonderfully terrifying things will you bring us on this fabulous Foxu Friday? Lord, I got some tabs. I got some tabs. Anglo-saxophone, thank you. About to go to work to drop chicken for Sanders. I wish we could get some of the fun video game and anime collaborations that KFC gets in China and Japan. I'm a little jealous of their KFC. Last Effect, thank you. Hassan for prison. Kirsche is best waifu. Yes, Hassan for prison 2026. How long do we have to keep him in prison before we can just deport the anchor baby, though? That's my question. Saba Clash, thank you for the 39 months. Thank you, thank you. Your Foxy's gonna get snow this weekend? I saw that snow is gonna be happening this weekend, and I was like, what the absolute fuck? We're literally on the cusp of June, and I get a gift of snow? That's crazy. Shocolin, thank you for the 7 months of proof. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. No more snow, what the fuck? Last Effect, thank you again. Uncle Oleg, thank you. You got told you look built for your biker coworker today, which was an amazing confidence boost. A Monopoly money from Miss Foxu. Monya! Oh, you look, I was like, what do you mean built for your coworker? That's weird, but you said look built by your biker that makes more sense. I was a little illiterate. Hell yeah, that should make you feel good. Fuck yeah, buddy. Have a wonderful day. Hiroka Avalon, thank you for the 4 months, dude. Lazy Tommy, thank you. I do solemnly swear that my Kier plush will take part in many a late-night fireside chat. Monya! I'm sure she will enjoy the fire and not jump into it. Strudel! Strudel, thank you, my guy. Thank you for the member. Advocate, thank you for the 5 months. Is there an AC update? Anyway, here's Nashville. You're the guy who posts the pics on Twitter. Oh, fuck yeah. I love seeing that on, like, everything. It makes me happy. Thank you. No AC update as of yet. It's still a ephemeral, maybe we'll be there Saturday, but more likely Tuesday. So we'll see if we get a call, I guess. If there's a call from the HVAC people tomorrow, and if not, that's okay, because I guess I'm getting snow, so I don't need it. Last Expellion, thank you. Lots of birthdays today. You're hitting the big 4-0 yourself. Keep the party alive, Fox. We love everything you do. Monya. Wow! Happy fucking birthday, Mr. Last Expellion. You're right, there are a lot of birthdays today. Big birthday day. Happy birthday. I hope you have a delicious pastry of your choice. My dad's birthday's coming up soon, and I invited him over again. And I was like, what do you want for grilled meats? I can buy some meats. And he was just like, I like chicken and hamburger. That's fine. I was like, yay, what kind of cake do you want? And he was like, no cake. I'm like, what do you mean no cake? It's not a birthday without cake. He's like, no cake. I'm like, you're gonna have some kind of sweet. It's your birthday. That's what they're for. And he just says, no. So now I gotta figure out what kind of pastry to get. Maybe just get like a box of Little Debbie ring dings or whatever they're called, because I don't used to eat those. I don't know. Hamburger's better than cake. Chicken cake. Just put a candle in a filet mignon. Oh god, get him an ice cream cake? Maybe. Yeah, the Little Debbie. Yeah, I would walk into the kitchen in the middle of the night and my dad would just be like scarfing down a full box of Little Debbies. But he doesn't do manual labor anymore because he's older, so like he can't eat like that anymore, but man loves his Twinkies. Yeah, he loved the Twinkies and ring dings and devil dogs and fucking the oatmeal cream pies, and he just loved Little Debbie. It's like his favorite snacks. Did I see the news on Fillion? Yes, I did. There's a clip on the Dakomi official Twitch channel. Oh no, I didn't see that. What? Crossbones, thank you for the 5 gift subs, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Your dad's just happy to spend time with you. You need some kind of a sweet for your birthday. It doesn't have to be a cake, but you need something sweet. Should bake him a cake, and he'll be guilted into eating it and enjoying it. Oh, that's actually a good tactic. It won't look very pretty, though. I make homemade food, and so it tastes amazing, but it looks very rough. Is Stream Elements working? It should be. It should be working. Liam Sexton, thank you. Currently waiting for a moving van to show up. They give you a 6-hour window, but probably will arrive at hour 7 on the dot. Hopefully you'll have time after to pick up your internet router and get food. I have come to hate windows. Whenever I talk to some kind of contractor and they're just like, oh yeah, we'll be there sometime between like 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. And it's like, that's a giant fucking window! What is wrong with you? That's insane! Alistair Corvo, thank you for the 222. Updates regarding your health. You had a colonoscopy that showed inflammation, possibly Crohn's disease. Oh no. And you're on medication for it. You also have an interview for a government internship coming up. Fingers crossed. GamerSubs has free shipping right now. Do they? Partner codes are giving free shipping right now. Let's see. We'll have to double check. Double check. We can change our little message. They're doing more free shipping recently, it seems like. Because I feel like we just had a free shipping promo like a month or 2 ago. That's crazy. But I really hope for your sake it's not Crohn's disease. That does not sound like it's fun to live with. At least you won't be told to kill yourself because you don't live in Canada. So always an upside. But hopefully it's just some sort of like irritable bowel syndrome and not as bad as Crohn's. People that I've known who have Crohn's disease had to go and get like I don't know if it's liver filtering, but they had to go and do something where they just had to lay there and get like, I think it's their blood filtered. I just can't remember what it's called. I'm sure someone in chat, when I scroll down, will know what I'm talking about. Oh shit, Alistair Corvo has Crohn's. We can't let the Jew into Canada. Oh, that's true. They would be like salivating to put him to death. Dialysis, thank you, chat. Yeah, the couple of people that I've known personally with Crohn's disease had to frequently go get dialysis, and that does not sound like a fun time. You had a Crohn's scare a few months ago. Turns out it was colitis, hoping the best. Oh my god. I feel like anything would be a relief other than cancer in the face of Crohn's disease, unfortunately. You get a shot that turns your immune system off to stop it from attacking itself, or they give you a stoma. Stoma is the little bag, right? Have I ever played Faith, the Unholy Trinity? We don't talk about that game here. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You know things are getting crazy when Asmongold has taken radicalizing duty from Nux after showing us how Columbus Fountain at Union Station looks now. How did we let ourselves get like this? You're up, Fox, you make us glow. When you don't care about a country or its people or its history, you're not going to put any effort into maintaining any of the monuments of that country. And so it makes perfect sense that Columbus Fountain has been in complete disrepair for multiple decades now, because we've had multiple presidents who honestly just do not give a shit about America and want to see it fundamentally change from what it is. Where Trump obviously can get criticism for some things, he's not perfect, nobody fucking is. But restoring beauty to the monuments of our country that speak to the past and the history of what we are, I think is an incredibly important thing to do, and they absolutely should be regularly maintained. B. Richter, thank you for the 5 months. Third Kirsche ordered, banding together to protect themselves from Maid. Good luck. Good luck, do not maid the Kirsches. You saw a game I might like? Though not sure if I would. Welcome, dear human. I have been propagandized, and I really want to play Stalker 2. I have a friend who's playing it, and they're constantly telling me how it's like better PvE Tarkov because there's story, and I'm just like, fuck, man. I want to finish Expedition 33. I want to play the Digimon game. Like, there's so many things I want to play. You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. The Stalker's amazing and Euro janky. I mean, I've been playing fucking Tarkov, so I'm used to the Russian jank. I'm sure the other kind of Slavic jank will be fine. Whether it's the monument, the reflecting pool, the ballroom, it tells you everything you need to know about the left and when they're freaking out about bringing back beauty to our nation. Especially the fact that it's all privately funded and not costing taxpayer dollars. Tells you that they just want to see the country burn, which they absolutely do, and I have many tabs on that today. Very, very interesting day. Very interesting day of they just started saying it on television. Slopjank is amazing. You played the shit out of the original games back in the day. I fucking killed a scav. Oh god, this is not gonna make sense to more than half the people here. I was on interchange and I was approaching power from like the railway direction, and like I got past the first set of yellow stairs over the pipes near that fucking concrete building that sometimes has a toolbox spawn on it, and then a scav like came up the yellow staircase and I turned around and I decked him. And he fell over, but the way that he fell over, incited the Russian jank, and he just started, like, wiggling out of his fucking mind and making tons of noise. And I was like, I'm gonna need you to stop making love to the fucking metal, because I can't hear the other scavs that I know are here because they sludgy-weed me. Me when I hear Tarkov. Yeah, pretty much. You're used to not knowing what I'm talking about. What do you mean? You know exactly what I'm talking. Thank you. Thank you. I was like, holy shit, please stop wiggling. Please, Russian jank, I beg you. Oh god, don't know if I saw this earlier. Not trying to spam. Your younger brother graduates from high school today. Congratulations. He just graduated from the last time he will have little to no responsibility. I hope he's ready for the deep end, dude. No Stalker 2 dessert until you finish the other games on your plate. Yes, Dad. Mr. Melon, thank you for the knock. The red square stopped you from tuning in. What? There shouldn't have been a red square today. I don't have any dropped frames. Punished Opie, thank you for the 7 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Big fucking huge. Oh god damn. Az managed to pronounce my name. Oh my god, he did? I remember when your name was Az can't pronounce my name, or couldn't. It was couldn't or can't. But congratulations, it happened. Good news, after moving halfway around the world a year ago, losing your job and your fiance, moving again to the country of your birth and being unemployed for 8 months, you got a job offer today. Bro has lived like several lifetimes over. I am glad you're out of that rut. Congratulations. Congratulations on the job offer. Here's to hoping things only look up from here. Congrats, my guy. HBK Rhapsody, thank you for the 10 months of Proom. Thank you. Lambie Chop, thank you. Japan KFC is good, but the 7-Eleven chicken was amazing. I don't know if I would want to go to a 7-Eleven in particular, but I would love to go to a Don Quixote in Nippon land. Lich-kun, thank you. You heard that turned 45 great back issues? Oh, you heard that! You turned 45 and you got great back issues. Aha! I'm sorry to hear about that. I've been dealing with back issues since I was 19. Kind of fucking sucks. It's probably only gonna get worse though, so not looking forward to that. But I relate to you, my man. Sorry to hear it. Haster the Fool, thank you. Why is it that a guy can be backhoe certified and no one bats an eye, but when a woman's backhoe certified, everyone throws her $1 bills? That's a different kind of backhoe, buddy. I'll have to teach you about that when you're older. Star Phoenix, thank you. Get meat cake! Meat cake sounds horrific. That's like a turducken. It's like an affront to God. Hiroka Avalon, thank you. Get your dad a chicken pot pie with a candle in it! He do like turkey pot pie. We're all big turkey pot pie fans in my family. Jax F Prime, thank you. You're in your mid 40s and your body's falling apart. Praise Jeebus for modern medicine, true and real. I would like to praise modern medicine, but I don't like having to go to doctors anymore. Glenn, thank you. Get dad a summer pie. What is a summer pie? F you Jack, thank you. You bought the Kirsche plush. You will the Kirsche, you will not. It even says in the commercial to not the Kirsche, but just in case you've forgotten, let us remind everyone. Have you ever wanted a pet, but the responsibility of remembering to feed and water something alive is a horrifying prospect? Get your very own Kirsche today. This little guy is too low IQ to understand it's not alive. Do you already own the Conco's My Little Padded Room Magical Girl Kirsche plush? Well, get this companion Kirsche to keep her company. Or maybe you just want to commit war crimes with a reliable partner who won't snitch to Interpol about your dastardly doings. Get your Kirsche today. The Kirsche will continue to love you, no matter what. Except if you try to do it. Do not the Kirsche. The Kirsche is for loving, eating, and war crimes, not for doing. Buy a Kirsche for your Kirsche so that they don't get lonely inside your walls. Kirsches are valuable employees of Kirsche Mart, and if you find a Kirsche reverted back to a Kirsche, please call 1-800-Kirsche now to have her return to her original residence. Kirsches are also an endangered species due to severe retardation, overeating, and excessive use by world powers and military conflicts. Please know that owning a Kirsche does not give you the right to do it. The feds are listening to your every move. If you or a loved one has been assaulted by a Kirsche, contact authorities immediately, as you will not make it. You can buy your very own life-size Kirsche or a Kirsche for your Kirsche starting May 8th at 3 p.m. EST through June 5th at 8 p.m. EST. Get yours now before they escape and are gone forever. Yeah, 1 week left! Honorable chatters, 1 week until the Kirsche is gone. That was a great layup for a segue. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Mr. Rich Low Pitch, thank you. Does Papa Foxu get a placenta pie? That's not, I don't give him a placenta. That's not my job. That's his mom. His mom's got to do that. That's a big plush. It is a big plush. It is very big. Everyone will love cuddling it. Buy one for your children. Just don't tell them where it came from. Gonna do so many war crimes with the Kirsche. True. Too awesome for you, thank you. Here's some freedom bucks. Just got a huge bonus and overtime. You're gonna put 1K into your savings and hope to build it back up. Can't wait for your D-Day birthday next week. Fuck yeah, buddy! Congrats. Congrats on the huge fucking bonus and the overtime. Nice. Nice. Aguchi, one of the staff for Offkai, put a tweet telling VTubers to prepare for him because he will be contacting them for collabs, and Kisaka Toriyama just straight up said no. I have no idea who the fuck Gucci or Kisaka Toriyama are, but that sounds like a very funny interaction. Patchouli, thank you. A man who does not crouch over the sink in the middle of the night to consume snacks in secret like a gremlin isn't a true man. Everyone's gotten out the refrigerator cheese at 3 a.m. at some point in their lives, you know? It's just like a rite of passage for adulthood. Daddy, where do Kirsches come from? Some yapping fox. Don't worry about it. We'll tell you when you're older. And we just need to tee up a way for Kirsche to push gamer subs. Sometimes people just type out fucking gamer subs ad reads for me. And I'm like, hell yeah, buddy. Sean Haruki, thank you. Speaking of gamer subs, Fleekazoid just dropped his first shaker. I saw that! I saw the tweet! And I fucking went to the replies and I all caps and I was like, oh my god, you're real! Chat told me about you! But then I was like, wait a minute. Maybe I shouldn't do that because he has no idea who I am and that could come off as like rude. And I don't want to be rude to some guy I've never spoken to before. But holy shit, he's real! Chat wasn't baiting me! Fleekazoid just dropped his first shaker cup, and that has the biggest booba he was allowed to put on it. The cups are quite impressive. What code should we use to order it, Fox Lady? Code Kirsche for, I don't know if it's free shipping right now, but usually 10% off your gamer subs order. I don't know if it was checked yet. Holy shit. You made toaster strudels at 2 a.m. while watching hentai? Does that count? What the fuck? Why? You just needed to like refuel in the middle of your jack-off session? Like you were just too tired to continue? Man's was like, I need the pastry in order to come again. You just hold on right there, hentai. Keep playing. And tortillas with butter just hit different at... Why are you putting just butter on your tortilla? Big Sups fan, Gamer Sups raid is launching soon. Keep on hashtag suppin' for your chance to be featured on the Twitch homepage. US residents 18 plus, 19 plus for Alabama and Nebraska? Why? Ends 12/8/23. Use code Kirsche on your order. What the fuck? The free shipping thing seems to be code specific, not creator code. Oh, okay. Okay, that's very weird. That's very weird. I know. Massive Doge, thank you. Give Kirdad a meatloaf cake. That's very weird for a birthday. I don't think I would want to do that unless, like, they really loved meatloaf. Speaking of meatloaf, oh, this pizza. Thaddeus McThunderschlong, thank you. Hate to break it to you, most men don't give a shit how food looks. Does it taste good? Yes, cool. Yeah, but when it looks bad, I feel bad about posting it on social media. Like, it doesn't look bad, like, unappetizing. It just looks like, you know, not from a restaurant. It looks very homemade, you know? Where's the retard noises? You were promised 5,000 years ago. We'll get there. B-Prince, thank you. Constantinople fell 573 years ago today. F in chat for the dream that was Rome. We're mourning today, lads. Maybe we shouldn't let it get to 574. Pudding Simon, thank you. Zamonolith! That's so hot. Dio Brando, thank you. You love the new suspense of, will chat tilt streamers so much that she ends stream early. That's happened literally once in 8 years. Also, Floor is pronounced Flair, not Floor. It's a posh girl name. Well, if she wanted it to be pronounced Flair, she should have spelled it that way. That's all I have to say. The one Fleek video you wish Kirsche could see, possibly react to, is the Sniper Elite one, or the Stalker one. Wow. Girugamesh, thank you. Fox women are known to hoard unfinished video games. True, unfortunately. Mr. Mellon, thank you. Still prefer the older Stalker games more than Stalker 2? Maybe it will ease me. Maybe it will ease me into playing the older Stalkers since I have graphics whoredom. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Now that Atomic Heart has a sequel in the works, am I going to play the DLCs? After you finish, you're going to Stalker 2. Stay cheeky breaky. I do need to play the Atomic Heart DLCs. Not just because I want to, but because the devs gave me a code for the DLCs, and I would feel very bad if I did not honor them by playing the game that I already like. I just need time to do it. I might genuinely have to start thinking about randomly popping up at like midnight sometimes. Be like, hello, middle of the night game stream? I'm kind of high. Pudding Simon, thank you. I'm telling you, Kirsche, if you want the best single-player Tarkov-like game but semi-open world with crazy good AI, play Stalker Anomaly mod packs like Gamma or Escape from Pripyat or newer ones. Maybe? I don't know if I want to get fucking inundated with modding right now. Mr. Mellon, thank you. No, the red square on your side, not the Foxy side. Oh, okay, sorry, I misunderstood. B Jammin, thank you. Bricks and mini figure update. I was like, what? Bam, speedrunning insolvency. Former franchise leaked contract allowing consignment. New franchise on video accepting consignment. CEO recorded threatening lawfare explicitly. It's right up your alley. I have absolutely no idea what you are talking about. I thought you were going to talk about, like, painting your figures, and now I'm just confused. Looked up Fleek's Cup, and it's beautiful. Definitely worth using code Kirsche for 10% off. Fuck yeah, buddy. Fuck yeah, buddy. Glenn, thank you. A key lime pie is a summer pie. On the plus, a pineapple pie is a thing. I don't like pineapple with bread. And also, I don't know the difference between a key lime and a regular lime, and so I bought a regular lime tree instead of a key lime tree. As managed to pronounce my name, thank you. You've lived a lot of lives. Started as a beekeeper, did that for about 8 years, went back to uni, switched to cybersecurity. Been a wild ride so far. Yeah, beekeeper to cybersecurity is definitely an interesting trajectory. You probably have many interesting stories. You don't like pineapple on pizza? I don't even like pineapple pastries, man. I just don't like fruit chunks with, like, bread. It feels weird in my mouth. The King of Daleks, thank you. Everyone's wrong. Give your dad banana bread and put a candle on it. I do have some bananas in the freezer I've been meaning to make banana bread with. I do have that. Key limes are smaller and you think a bit sweeter? Oh, so I should have gotten the sweeter ones? Fuck. Lady Takanashi, thank you. Got a Kirsche for your Kirsche. Worship Fox you. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your courses. Tyler Durden Kemuts, thank you for the member, my guy. Thank you. A Caffeine Fiend, thank you for the 2 months, my guy. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. There's a Pimp Kirsche there for the segue. Pimp Kirsche. He's got a nice purple jacket. Massive Doge, thank you. What about a nice serving of lemon pound cake? I don't think my dad likes lemon very much. Emperor Creatine, thank you. We must reclaim Constantinople for the glory of Byzantium. If God wills it, the divine liturgy? I can never pronounce that right. Shall echo from the halls of the Hagia Sophia once more. True. I like the song that plays when I boot up Civ 5. That's a nice fucking song. Speaking of nice songs. Yeah! I went to a pizza place recently, chat. You guys have known me for years. You guys have known me for years to complain about how I can't find good food. Built the pyramids. Slaves built the Parthenon. Slaves built America. Slaves That's some pretty primo fucking timing, buddy. Some guy in the South just like, I'm telling you, after we ended that Atlantic ship shit, we just can't get good labor anymore.
It has been 2 years since I began enjoying your personality.
Ah!
Right. Through all the ups and the downs, you're always a delight. In persevering in our struggles, we'll all turn out all right.
Hell yeah.
Kirsche love.
Leo the Unwell, thank you. Thank you for constantly dodging your orderlies so that you may be here. Thank you. You're very fucking sweet.
2024 and have been a fan since.
Oh shit.
Your amazing perspective on life and the world itself has encouraged me to be the change I want in the world, and in a few weeks I'm heading to Border Patrol.
Hell yeah! Celebrate that fucking guy! Get him out! Throw him over our border! I'm so excited for you. Thank you. Thank you, Patriot. Thank you, Knives Out, my guy. I hope you have a great time on the border, and I hope no harm comes to you. I know that can be kind of dangerous out there, too. Good luck. Good luck, Patriot. And Leo, TTS interrupt me. Leo, thank you once again for the 200 fucking slaves, brother man. Thank you, thank you. And here's hoping that you'll be here for 2 more. Keep dodging the orderlies. Keep being crazy. Thank you, Leo. And thank you once again for all of your HVAC knowledge help. I super fucking appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. She's not always a delight. Sometimes she scares us with shit like Creepy Chan and sounding rods the size of pineapples. That just gives you something to do as a party trick when someone's like, I'm bored, and you go, hold on, wait a minute. I got a story for you. As managed to pronounce my name, thank you. Your beekeeping was in the north of New Zealand, 98 Fahrenheit at 90% humidity, while wearing 2 sets of clothing is an experience. Do not recommend. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. I would probably die. I would probably suffocate, actually. I'm pretty sure my asthma would just strangle me itself at that point. J-Rock, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you, thank you. You're a month away from pancakes. It's happening. It's fucking happening, man. So, as I was saying, I've complained for years about how I want to find like a good stuffed crust pizza. And out in Bunkerland, there was a local place in Bunkerland that actually had decent stuffed crust pizza. They were pretty okay, but they were kind of like barely above like Papa John's quality-wise. So I was like, this is exciting, but not as exciting as I'd like it to be. And so on a whim yesterday, I decided to ask Grokathy if there's any pizza places within like a 100-mile radius that have stuffed crust pizza. And Grokathy found me one. Grokathy found me a place that has stuffed crust pizza. And when I was looking at their menu, they had motherfucking pasta bread bowls. I was like, what the fuck? That is so exciting. Their website is incredibly janky. It has like no pictures for fucking anything, so you have no idea what it's gonna look like when you order it. It's terrifying. But I managed to get really excited, and I was like, I'm going to this pizza place. And then in the car, I brought up their website on my phone, and Google was like, oh yeah, this place shut down. It doesn't exist anymore. I was like, I was literally on their website. What do you mean? And so Google was just wrong, thankfully. They do exist. They just changed management at some point, and for some reason, Google thought that meant they shut down. I literally went from like high as fuck to like angry in a split second, and then back to high as fuck on happiness. So I was playing with my emotions, and I ordered a pasta bread bowl, and I ordered a stuffed crust pizza, because obviously I have to try both of them, right? I have to see if it's good. Chat. Let me tell you. And I'm gonna advertise for this place. I'm gonna advertise for them because it was so fucking good. I was like, this is so much food. I could not possibly eat it all. Holy shit, it's so good. It even had the grace of God blessing it with beautiful sunshine rays. Yeah, like how is it not just the best pizza I've ever had? Answer, it is the best pizza I've ever had. So I was incredibly happy to both get stuffed crust pizza. That was amazing. I got like a meatball stuffed crust. So it was like a meatball pizza with cheese stuffed crust. And instead of like giant round meatballs, they kind of cut them like little slabs of fucking meatloaf. So fucking good. They could do with maybe a little bit more sauce on the pizza, but it's like, that's such a tiny complaint. God bless this pizza place. Yes, they turned on the RTX. And then the pasta bread bowl. It's so much fucking food. If you order a pasta bread bowl, that's like 3 meals. Well, you guys are guys, so maybe it's like 1.5 meals, but it's like 3 meals for me. It's a lot of fucking food. And whenever you get a pasta bowl, you can choose between different kinds of pasta, and they don't even have an upcharge if you want to get like cheese stuffed ravioli or cheese stuffed tortellini rather than like penne or fettuccine. I was like, that's fucking crazy. Everywhere upcharges for those. So of course I got like ravioli with chicken parm. It was so fucking good, chat. It was so fucking good. I ate 240 pounds for no reason. You could eat it all. Jesus Christ. The tortellini king. Yes. Yes, it was so fucking good. So if anyone lives anywhere near this place, highly recommend them. It's like the only place Grok could find in a 100-mile radius, apparently, that had stuffed crust pizza. And the fact that they had the bread bowls as well. I haven't had a pasta bread bowl since Domino's had their 5 for $15 deal. That's how long it's fucking been. I tried to order a bread bowl, like, soup from Panera Bread before, but they were like, oh, we're all out of bread bowls. I was like, how the fuck are you out of bread bowls? That's literally what you're known for. Fucking bread. You'll check it out when you move. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Can you estimate how much that would be in round meals? I can't calculate based on round meal. I apologize. It's kind of cute how you talk about food. I just get excited for the little things, man. It doesn't take much to get me happy. Safe to say you'll be visiting them in the future. I will be patronizing this place pretty much anytime I have a craving for pizza. There's like one other pizza place I really, really, really like, but they don't got the stuffed crust, man. You have to order bread bowls at early lunch. Well, that way you just nibble out of it the entire day like some kind of squirrel. That makes sense. Food excites me because you get to have it, unlike sex. Oh no. Panera's been garbage for years, unfortunately. Price, quality, service, all sucks generally. Yeah, I can agree to that. I haven't had a good experience with any time I've been to Panera Bread, so. Donde is this place? It's in New Hampshire. Seal Boy, thank you. Which 2 gamer subs should you get with code Kirsche? I'm not sure what's still in stock, but I really like a Pay Money Wubbies flavor, and I really like the sweet 6-pack flavor. It tastes more like pineapple-y to me, or cotton candy-y to me, sorry. The sweet 6-pack tastes more like cotton candy rather than the, like, cherry flavor that it says it is. Panera doesn't make anything. It's all reheated and overpriced. That makes sense. That makes sense. They need to bring back blue. I love blue. Guilty Pleasure is also really good. Doggy Style is the gamer subs flavor for you. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Lean and Guilty Pleasure are top. They're both good. Massive Doge, thank you. We're at bread. What do you mean you're at bread? We love bread. Panera also had the lemonade that would give you heart attacks. Based Panera participating in eugenics. Seal Boy, thank you. Which 2? I already read that. Thank you again. Hopefully chat will give you a lot of ideas as well. Yeah, the Jujutsu Kaisen flavor is no longer available. That one was my favorite, unfortunately. Graves, thank you. Kirsche, hope I'm doing fine. Tell you something great that recently happened. This pizza place! Ordained by the Lord! Look at the sun! This pizza place was amazing. Doggy Style mixed with sploosh. This guy's just making sex in a cup. Why are you looking for soup at the bread store? Oh, man. Is Rad Sickness still available? That's a great question. I am not sure. About key lime pies, you strongly advise Kier or anyone else getting Nelly and Joe's key lime juice is the real deal and easy to get shipped. Interesting. Interesting. And I definitely wanted to fillet that pizza place because, like I said, I woke up late today. I have... No good. And since I woke up late, I just got a piece of leftover stuffed crust pizza out of the fridge. So I've had it in front of me and I've been wanting to eat it. The pizza's so good she's actually eating. It's a miracle. It really is. Hey, Kirsche, you've been really sick lately. No! Doctors don't know what's wrong. You really have a lot of medical issues. You've had 12 major surgeries, needing 2 more. My streams brighten your day when you feel up to watching, though. Thanks for being with us. Thank you for being with us. Holy shit. That sounds really fucking rough. Hopefully the doctors can figure out what's wrong, and hopefully you won't need more major surgeries. That's scary. That's scary, my guy. Pestilence potion and Klaxosaur blood is really good mixed together. It tastes kind of like Powerade. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty fucking cool. Be jammin', thank you. Don't forget to use code Kirsche for 10% off your favorite Gamer Sup flavors like Rocket Pop, Mango Iced Tea, Cherry Slush, and, Lean. Ooh, yeah! I always forget about Queso's Rocket Pop. That one's also fucking really good. That is also a bomb-ass flavor. You'll judge how good the pizza is by how long it takes you to finish that pizza. If it takes longer than the egg, I'll pass. Well, I got some news for you. I'm already almost done eating it. I, like, slammed this thing in my face for the last, like, 2 minutes of my loading screen. It's really fucking good. You know, eating while live is terrifying. Kirsche eats super damn slow or lets it get cold. Both. Both of these things. And speaking of, I don't know what the fuck is going on with Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy, but when I loaded up Twitter today, this was the first thing I was greeted by. Tim Pool says, canceled. This morning, my lawyers received notice pertaining to Dr. Turtle Boy and risk of legal exposure if we host him. The notice is attached. Under advisement of counsel, we will not host him on IRL and must advise, do not follow him or read what he is saying. That seems like a weird thing to say, dear Timothy. Why would you add this last thing here? What? Who the hell is Turtle Boy? Are we talking about McConnell? No. Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy is most famously known, I guess, for the Karen Reed case in Boston. And we knew about him slightly before the Karen Reed stuff, like, took wind. Like, I think he was only on, like, part 13 or whatever about, like, looking into the Karen Reed stuff when we found him. But we've had him as an alert on the channel for a long time until I needed to turn off the majority of my alerts. He's the guy who said, Tuesday night's anal night. And he said that in a voicemail to some local city council woman or some shit. Because said city council woman had had anal sex in front of her disabled son while he was in the room and couldn't leave because he's disabled in a wheelchair. And then the guy that analed her took a picture of him and her after the anal with the son visible in the picture and said that she let him put it in the poopa. And I was like, that's what the fuck is even happening? So TLDR, that's who Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy is. You thought that was just chat saying it randomly. No, that was Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy saying it in a voicemail to that politician lady. Did I see Craig is probably going on Timcast? Apparently he ran into Ian and they're going to reach out to have him on. That's pretty fucking crazy. That's pretty crazy. So Tim Pool saying, don't follow Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy or read what he's saying. And he got this legal letter that says, we write on behalf of our clients, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins, collectively the clients who are plaintiffs in a lawsuit currently pending in Plymouth County Superior Court in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, captioned McCabe et al. Versus Reed et al. The action. We understand that you have scheduled Aiden Kearney, also known as Turtle Boy, as a guest on Timcast IRL on or about May 29th, 2026. We write to bring to your attention information we believe is material to that decision and to the legal exposure you and Timcast Media Group may face as a result. You are, of course, free to host guests of your choosing. Our purpose is straightforward: to ensure that you and your counsel are fully informed of the facts before tomorrow's broadcast. The pending action. On April 16th, 2026, our clients filed a 14-count civil action against Aiden Kearney and Karen Reed, alleging defamation, civil conspiracy, and intentional infliction of emotional distress, among other claims. The complaint, a copy of which we enclose herewith, documents in extensive and specific detail a multi-year campaign by Kearney, carried out through his Turtle Boy media platform and in concert with Miss Reed, to falsely accuse our clients of murdering Boston police officer John O'Keefe and of engineering a fraudulent criminal prosecution against Miss Reed. What? A Polygon, thank you for the 5 gift blankets on Kick, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, a Polygon man, for the gift blankets. We love that. Vectorless Peon, I'm sorry about your lack of a vector. Thank you for the prune. Thank you, thank you. You're free to doozy, please, but we will fuck you up as if you do. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. I don't remember, like, what happened at the end of the Karen Reed case, but it seems very weird that they're trying to, I guess, sue over it? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Anglo-Saxophone, thank you. Kirsche Bros, different backgrounds, united in Foxu. True and fucking real. Battleizer, thank you. Evolving ears were and are a continuous mistake. Evolving ears. Our clients are private individuals. Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins testified truthfully, repeatedly, and at significant personal cost during the Commonwealth's criminal prosecution of Miss Reed. As the complaint documents, Kearney's response to that testimony was not debate or legitimate criticism, but a sustained campaign of targeted defamation. He falsely and repeatedly accused these individuals of murder, obstruction of justice, evidence planting, and perjury. Allegations that are false and that he promoted for the express purpose of financial gain from a dedicated audience he cultivated around the Karen Reed case. Kearney's conduct was not solely defamatory, it was also criminal. He has been indicted on a series of witness intimidation charges arising from his mistreatment of our clients. Correct me if I'm wrong, because again, I don't know what's happening with him at this moment, but didn't those charges get dropped? Because I remember him being at a courthouse like multiple times for that kind of thing. They totally did those things. Reed ended with not guilty to the killing, guilty of DUI. Those charges are pending. Indeed, although Kearney spread hatred and lies from his online platforms, he invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination when he was identified as a witness in the second trial of Karen Reed. Kearney's statements about our clients are not matters of opinion or protected expression. They are factual accusations of serious crime, made without basis and causing ongoing and measurable harm to our clients' reputation, employment, family life, and safety. 2. Kearney's known and documented pattern of conduct. We want to be direct with you about what Kearney has done and what he is likely to do on your platform. For years, through his blog, YouTube channel, and podcast appearances, Kearney has accused Jennifer McCabe, Brian Albert, Colin Albert, and Brian Higgins of being murderers. He has published their home addresses, identified their family members, tormented their children, and encouraged his followers to confront and harass them. He has done so while monetizing that audience through paid subscriptions, merchandise, and platform advertising revenue, building a business model that depends on the perpetuation of false accusations against private citizens. Damn, that sounds like if he had actually done that, he might have gotten arrested? I don't know, that seems very illegal if he had done that, right? So what you're saying is they want people to shut up about how this woman got it up the pooper in front of their kid? Well, this has nothing to do with that. That was how we learned about who Turtle Boy was. You're just not willing to believe most mass politicians at this point. Bunch of massholes. Yeah, I know. I feel the same way. Witnesses being intimidated were also cops. Imagine. We have every reason to believe that Kearney's purpose in appearing on your program is not to engage in good faith discussion about the legal proceedings or his own conduct, but to use your substantial audience, which dwarfs his own, to republish the same defamatory statements that form the core of the pending action, while reaching a new pool of viewers and generating new revenue. Indeed, as recently as this week, Kearney has continued his defamation campaign by publicly and falsely describing our clients as cop killers, and bragging that he had exposed who the fuck they are and what they did. Based on his documented conduct, any such appearance on your show presents a concrete risk that specific, false, and legally actionable statements about our clients will be broadcast on your platform. 3. Your platform's potential legal exposure. We draw your attention to the well-established principle that a broadcaster or publisher who permits a third party to defame another with knowledge of or reason to know of the defamatory character of the statements may itself be liable for the harm caused. This principle applies with particular force where, as here, the host has advance notice of a guest's established pattern of defamatory conduct. What the fuck? The Restatement Second of Torts 578 provides that one who repeats or otherwise republishes defamatory matter is subject to liability as if he had originally published it. You know, this might be a load of bullshit, but this is actually This is actually very interesting for me, someone who has had libelous shit printed about me that gets posted ad nauseum. That's interesting. That's interesting. Goji-sama, thank you for the 7 months, my guy. Tim should have said, fuck you, sue me. Critically, 581-2 further provides that one who broadcasts defamatory matter by means of radio or television is subject to the same liability as any other publisher. Courts applying these principles have consistently held that a platform's liability does not turn on whether it generated the defamatory statement, but whether it broadcast or published that statement to a third-party audience with the requisite knowledge or fault. See Restatement 2nd of Torts 558, 578, 581, I guess American Law Institute, 1965. Winchester Locke, thank you for the 43 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Bud Borsick, thank you for the 29 months. My grandpa finds you informative and hilariously on the edge. Thank you, Grandpa. That's very sweet of you. Tim got this legal letter and his beanie shrunk into his hoodie. We acknowledge that platforms hosting live or real-time programming have invoked certain defenses in this area of law, but those defenses are grounded in the absence of advance notice and the impossibility of meaningful editorial review. Neither consideration applies here. You have now received written notice in specific and documented terms that Mr. Kearney has a years-long pattern of making false and defamatory statements about identifiable private individuals, that those statements are subject of active civil litigation, and that his apparent purpose in seeking your platform is to republish those statements to a wider audience. That notice is this letter. Okay, but first of all, what do you mean that his apparent purpose in seeking your platform is to republish those statements to a wider audience? Like, yeah, it's a claim to fame because he was involved in it for years, so he's probably going to mention it. That's like a safe assumption, right? But you can't be like, he's some scheming evil warlord purposefully trying to make more people believe this one thing that we take umbrage with, and he needed Tim Pool's audience for that. The lawyer would have to have some sort of recording or transmitted message where Turtle Boy admitted that they were defaming and Tim agreed to it. I mean, probably wouldn't need something like that, but you would need some kind of, like, post or audio of him being like, yeah, I'm just using Timothy, by the way. That's kind of insane. Thanks, Beanie Man. I definitely won't look at what Turtle Boy was saying. We urge you to consult with your own counsel before making any decisions about Mr. Kearney's appearance. For what we are asking, we ask you, 1, review the enclosed complaint in full so that you understand the scope and specificity of the claims pending against Mr. Kearney. And 2, consult with counsel regarding your personal and your company's potential exposure as a republisher of defamatory content under applicable law. We hope that after taking these steps, you conclude that hosting Mr. Kearney is neither in your interest nor in the public interest. Bro, that's fucking wild, dude. However, if you choose to proceed, we ask that you take reasonable editorial precautions to prevent Mr. Kearney from repeating specific false factual allegations about our clients. In particular, any allegation that they murdered, concealed the murder of, or framed Karen Reed for the murder of John O'Keefe. Our clients have endured years of harassment, threats, and reputational destruction because they did what every citizen is asked to do. They came forward, told the truth, and cooperated with law enforcement. They deserve, at minimum, not to have lies told about them amplified further by a media platform with millions of subscribers. We are available to speak with you or your counsel at your convenience and can provide you with additional documentation as appropriate. Please do not hesitate to contact us. Now see, that's very interesting to me. That's very interesting to me that it's just, you know, we're supposed to believe that you guys are the ones telling the truth and Kearney's the one lying. What's the proof you got of that, honestly?
The pyramids, slaves built the Parthenon, slaves built America, slaves, this is your song, thank you, slaves, thank you, slaves,
Do 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 do.
thank you, slaves,
Do 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 do.
slaves, this is your song,
Thank you, Blood Dancer, for the one. Thank you. Thank you.
Going to work with the dreaded Tummy Hort. He is hoping the Foxu's healing Munya can get me through the day.
Munya! Here's hoping your day fucking lifts up, buddy man. Have a good day at work. Sorry about the tummy hort. Hopefully it's just temporary. Sergeant Buck, thank you. There's no guarantee the doc will mention anything regarding the lawsuits. These lawyers are improperly assigning malicious intent, which could be cease and desist worthy. Yeah, it seems very weird. Seems very weird. And then Dr. Uncle Turtleboy in the comments saying, here's the full story about how Karen Reed was framed for murdering John O'Keefe after he went inside Brian Albert's house alive before being placed on his front lawn to die in a blizzard. And then he also said, the McAlberts really don't want me to go on a show with millions of viewers and discuss documented facts, court filings, and other evidence from a highly publicized murder trial in which the defendant was acquitted. They don't want the public to read articles entitled Top 15 Reasons It's Reasonable to Believe Colin Did It. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. So you're telling me Tuesday night isn't anal night? I don't know what it is. But I'm hoping that Timothy here is being very tongue-in-cheek with the do not follow him or read what he's saying, being a Streisand effect, amplifying, being like, hey, we got legally threatened, so we can't do this. However, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Don't look at what he's saying, you know? Tuesday night's always anal night, especially when it's also taco night. If OJ couldn't sue anyone that said he killed his wife, how can they sue Turtle Guy over this? That's a great fucking question. I have no idea. Sergeant Buck, thank you. There's no guarantee that Doc would mention anything regarding the lawsuits. The lawyers are, I already read that. Thank you again. And it's like, I agree that they're improperly assigning malicious intent, but also, Bridge is like the biggest thing I've uncovered, right? If I go on a podcast, you can be sure I'm going to mention Bridge at some point, right? The Karen Reed trial is like Turtle Boy's Bridge, right? It's something he's spent so much time in. He's gotten a lot of, I don't want to say attention because it's like, it was good work. But it's something he's got a lot of attention for. And I think him mentioning it is just as likely as me mentioning Bridge, right? Because it's like, that's what we're known for, as it were. But they are, I agree, improperly assigning malicious intent. The paperwork seems sus to you? I don't know. Speaking of, Kirsche, on unsub when? I don't know, I reached out to Eli, but I've not heard back. If that's a Turtle Boy's Bridge, what's Turtle Boy's sounding? Alright, okay, alright. Yeti, thank you. This sounds a lot like host this guy and your ass is getting sued into oblivion. That is pretty much what it said. Oh, you have the Tuesday night's anal night clip. Oh, fuck yeah, buddy. Oh, fuck yeah, buddy. Anamonia. Tuesday is both anal night and taco night. So are we gonna analyze the tacos? Oh my god. And Mazurkonis, thank you. After that jump scare, I beg that an artist make a Kirsche Zoidberg. Please, I need it. I just make retard sounds, man.
But I wanted to say, I heard you're into taking it into Popa, which is great. You know, Paula used to do that for me, but she's been slacking lately. She don't make me no chicken nuggets no more. Dinner's, supper's never ready. So I'm looking for a replacement. I do need someone with a car. I mean, do you have a car? Hopefully you have a car. But, you know, the requirements for coming up here, like I said, Tuesday night's anal night. It's just what we do, okay? But I wanted to say...
It's just what we do. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. I can't believe that this was a fucking voicemail to a councilwoman. Like, that's crazy. Who does that? There it is, the poopa. Drew Badley, thank you. Are those slime balls actually making an Article 230 argument after all the years they backed social media gaslighting everyone during the mass times? Actually insane. It really is. You like that he speaks my native language. That's why he's my Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy. I'm gonna stick my cock in your poopa. He would if he weren't busy seething with hate. Why? But I thought that was very interesting. An interesting collision of worlds with Tim Pool talking about having Dr. Uncle Turtle Boy on, you know. I had there's been people, I guess, fighting on Twitter for some reason. I don't know. There's been people fighting on Twitter about, I guess, who is more worthy of being grieved over, Charlie Kirk or George Floyd? I don't know what the fuck is happening. But Someone said, making fun of a black man that was murdered by a white cop is not the same as making fun of a dead Nazi, which is an interesting thing to call Charlie Kirk since he was not. A Howling Mutant said, you can tell that liberals are kind of embarrassed that they burned down cities and openly wept in front of George Floyd's golden sarcophagus, but it was so blatant they can't even go back on it. Yeah, like their biggest tool is being able to gaslight people about historical facts. Being like, no, that didn't actually happen. Here's how it really happened. And it's just a bunch of like made up commie bullshit. And fucking Paul over here. They were literally baptizing libtards by the hundreds in the name of George Floyd. They thought he was literally the next coming of Christ. Now, I've been making fun of these retards for trying to, like, canonically give sainthood to George Floyd. The little Saint Floyd of the fentanyl jingle is meant to make fun of those people, which is probably why they seethe and try to call me racist over it when it has to do more with them than actually George Floyd. I had no fucking idea they were literally baptizing people in the name of Saint Floyd of the fentanyl. I don't remember this at fucking all. They were claiming Floyd's spirit was causing divine miracles. It was basically the most insane thing to ever happen in the digital age, and they just want to forget about it. And this is why I fucking love when people, like, repost things that happened in the past, as long as it mentions that it was in the past, right? Don't give me, like, the little breaking sirens, all right? Because it didn't happen now. It happened 5 fucking years ago. But this is why I love when people post this shit, because it's like, even I didn't know this happened. Even I didn't know about this, and I feel like I'm pretty on the up and up of happenings. That's fucking crazy, dude. Did I forget? Did I just not see it at all? I don't fucking know. But I'm glad this is here, because what the fuck? Saint Floyd of the fentanyl was more realistic than I ever could have foresaw. And he posted some screenshots here that said baptisms and miracles taking place in revival at site where George Floyd died, Christian groups say. A number of Christian groups that have been holding revival services at the site where George Floyd died in Minneapolis say they're seeing many people turn to God in baptisms and miracles are happening. Tonight, God's moving. There's a lot of people that gave their lives to the Lord again. We were baptizing people right here at the memorial. God's on the move. It's wonderful, said Joshua Lindquist, a young Christian leader with the Global Revival Harvest, who's been broadcasting the Unity Revival on his Facebook page since it started on Wednesday. I would wager these are not real Christians. These are the ones LARPing, trying to make all Christians look like weak, sad candy asses. And unfortunately, for the majority of people, these are the Christians that frequently get put in the news. They're just tribalist, libtard, racist. Yeah, fucking probably. And then there's another image here of, like, more baptisms for Saint Floyd. And then there's a little video. Saint Floyd of the fentanyl, in his name we pray, amen. You know what's crazy? What's crazy is how many white people are here. You remember after Renee Good tried to kill that ICE officer and then he shot her in defense? Remember that? And how, like, when they had vigils for Renee Good, they were just like, nah, she's still a white woman, but we can celebrate her for being a race traitor. And it's like, hold on, what the fuck are you talking? Seeing people on the left who have so often, like, tried to call everyone who disagrees with them, like, a Nazi or a white supremacist, seeing them call people race traitors is hilarious. Because it's like, you literally have unmasked yourself as everything you try to claim your others are. It's been like a week and you see nothing but the Dion prom kid, but half a decade goes by and this is the first you've ever heard of Floyd baptisms. What the actual fuck is happening? Yeah, I don't remember this. Like, this is crazy. actually insane. Reminder that George had nearly 4 times the lethal amount of fentanyl in his system, plus a speedball of other drugs. I love that whenever anybody tries to post about Floyd, someone is always there to post the autopsy report. They're trying to create a new white racist supply by any means necessary. Welder Zach, thank you. If you didn't know about the Floyd baptisms, did I ever see the holy votive candles with Fauci and various Democrats on them? I saw the Fauci Jesus candles. I remember bringing those up on stream and being like, man, that's weird. I don't think any Hispanics would buy these. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Baptizing in the name of George Floyd as a Catholic, you think you can speak for all Catholics, Orthodox, and uncorrupted Protestants. So basically everyone who isn't James Tallarico. Blasphemy. Heresy. I think even people in my position who are no longer, like, practicing the faith can be like, that's fucking ridiculous. That is absurd. That is, no, why would you do that? To be fair to everyone here, it's so fucking out there. You're pretty sure everyone here thought this was satire from The Onion or something. It's like with that weird fucking, menstrual equity, like, bleeding for everyone bullshit that Blabs brought up on Side Scrollers. I was just like, it's indistinguishable from a poll shitpost 10 years ago. Like, that's insane. That's insane. If you had showed me that 10 years ago, I'd have been like, yeah, that came from poll. That's a guy shitposting. He's probably from Australia, right? Like, bro, an atheist can see this shit is heretical. Yeah, but they might celebrate it depending on what kind of atheist they are, right? The level of heresy is off the charts. It's fucking insane. I did not remember the baptisms in the name of Saint Floyd. Holy shit. The Onion wouldn't have the balls. Keep a fake $20 bill under your pillow and pray for fentanyl dreams. Little Timmy, we have the Tooth Fairy and the Fent Fairy. Unlike the Tooth Fairy, the Fent Fairy will come when you put fake money under your pillow. You borrow money against your menstrual equity to fix your hoo-ha. Jesus Christ. So wookie, thank you. You're in enemy territory. A Starbucks. Oh no, why are you in the Star Bingles?
For when we take over and get to write the history books. We're gonna have every 7th grade history class scribble the answer to what was the Quinspiracy and how did it lead to the Great Deportation and watch videos of Floydisms.
Oh my god. Imagine 8th graders learning about Five Guys, burgers, and fries and how a corruption of the games industry, lacking any kind of journalistic integrity, somehow led to the deportation of 100 million plus illegals in America. It's fucking crazy, man. I agree. That's gonna be wonderful. Thank you! Thank you, Toast Engineer! Imagine them learning about Five Guys and In-N-Out at the same time. I don't know the reference to In-N-Out. I only know that as the burger place. It all started with this friggin' gorilla. Oh no, dude. Even though you didn't draw the main art, you did draw the art of Fleek's head, so get Fleekazoid's Gamer Subs drop using code Kirsche for 10% off. Bro, that's cool as fuck! That is some cool-ass lore that you got there, Malik, man. A Noble Ghost, thank you for the 2 fucking years, buddy, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Big, huge. No, not the Timmies. Killa will get them. I also saw this underneath the Tim Pool tweet this morning. Officially signed, New York just banned online sales of CNC machines, lathes, and 3D printers. Required surveillance software on every single one. And there's a bill in committee to require a background check to buy them at all. Look around you at who didn't fight or who only appeared to fight once they saw my video views pouring in. Video soon! I don't know what he means by this, because this is the first time I've heard anything about this, but I guess I'm not a New York resident. But he said, just dropped full video. Correction, S905C was used, and it was amended to strip the online sales restriction. Everything else, including the blocking technology, possession, etc. Like, what the fuck is New York doing?
Well, they actually did it. I've been warning people on YouTube for 5 months with millions of... Shh.
We'll listen to you in a second. There goes all of New York's manufacturing sector. Yeah, I don't know, man. I have no idea. He's got 128k subscribers. I don't know how I haven't seen this if he's been talking about it for 5 months like he just said. That's crazy. Punished Fink, thank you. Making more and more and more sense why the false St. Floyd mural was struck by lightning. It really is. And also why these people feel they need to take down all the murals of Irina Zarutska. Those are divisive, but St. Floyd, that was gonna bring us together. This shit's been a long time coming. It would completely destroy someone like you. All of your machines would become illegal and you would be hauled off to prison. Yeah, New York is becoming more insane by the minute, it seems like. Punish Fink, thank you. Thank you, my guy. And I'm on you. So let's see what this guy has to say about what the fuck's going on in New York.
Well, they actually did it. I've been warning people on YouTube for 5 months with millions of views, telling people that the blueprint blocking technology was coming. And the first state of many just passed it. It's going to require
What the
your
fuck is
tools
wrong with
like
his clock?
lathes, CNC machines, laser cutters, and even 3D printers.
Hold on. What the fuck am I looking at? It goes 0 to wait, he has a 24-hour, like, actual physical clock? I've never seen that. What the fuck? That's really goofy. I had to like do a double check because I was like, are some of the numbers repeating? What the fuck's going on here? Thomas Collins, thank you. Hunting for a new bookshelf. You hate fiberboard. Yeah, hunting for any kind of new furniture and trying to find real wood, that's a challenge. That's why I've been trying to buy and tweak.
To check with a state database to make sure that you're not printing ghost guns or ghost gun accessories.
Ooh,
but this really isn't
like
about
the Hank Hill of
ghost
firearms.
guns. This is a full-on war on manufacturing. Now, you almost lost the ability to buy these tools online. Not kidding. That was in the bill up until the final moments, but they removed it. All right, now let's get into it. And that's not all. This gets way worse and so dystopian that this is almost unbelievable. They are even working on requiring background checks to buy these common tools in person as well.
And I think this actually really makes sense, right? For the kind of, you will own nothing and you will be happy. Those are our tools, comrade. You may rent them from the community center, but you may not own them.
Seriously. Right now, every one of these machines sold in New York now has to come equipped with software that scans your design files before it lets you cut, drill, or 3D print anything. A detection algorithm running on your machines, watching your files, deciding
that is
how
absurd.
You're allowed to use the tools
No, thank you,
that you
bro.
bought and paid for. The language is so broad that the popular homemaker machine called the Cricket is included in this legislation.
The fuck is
the
even
bill
that?
is called S9005. It's the New York fiscal 2026 budget. This is not a firearms bill.
Why the
It's a
fuck was this in the
bill,
budget?
And it was just made into law. Think about what that means. A budget funds schools, pays state employees, keeps hospitals running, keeps the lights on in every government building in the state. They took all of that, held it hostage, and said that they're not signing any of it until we get control of your...
Hey, that sounds really fucking familiar. That kind of sounds like what was happening with multiple Congress shutdowns last year and the beginning of this year, I think, as well. To hide it so it will pass without people knowing. I really would like... I don't remember which politician it was. I can't remember if it was like a federal like tier politician or if it was just somebody locally in New Hampshire. But I really think that there should be something about clean bills. If you have like a budget bill, you can't shove stuff like this weird surveillance you will own nothing bullshit into it. If you have something about a bill that does specifically funding for ICE, you can't stuff other shit into it. Right? Like I just clean bills for the love of fuck. That was Thomas Massey. Oh my god. Jen Jacko, thank you. Sorry, Foxy, you're taking a nap. That should have ended 8 hours ago, but feel great. Oh, 3D printers, your jam. Well, this is about to make you very angry then, if that's your jam.
Machines. It was due April 1st. It got extended 9 times, and buried inside Part C is language that covers every machine capable of making 3-dimensional
A lot of
modifications to an
states are
object.
fucking around with laws like this. It's a big fucking deal. This is kinda like how banning semi-auto bans all modern guns, except this bans all modern factories. Between this and ICE in airports, are we gonna see blue states go broke?
I don't know about going broke, because I'm sure some sort of like the companies that own factories probably aren't gonna care about this surveillance stuff, because they're like, oh yeah, we could just use it to make sure employees are actually doing work and we can fire the ones that are being lazy, I guess. Since it's completely monitoring everything you do with the system. Wait, so then do all companies have to get new updated machines that have the surveillance in it? It'll be cheaper to just move out of New York? Probably. Probably. And we already have seen quite a lot of people fleeing from New York since Mamdani got elected. I wish he got arrested. We've seen people fleeing New York since he got elected. So this would not surprise me. My whole thing with New York right now is like, do not let your states become like New York, like Virginia, like California. Do not elect communists. Do everything you can to prevent the Democrats from getting into seats of power at this point, as the party has been completely overtaken by communist ideologues. It's again why I've been saying, like, any people telling you to, like, vote Democrat in order to teach the Republicans a lesson either knows where we are and wants to see you suffer, or is so incredibly ignorant about the political landscape right now that they should not be listened to by any means. You're in New York and trying to go to the free state of New Hampshire. Good luck. I hope you can make it, buddy. Nick Fuentes is paid opposition. I wouldn't doubt it at this point. I cannot believe there are people that listen to that thing. The only way you're voting Democrat is if you're already dead. Pretty fucking much. Pretty much. Put that on a t-shirt, buddy. Commies are fooling the sheep. Jen Jacko, thank you. It's okay. You know how to build printers, computers, and firearms from scratch. These commies can howl at the moon as much as they want. They can't stop you from being free. They're going to try their best. That's for goddamn sure. Damn.
A digital design file. CNC mills, CNC routers, lathes, 3D printers, anything subtractive, anything additive. If it takes a file and it makes a physical object, New York just put it under government surveillance. The law requires every one of these machines to be equipped with what the bill calls blocking technology. That's firmware or software that evaluates every single file against a firearms blueprint detection algorithm, and if the algorithm says no, the machine doesn't run. There are no exemptions for researchers. No exemptions.
If I buy a machine and the machine tells me, Kirsche, I can't let you do that, I'm gonna be very upset. Because, like, I've spent money on this machine to do things, and if the machine tells me it cannot do thing, then why did I spend the money on it? Like, that's kind of absurd. How is this not invasive surveillance? I mean, it is, but that's kind of part of the game here, unfortunately. I would also like to announce to the Royal Catacombs, I have finished my pizza and my coffee.
For commercial manufacturers, the automotive industry, the aerospace industry, the medical device industry, all running CNC equipment, all now subject to machines that have to check in before they do their cutting. Not even federally licensed gunsmiths are exempt.
That's insane.
Here's the part that they really didn't quite think through. The algorithm reads shapes, geometry.
The CNC machine has been converted to a consent machine. That's true. We can no longer have fun with CNC.
It looks at a file and asks, does this look like a firearm component? A pipe looks like a barrel. A bracket looks like a receiver. A tube, a housing, a mechanical connector. Every one of these shares geometry with something on a prohibited list. One manufacturer ran their open firmware through the proposed algorithm before this passed. It flagged 17% of completely legitimate prints. No surprise. Engine parts, brackets, jigs, tools, all flagged. The machine then locks, the job doesn't run, and you don't get an explanation. Just a machine that won't move and maybe even reported to the state.
That's horrifying. That, like, you might be trying to print something completely normal, not even, I feel like a firearm would be normal, but I digress. Something like not even firearms related, and you get reported to the feds for it. How fucking wild is that? Can no longer make phallic objects. I am a humble, horsecock-sized dildo maker. I only make the strongest of metallic horse dongs, and I got reported for making firearm components. Where is the Hamid? True. He got killed. It's so over. No, in real life.
Or in the ring.
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses.
And his skin is a coat, like the ancient Irish did. Well, that's your winner. It's me. I'm the winner. Thank you, Flying Nanook. Sorry, the alerts are kind of janky. Thank you. Good job on finishing your pizza and coffee. I did it. I finished breakfast. fast! You wouldn't download a jig
Your
blueprint!
printer already scans and blocks images of currency, and adds secret tracking dots in bright yellow ink to anything you print, so if you, I guess, print something as part of a zany criminal scheme, they can identify the printer it came from.
I don't know how much of a problem that necessarily is, because it's like they print the special dots on the paper, and it's only like, oh, if a crime has been committed, then we can see where the printer the paper came from is. I feel like that's significantly different from a machine being like, yes, hello, federal agents. This man tried printing a tube. It might be for a gun. Arrest him. I think that's a little different. Just a little bit. Thank you, Toast Engineer. Thank you. All this is gonna do is drive everyone to Chinese brands that don't rat your shit to the feds. I got some bad news for you about Chinese brands. What are you in for? I 3D printed a doodad that looked kind of like a jig for hand milling an object that might have been a firearm component, right? Just because the yellow dots have a legitimate use, that doesn't excuse that they are forcefully tracking everything you print. I mean, don't we also, like, as legal gun owners, have to register our guns? Isn't that the same kind of thing? Where, like, if your gun is used in a crime, they can trace it back to you? I don't know, maybe I'm just kind of, like, used to these things. Oh god, here we go! Depends on the state. Didn't used to have to do that. Getting spied on by Z might be better than having your printer rat to the ATF. I don't know about that. Very much do not. Turn into a tube shape, Kirsche. Turn into a tube shape. I don't know where you guys are buying guns, but every time I've bought one, I've had to get a background check, and it's like the gun is registered in my name, so I don't know what you mean. There's a way to disable the firmware, you guarantee it. You mean they do? They do keep the background check papers, and that is effectively a registry. Yeah? Background check is not registration. It's normal, not registration. I just always assumed that was when you registered your firearm, is when they background checked and then registered the gun in your name. Because that's what they say. Like, it's in your name, right? The people that commit the majority of gun violence lack the IQ, money, and patience to use machines to make guns. I don't know, the Shinzo Abe, he was assassinated by a 3D printed gun. Or, I don't know if it was 3D printed, but it was homemade. It was like a homemade gun. We're 200 years late to how guns are supposed to be handled. There have been 200 years of infringements. I mean, if that's the case, though, like, my point still stands. I guess I don't know what you mean by that. Like, if it's been 200 years, and we're just used to it, like, yeah, we could change it, but we haven't? Question mark. It was hardware store parts and tape. Thank you. I was like, hold on, wait a minute. I don't remember if it was 3D printed or just fucking home assembled. It was just 2 steel pipes taped to a piece of wood. 4473s and registries are unconstitutional. That's kind of wild to think about. That it's just become completely fucking normal. Afro-Japanese engineered Shogun shotgun. Jesus Christ. It's a de facto registry. The feds aren't supposed to use it as a registry, but we all know they do. I was like, when a friend of mine lost their firearm, they're pretty sure that somebody, like, stole it out of their vehicle on their property because they didn't, like, take it anywhere. So, like, when they reported it, you know, stolen, the police were able to, like, trace it back to my friend and be like, hey, we found your gun. Like, if there wasn't some kind of, like, registry that had your name attached to the firearm, they wouldn't have been able to do that. 4473s are background checks that stop at retail. Registration is only a thing for NFA and shitholes. Private sales, etc. do not require them. No more cosplay guns! Oh no. 3DP guy that doesn't only get into FOSCAD. I have no idea what that first sentence means. 3D printed guns because you don't live in a free country, and people claiming 3D printed weapons have been used in any applicable number of crimes upsets you. I agree with the earlier assessment that, like, the majority of people who are doing gun crime are probably not going to take the time to 3D print anything. If someone's 3D printing a firearm, they're probably trying to hit some sort of, like, high-class target specifically. Unfortunate boating accidents happen more often than you think. That's true. Lost him in a boating accident, buddy. If you found his gun, that means that gun wasn't a crime. Nope, it was just found on the side of the road, kind of scuffed up a bit. It was like thrown out of a vehicle or something, is what they estimated. And there's a lost and stolen firearms database. But if the gun wasn't registered to someone's name, how would there be a database of who the lost and found guns belong to? Mangione used a 3D printed suppressor, allegedly. Helped your dad run a gun store for a bit. The ATF indeed keeps those records, even though they're not supposed to. Kind of wild. Kind of wild. Because he reported it stolen. Hello, yes, officers. I would like to report a stolen gun. No, there's no name attached to it, so you'll have no way of knowing which gun is mine, but please return it when you find it. That's how you sound right now. ATF is probably the Antichrist. I bet he gave the serial number. I don't know if he had the serial number. Because that's like on the gun, which he didn't have. You watched a video of a guy actually losing a silencer in a boating accident. It got blown off the barrel into the ocean. That's actually funny. That's like when somebody has their dog actually eat their homework. Like no one's going to believe them. The gun was revealed to me in a dream. There are lists of firearms, but they're illegally kept by government agencies that are not supposed to compose the records, much less keep them. So it is a database. I am objectively correct that it is you registering a firearm. They're just not supposed to keep the names. He could have kept a record of the serial number. They guess based on the last retail sale, the rest of it is just, look what I found. Can anyone prove it's theirs? Anything beyond that is TV bullshit. What the hell? What the hell? The gun was promised to me 3,000 years ago. Hello, officer. I've lost my Kirsche. Nephrite, thank you for the biddies, man. Another thing to worry about is they use the surveillance to replace car parts that John Deere and others are holding a monopoly over. That's also a really good point, actually. I didn't think about that. Just transaction records tied to a serial number doesn't allow the government to track exactly who owns which guns. Still too much info, but not exactly the same thing as a centralized registry. You got it. The government is once again the biggest criminal organization in the country. Did the guy use the wrong type of silencer, saying using a silencer for a sidearm doesn't work well and will cause a possible explosion if used on rifles? I don't know, I was just reading chat comments. Jen Jacko, thank you. Look up the Ludi submachine gun. Back in the 70s, a base British man published a book on how to make a gun out of 100% hardware store parts. He went to jail because British, but the book still exists. That's pretty cool. Unfortunate that he went to jail. The UK isn't a real country, it can't hurt you. Jen Jacko, thank you. A tube-shaped Kirsche that blows you away. Help, how do I get a cylinder out of... Fuck, I forgot how the Reddit post went. The guy that got his dick stuck in the mini M&M's tube. That's the joke I was trying to make. And Jordan, thank you. Won't someone think of the Dong Smiths? True. True and real. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. This sounds like a constitutional issue. For it to become a constitutional issue, I would think that somebody, a politician in New York, would have to raise this at the federal level, right? Like, I don't know if there's anything average guy like him or I could do. I don't live in New York, but average guy like him could do. I think he would have to, like, get in touch with a politician and have them bring it up as a federal case, potentially. But he's in New York. I don't think there are any politicians who would take his side on this, unfortunately.
There's also a firmware problem. The majority of desktop machines like this, CNC and 3D printers, they run open source firmware, things like Marlin and Clipper, built and maintained by volunteers, not connected to a state database. A lot of this is even private software, not built for compliance infrastructure. It's not capable of this without being completely rebuilt. New York just mandated something that doesn't exist and can't be built in the way that they described.
That is kind of weird.
Philip Tyrone put it simply, we don't require...
I think this is also something, and I've, at this point, completely lost faith in anything MatPat was trying to do with the Creators Caucus, because it doesn't seem like they're actually doing anything, and I never even got a response, so much for being bipartisan, I suppose. But this seems like something that, if the Creators Caucus was a real thing that wanted to do real good, this would be something they could take up. Because I would see any kind of, like, 3D printing or manufacturing in that degree as a part of e-commerce and a part of, like, online sales as well. Obviously, you can 3D print and sell things in person, but there's a large conglomerate of content creators that do 3D printed content. They make things themselves. They show people how to make things. They give whatever the fuck the files are called out to people to make their own things at home. Your mistake was not playing Undertale before you messaged him. Oh, God. So it was just some performative PR bullshit. It colored you shocked. You know, it just, I guess maybe Brendan Herrera has, like, tainted my view on content creators. Tainted in a good way. Because, like, Brendan actually wanted to do things and wanted to do good things. Whereas a lot of other creators typically only do things that serve their self-interests. And whenever I see, like, people, especially, like, fighting on things on Twitter, you know, it makes me think of that Asmongold clip about Ludwig, where it's like, when someone is doing the right thing, heavy quotes, you have to look at, are they doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do, or are they doing the right thing because it is the correct choice financially or for their brand? Because there are some people who do not want to do whatever the right thing is, but they will do it anyways because it would be better for their brand if they did it. And it makes me think of, like, what certain people choose to defend or complain about as far as other creators go. And it's just like, that's really interesting. That's really interesting, man. You can see the Statue of Liberty and Twin Towers when you were stationed in New York. Shame. That is a shame. You own a 3D printer, and yes, sometimes artists do just that. Don't worry about it. It's just like, this seems like a prime example, and one of the people that signed on to the Creators Caucus was in fucking New York. So again, you would think if the Creators Caucus was actually something and not just like a Matt Pat marketing scheme, that this would be something that they would want to take up, right? You know? I don't know. A lot of content creators would make great politicians, honestly. Blood-sucking parasites who say sweet lies as easily as one breathes. And that's why it's just like, it sucks. It sucks that fucking Ohio guy was just like an egotistical weird dude and not someone like Brendan Herrera who actually wanted to do something. It just sucks. 3D printed guns are the excuse. The purpose is to crush small companies by making it impossible to comply with regulations. I mean, yeah, ever since COVID, basically, there's been this, like, huge push to try and destroy mom and pop shops. Obviously, it doesn't overtly look like we're gonna kill the mom and pop shops, but, like, everything they do, regulation-wise, is basically to achieve that goal. Every state needs their own Herrera at home. True and fucking real. Hoster the Fool, thank you. You've seen so many Insta Reels with improvised fun sticks and claymores. Improvised claymore sounds incredibly dangerous and fun. Patchouli, thank you. It's a good thing you chose New Hampshire instead of going back to New York. This bill would nuke your ability to make end-of-life slot machine parts that you still need. Actually wild. Do you have, like, slot machines at your house? You have a cool fucking arcade in your basement?
Table saws to scan wood for weapon shapes. We don't require lathes to phone home before turning metal. But that's exactly what this law does. To every machine, every file, and every job.
Dog with the butter. It does exist! It does!
Butter dog!
Love watching your VODs when I'm at work and your spontaneous entertaining tangents. Keep up the amazing work, you beautiful foxu. Eisha squibik, Eisha pat Eisha love.
Thank you, Hyper Tanuki, my guy. Thank you, Hyper Tanuki, for buttering my goddamn doggo. Thank you. Dude is making his own casino with blackjack and hookers. I would go to that casino, man. I wouldn't want to spend money because I would get addicted, but I would go just to see it. And Twitch app on your tablet is really shitting the bed today. I'm sorry. I don't know if YouTube or maybe Kick might do you better than Twitch. Are you the only one who finds people like Matthew Patrick or at least his online persona annoying? I've never watched any of his content. I think I recognize the name of... I don't remember what his show was called, so maybe I don't recognize the name of his show. But, like, I've heard of him before. I know he's a massive fucking YouTuber. I've never watched his content. Never knew who he was until relatively recently, and then realized pretty quickly why you didn't watch him. Game theory. Thank you, chat. I was like, I knew it was like a fucking thing that people memed. That's a theory. A game theory. You grew up on game theory. I did not. I have never watched Matt Pat. I think, like, the only person I watched in that sort of sphere of content was JonTron. I fucking loved JonTron, man. Miss Tuesday caught up with the VoD. Yes, Canada has made certain people's day, eh? Oh no, not like this. Game Theory was good until he branched. Oh no. Ulgrim the Crusader, thank you. You posted a video by King Trout in the stream suggestions. I don't know who that is. That goes into the whole industry of private equity and how they gut good companies in the name of extreme profit. Toys R Us is a victim of it. I used to buy my Pokemon cards at Toys R Us. It was so exciting when my Meme and Pepe would take me there, man.
Except, here's what New York didn't tell you. The technology, in fact, does exist. A Spanish company called Print and Go already built it. And I've done a video on it previously, and I'll have that linked in the description. Their software is called 3D Gunt. It checks...
I don't know if he would appreciate it, but, you know, at least something is named after Ethan Ralph now.
every print job against a database of gun blueprints and uses AI to flag those shapes of common firearm components before the machine runs. Now, the Manhattan District Attorney has been citing
Why
it by
is that
name
word
in
here?
letters
Because we live in clown world where we have the FUTA bill and the Gunt 3D gun surveillance. Suffer Gunt! Someone's gonna 3D print a purse and it's gonna get stolen.
to Creality, to FlashForge, and to other manufacturers, threatening them with legal exposure if they don't adopt it. That campaign started back in 2025 before this bill existed. The DA was already threatening manufacturers with the software before the law mandated the software.
That's
now,
crazy.
The governor's budget provision, it didn't create a new requirement and then go looking for a solution. They built the enforcement mechanism first, then they wrote the law to match it.
M2 Sniffles, thank you. New from Sloppa Tactical. The Gunt! No need for a holster, just be a fat fuck and slap your toolie under your snatch flap and then get on with your day. True. True. New commercial. Patchouli, thank you. You don't have any machines yet, but you started reprinting plastic parts for end-of-life machines your company still supports, just because sourcing replacements is now impossible. Also understandable. Ian Brune, thank you. This isn't actually true. The tech is impossible, but the company is going to make bank lying about it. You think? I don't know. I feel like it's not that difficult to have, like, software on a 3D printing machine or something that, like, phones some Fed's office with a, hey, this guy's trying to 3D print something that looks like a gun part. John Tron was another you kind of judged the book by the cover, overly goofy, cringe content creator, but boy, are you glad you gave him a chance. The guy wins on multiple levels. JonTron is objectively a winner. He has won at life. A beautiful wife, beautiful child, a beautiful career in his past. Fucking great, dude. Jen Jacko, thank you. You can usually find King Trout hung over on the unsub guy's couch. You like him. Have they just had him as like a fixture in the background where like the rest of them actually have the podcast and he's just passed out on the couch behind them the whole time? That would be a really funny bit. Hustle Hoppa, thank you. The Gunt is here to make you suffer. Enjoy prison. It will be a simple line of code to delete. Hopefully. JonTron won. Destiny got cucked. Comfy Wombat, thank you for the 3D print stuff will just force people to learn how to do real fabrication and learn to work metal. It's win-win. Well, he also said that they're going to be putting this on, like, lathes and shit. So I think this will also affect actual metal workers. Which, I don't know how you're going to put that on a lathe, because as far as I know, those aren't, like, hooked up to any kind of internet thing. I don't know how that works. It's for, yeah, and CNC machines. I forgot about those. The consensual non-consent machines. Toast Engineer, thank you. Thank you.
It's the actual recognition of gun part that's impossible to build.
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
with AI, there's just no way to tell a gun barrel from a tube. Because a gun barrel is a tube. And, because it's open source software, you can remove the checks in 30 minutes.
Yeah, the other, like, you're right, and I agree with there, and they already said that there's like a 17% misattribution to gun parts from regular things. Oh boy. You guys couldn't hear it because thank you, Toast Engineer. You guys couldn't hear it, but I cracked my neck very violently and my vision blurred. It was, oh my god. Oh my god. Don't do that! Well, I wasn't expecting it to be that bad! I gotta crack the other side now, though. Hold on. Oh, nope, that one's not gonna crack. Okay. Okay. Does your arm or leg ever tingle? No. Why? Vladimir Crystal, thank you. You have the anvil. Just need to make the furnace. Ooh. Do you need the pasta box? I have bottles of Icelandic glacial water. Those are about the same size as a pasta box. Kira's dying. No.
Now, there's
There's
second
more!
part of this bill that barely got covered. Subpart A, sections 2.10 and 2.11. It makes it a Class E felony to distribute or possess a digital design file that could...
This, I'm sure he's not going to read it. It says, any dealer in firearms or gunsmith who, on or after May 31st, 2027, sells, transfers, disposes of, or transports or ships as merchandise a convertible pistol shall be guilty of a Class D felony. Now, it says May 31st, 2027, so I feel like that means most people won't even know that this has passed in a budget bill, and we won't be seeing anyone push back against this other than this guy until, like, May of next year. Maybe April of next year if some people get on board sooner. But, you know, I've been screaming about Bridge for years now, and barely anyone has picked it up, so... Let's hear that shit. Nothing sounds better than a good neck cracking. Oh, I would love to go see, like, a fucking YouTube chiropractor and just have him turn me into a pretzel. Enma Zirconis, thank you. You hate it when that happens? Other chatter beat you to the question, but your arm also gets numb when your neck cracks bad? I have not had that happen, thankfully. And, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to suffer the same consequences as a normal human, considering, all of the extra bone on my spine. You know? Dominor, thank you. Remember, it is your constitutional right to manufacture your own firearm. FFL is only needed if you make a machine gun, or if you want to sell your gun. Second Amendment is your right. I want to buy a machine gun, buddy. That would be so fucking fun. It says addictive and subtractive processes, which technically means that this has to also be installed on carving knives and chainsaws. Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. If you get numb from cracking your neck, it means you have spinal issues. I don't get numb, and I do have spinal issues. Mildly OCD, thank you. You're not supposed to crack your neck. That's a very quick way to accidentally off yourself. I've been doing it for a long time now. So, Vladimir Crystal, thank you. I read that already. Thank you again. Thank you again. Ian Brune, thank you. It's the detection that can't work. This is one of those things which is completely obvious if you have a mechanic brain. Politicians don't know reality. That's, again, why I said that, like, the Creators Caucus would be able to talk about this, right? Because there's a lot of things in, like, online sales or e-commerce or content creation in general that politicians just know jack shit about. And I imagine it's the exact same as Ian Brune said, if somebody who has mechanic brain. These politicians typically aren't salt-of-the-earth manual labor types before they became a politician, so they probably know just as much about anything like manufacturing as much as they do content creation. So if the Creators Caucus was going to do anything good, this would be one of the things to take up and try to get rid of. Explaining to the old, decrepit skeletons in our government how this is absolutely terrible and doesn't make any sense. And, you know, there's going to be a conglomerate of people in government who are like, yeah, we don't care, we just want control and surveillance over everybody, because fuck you. But then there's also the ones who are just like, oh, I was so old and this didn't make sense to me, but now I understand. You come from the metal industry, there's literally no way to do or enforce this law, you know? This is the world of manufacturing in 2A. Creators Caucus really wouldn't have much to do with this. You have no doubt the 2A groups will be suing very soon. I certainly hope so. I brought up the Creators Caucus simply because of how much 3D printing is used in content creation, or like the creators who will 3D print things to sell for merch as well. Like, there's a huge market for it here. Hey. Assuming direct control. Don't do that. Foxpocalypse, thank you. If you're looking for belt-fed weapons, get the M1919A4 on Gunbroker a few years ago for $6K. Good gun if you want to enter the belt-fed gun world. I need to build a turret. Sean Hoogland, thank you for the 13 months. The politicians don't care if it's possible. If they wanted good laws, they wouldn't be sneaking it through in a budget. True and fucking real. True and real. Comfy Wombat, thank you. On the spine issue and health stuff, have I been screened for ankylosing spondylitis? It would explain my issues. I know what I have, I just can't remember the name of it. I read the name once on stream when I first got my results back, when they finally figured out what was going on with my spine. And I read out the words, and I was like, I'm never going to remember this because it's too long and difficult. And lo and behold, I do not remember it. I do not think it is ankylosing spondylitis, though. That doesn't sound familiar. Does this turn you into an ankylosaurus? I wish. But, basically, there's the type of your spine is growing extra bone that is like bone spurs, where like, just like little like spikes of bone grow off and they can shave it down. Mine is not that. I don't have bone spurs. Basically, my spine decided I need more of myself and has started encasing my spine in another layer of like bone, which is shortening the pathways that my nerves have to move through and is what's caused a lot of my pinched nerves that have given me insufferable, insane pain that made me need like a pain specialist to go to. Double spine, you're just Marrow from the X-Men. Bone spikes are cooler than bone plates. Yeah, I don't really look forward to becoming a Titan, but I guess that's my future. You know what that is? Your mom has it? Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fucking rough. She'll become a turtle just like her uncle. Got enough spine for Pickle? That would be really cool if they were able to like open up my back and take off the extra spine casing and like give it to someone who has a weak spine. I don't think they can do that though. It's the reverse of Jim. There's so many people who could benefit from my extra spine bones. Give Pickle more spine. Jen Jacko, thank you. Look up the M-Leet. It has a 3D printed hand-cranked Gatling gun that shoots belts of 5.56. That also sounds really fucking fun and really loud. Algrim the Crusader, thank you. Q LLC, a based firearm producers in New Hampshire. The owner has a Stoner 63, a very rare Eugene Stoner creation that can be configured 3 ways if you recall. That also sounds really cool. Can I have a mod like copy that and like paste that into the DMs, please? I want to remember that. Thank you, Algrim. You've had 4 back surgeries. They all sucked, but back was the easiest recovery. I have been told that if you're told to get back surgery, you want to stave that off as long as humanly fucking possible. Because as soon as you start getting back surgery, you don't fucking stop getting back surgery. And it actually doesn't even help that much. So I don't want to deal with that. Fingers crossed. And Kirsche, whenever she decides to date again, should tell her date, I've got an extra bone just for you. And it's the largest one in my body. Go figure. Toast Engineer, thank you. You need to avoid chiropractic? Nope.
You need to
Shut the fuck up.
Cracking your neck, anything that puts your spine in a bendy state. I lost all feeling in my pinky from sleeping in my car and compressing my ulnar nerve. You could end up becoming the crippled sex kitten from the old Alert.
Do you know any other crippled sex kittens that crush at Elder Orb? God, that movie was so fucking bad. Oh, it'll be like the peak of my content creation career if I get to either star in or voice act in a really shitty movie like that. I will torture all of you with that movie. I don't even want the movie to be good. I want it to be bad. I want it to be bad like crippled sex kittens crushing at Elder Orb. But also, shut up! Toast Engineer, thank you for the 25, but also, if it wasn't for the chiropractor that I went to, I wouldn't have had any of my back issues addressed. So I can understand why some people hate chiropractors. My chiropractor was fucking amazing, and I credit him with pretty much everything that's happened to me since. I never would have, like, had any help with any of my back issues if it weren't for my chiropractor. You're a member of the Kaguya clan, believe it! No! No! Massive Doge, thank you. I.e. Kirsche's a Titan. This has all been a very elaborate plan to find a himbo like Levi. Some are legit just quacks, but others do actually try. Yeah, the chiropractor... I will never forget the way that he, like, threw my x-ray up and he was like, yeah, here's your problem, your neck's backwards. So I was like, fuck! How did every doctor miss that? And then he's the one that encouraged me to go get an MRI so that I could see what's wrong with the rest of my back, right? And he was also like, well, I can't promise you anything will get fixed, but adjustment could possibly help. And it did. There were many times where I was like, I have to cancel stream. I'm in too much pain. I can't do this. And then I went to the chiropractor. I got some adjustments done. I eventually got medication. I used so many bottles of that BioFreeze shit to just make it through streams. It was like a 4-month period where I was just literally a lump of radiating pain. I wasn't even a human. I was just pain personified in a flesh prison. And it fucking sucked. Best type of chiropractor is the one that also has sports medicine involved. They're always focused on improvement and not cure. Yeah, I guess that's true. I don't know if he had, like, sports stuff. He talked about sports that he liked, but I don't know anything about sports ball chat. And Kirsche needed someone to beat her up so her spine wasn't broken. Have I tried contacting him to see if he has any recommendations in my area? Actually, that's a great idea. No, I hadn't thought of that. A flesh prison of pain. Your mom was in a car accident and lost her leg. She has been hard on painkillers since. Chiropractors are one of the few things that can help. That's why, like, when I was able to, and I'm probably going to end up getting a medical card because I think that would be better. I would rather eat, like, a weed Gumby than be on opiates. The opiates help. They help a lot. Like, holy shit, I can't feel any pain. I feel like a normal human being. But I would rather, like, eat a weed Gumby than be on opiates. If those are my two choices, I would rather the weed Gumby. Weed Gumbies are far safer than opiates. Yeah. Doing basic daily back exercises in your experience helps strengthening and relieving several back issues, though it varies. Yeah, there's not really anything I can do to have my spine stop growing extra bone. So, like, stretching feels good when I do it, but the amount of help that it gives is literally zero. And try and get a PSR on to laugh about this crap. His sides have probably been sent into orbit over this already. That's print, shoot, repeat, right? Oh my god, he's so fucking gay. I love him. I, like, binge-watched so many of his videos when I first found him.
Produce a firearm component if you share it with anyone who isn't a federally licensed gunsmith. A journalist covering this story, a researcher studying it, an artist, anyone who sends a file without first verifying that the recipient holds a federal firearms license and a New York gunsmith registration, felony. And that's just what made it into the budget. Sitting in committee right now, not yet passed, but very much alive, is Assembly Bill A2228 and its Senate companion S3562. Same bill, both chambers. It would require a full firearms background check before you can purchase any of these tools. The kind of background check that you do when you buy a firearm, except for a 3D printer or a CNC machine or a lathe. This isn't a series of isolated proposals. This is a campaign. The surveillance mandate passes first. Get the machines online, get the files scanned. The in-person sales requirement, it comes next. Control the point of purchase. The background check bill is the last door. Once that closes, you need the government permission to own the tools at all. This is that same pattern that we've been seeing year after year. They pass it, then they bury it, then they enforce on people who build things, fix things, or make things. And it's...
I really don't understand, like, the entire war on any kind of labor men. Like, it's just like, if this war on men who do actual labor continues, everywhere in the US will end up like New England, where there is massive shortages of any kind of guys that keep everything running. Shortages of electricians, shortages of plumbers, shortages of construction workers, just shortages of, like, every guy that can actually keep society running. It's just like, I don't want to see that, because if we start getting shortages literally everywhere, that's going to fucking suck. Make the majority of people slaves to the state. It's fucking awful. I don't want more people reliant on the state, man. You know? Had you known I wanted to be in a movie, you would have had Cecile invite me yesterday to the interview with a former model and actress. She was trying to get a shark attack movie off the ground. Oh, fuck, buddy. Oh, fuck. Ocean Yan. Ocean Yan. Oh, God. Thank you. I've lost your message. Speaking of merch, you saw the Kirsche will be getting one of those, and he worked on future Kirsche plushies. You're making a problematic plushie posse consisting of me, Rev, Celeste, Straub, Leaflet, etc. There will be more in the future. I personally fucking love plushies. I have a plushie buying problem, so having plushies is definitely something I want as recurring merch. As I know, like, you know, majority male audience, so plushies aren't usually the best type of merch, but fuck, I love plushies! They want to get rid of us and label us as kulaks? Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. War Turkeyify, thank you. Can't help but feel like the government demands info on actions that look vaguely illegal that is done in private. Sounds like both illegal search and seize of property and presumes guilt. And I think there's another layer of things here, right? Why would politicians want to put surveillance on things like lathes and CNC machines and 3D printers to prevent you, law-abiding, tinkering citizen, from doing things, when every other chance they get, these same politicians will defend to their last breath criminals who rape and murder and steal from people 14, 20, 50, 100 fucking times? Doesn't make sense to me. Your side of the bedside table, full of VTuber plushies, mostly Kirsche related. Aw. You also have a plushie problem. Board DevOps, thank you. Labor shortages, you say. Sounds like we need more H-1Bs since no American can do the job. I think the biggest problem, at least in New England, and so it won't be a similar problem like everywhere else, but in New England, as a tradesman, you get paid very well. You do not get paid enough to live as a single man in New England without roommates in a shitty apartment in a shitty part of town. So it's like, why would you, as somebody who gets paid $100,000 plus for your work and labor, live in a place where $100,000 essentially makes you equivalent to like a minimum wage worker, right? Like you might as well be making only $20,000 a year at that point. Like, it's impossible to live on that salary in most places in New England. Asterisk, yeah, you can go super north in New Hampshire, you can go super west and north in Vermont, you can go super west in Massachusetts, but you are still going to be subject to all of the horrendous policy in most of the states around here. New Hampshire would be the only choice if you wanted to live in New England and you wanted to make your salary go as far as it might in other places in the country that are cheaper to live in. That's sad. Yeah, that's why I say, like, every time I've had a contractor come by, like, they make good money, but all of them have wives that have, like, government administrative daycare jobs. A $400 electric bill with solar panels on the roof? Yeah, mass is fucked. Bro, my electric bill, I don't have solar panels, but my electric bill has been, like, $600-700 for the past few months. And it's like, that's absurd, buddy. That's absurd, buddy. There's gonna be a cyber attack on Discord tomorrow? Why would they announce that? Well, I mean, I've been without AC for what, 3 weeks now? So, I mean, the AC hasn't had like a huge impact. And because it's about serving the state, not protecting society, and the promoting of the common good. Same issue plagued many societies, especially communist ones, but also other various societies, including Edo period Japan, various periods in China. Yeah, I mean, part of the surveillance state is making it so that the government can just kind of get rid of anyone that they want at any point in time, which is what you're going to need to have happen if you're going to usher in communism, so I don't like seeing it. You remember It's a Gundam mentioning his electric bill is like a couple grand? It's ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. What the fuck? Well, he lives in New York, so... I wonder if New York has the same commie bullshit that Massachusetts does, where, like, you get given your energy bill, and there's, like, the portion that you used, and then the portion that you have to pay to subsidize everybody else. Holy fuck, that is the bill in hot weather states with AC running all day. That's insane for a non-AC bill. Yeah. I also have no idea how, I had no idea how insane this was until I started talking to people, but filling up like 500-gallon tank of propane, yeah, that was like 2,800 with a discount, and I was like, holy fuck. It's a good thing I hate the heat, because I'll save money there. Dutch Lowrow, thank you for the 8 months of Prune, my guy. Thank you. You hope New York loses all of its manufacturing companies for this crap? I would be surprised if anyone stays in New York. I don't know what the fuck New York's gonna do, but it is hard collapsing. Please do not become like New York. Comfy Wombat, thank you for the... I described the symptom, not the cause. If you have osteophyte, something is causing it. Using your 20 years of diagnostic autism you used to help your wife. Well, I mean, I know what... I don't know what it's called, but I was given a diagnosis, and that, like, I just don't remember the name. I legitimate, like, somebody would have to go back to the stream where I announced what I was diagnosed with, as far as spinal bone growth. I cannot and will not ever remember the name. And by the way, Gundam said it's my turn in the turn-based combat on his stream. You don't know if anyone's brought it up yet. Where's my fucking phone? Oh shit! Oh, okay. I got a message from someone and I was scared, but then I was like, oh, okay, never mind. They said in the evening, so that's okay. I have to respond to that. Who's I responding to? Gundam. Hold on. Where's fucking Gundam in my phone? Oh my god, I get too many messages. Sir, I was told it is my turn in our turn-based combat. I cast magic missile. She'll bully the two into regular communication. Oh my god. Our chats. Our children want more play dates. B Prince, thank you. The Ankylosaurus transformation will be agonizing, but the final form will be glorious. I don't want to be like that guy in that Walrus movie. Patchouli, thank you. Doctors didn't miss it. They were intentionally trying to funnel me toward repeated visits and hooking me on pain meds. A palliative care ho. I very much disagree with that because none of my doctors would ever give me any medication that would relieve any kind of pain until I was, like, literally a sobbing puddle of please fucking help me! I'm going to kill myself! So, I don't think they were trying to give me any kind of meds. And especially because one of the doctors was like, yeah, clearly you're just hallucinating your pain. Have you ever thought about checking yourself into a mental health stay facility? You know, if you check yourself into one of those, you could get checked for your delusions and hallucinations. And I was like, what the? I had never been more insulted in my entire fucking life. Tusk is peak cinema despite the pleas of your wife. What the fuck? Robert Stratton, thank you. Please check AMZ for a book called The Back Pain Solution. No, thank you. No, I appreciate the concern, chat, but I'm gonna go with what my doctors have told me. Believe Foxy will be able to finish the vid. Oh yeah, that's right. We were watching a video.
Spreads because Washington passed theirs first. New York followed. California's version is already drafted. Once one state...
I didn't know that Washington already had a bill like this. That's kind of crazy. Washington State speed running the communisms that New York has slowly been going down the drain in.
Sets the template, the others copy it. And the manufacturers build it into every machine that they sell everywhere because it's cheaper than making two different product lines. Your machine anywhere watching every file. They told you that this was about ghost guns. A ghost gun epidemic. That's what they called it. Classic safety-enriched fear-mongering. For that, every single CNC machine in the state gets a surveillance chip. Every file gets scanned, every online sale gets banned, every small shop, every garage, every fabrication business, in person only or not at all. This isn't a firearms law. It's a manufacturing law, and they buried it in the budget because they knew exactly what it was.
And I'm sure they're using guns as like the fear-mongering of, oh, we're just doing this for the firearms, don't worry about it. It's not going to stop there. It never stops there. The slippery slope is not a fallacy, as we've seen time and time again. Spooky ghost guns. Are the spooky ghost guns just as good as the spooky ghost dick? Help. Diddly Doodler, thank you. It's amazing what happens when you implement mail-in ballots statewide in Washington. It's also tiresome. It's also tiresome. If you guys know more people who might be interested in this kind of weird-ass law being pushed through secretly, there's the video link. There's the video link. Spooky ghost dick hit her uvula. What the fuck? I wish there was more we could do about horrific state bills like this and the Road to Digital ID one that passed in South Carolina recently. Well, it's similar to, like, the SAVE Act, right? Like, there are so many Republicans even that were just like, nope, can't do that. And it's like, why? Why can't you? Like, what are we supposed to do if we elect you to do what we want and then you just say, nope, can't do that? Like, it's infuriating that these people get voted into seats of power and then either do nothing or only do things harmful with it. And we have to sit here and just wait for an election cycle to hopefully outvote the retards who want to keep someone like that in their position. There's much that can be done. The federal structure is there to just nuke all the state level infringements, but they will never pull the trigger on it. I don't know, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Washington passed it. It's currently stuck in the court, if you recall correctly. And it's like, clearly, they don't care about anything that infringes on rights or infringes on protections, because we've dealt with, like, the illegality of any kind of DEI policies for decades. Like, people just got used to affirmative action. They were just like, oh yeah, hiring people based on their sex or their skin color? That makes sense. As long as it's positive discrimination, I'm okay with it. It's like, that's fucking weird. And if you're positively discriminating towards someone because of their skin color or their sex, that means you are negatively discriminating against someone else, are you not? All the tools to fix things already exist in law, but then they wouldn't get infinite money and power. It's also tiresome. CPPC Tech, thank you for the 13 months. Old houses waste tons of power. You can contact companies who give energy audits. They find ways to save you money and it pays off big time. I've been feeling like my electric is not counting correctly, but I don't know who or what I would call for that. Because I called the electric company and they were like, yes, this is working normally. You just use a lot of electricity. And I'm like, well, I do. But also, on the days I'm not even home, the usage is the exact same as when I am. Which doesn't make fucking sense. Corruption and authoritarian measures is unfortunately a uniparty in the US, just of varied degrees. It's hard to not get blackpilled sometimes, but it's like you gotta just try to get involved. Try to be the change that you wish to see. I think the open source nature of 3D printing will be its only form of protection. Check comments under the vid and found someone calling DMV workers friends of Satan. Strong aura! I like that. I don't like the friends of Satan. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. It's because the biggest criminals and the biggest crime is done by the government. Think about it for a few moments. I need a constitutional reset. Yeah, it feels like our laws and our constitution have been used to benefit everyone except for actual Americans at this point. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Someone used to bully Nux into getting a plushie deal. The Blue Jew would make quite a bit of money from that. Oh my god. Euthanasia! Oh, I like that guy. Euthanasia, thank you for the 50 gift members. Big, huge. Big fucking massive. That's a lot of gift members, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Take a look at the fridge. You've had a couple of situations where the fridge went out and your electric bill skyrocketed. Plus, you could replace it with one that's magnetic. I tried that. That was one of the first things I tried, actually. I was like, let's empty out the entire fridge and then have nothing in it and see if anything changes. Nothing changed. So it was not the fridge. Being friends with a former angel probably comes with some pretty awesome perks. What? Mr. King, thank you. All the skilled New Englanders, please come to the South. There are plenty of opportunities with way cheaper cost of living. You stop trying to take our beefcakes! I want the beefcakes to live here. You stop that! Unless you're highly knowledgeable on home electrical systems, the electric company can just make it up and lie to you. Yeah, that's what I figured they were doing. You know, we had a gas company cheat you out of $400 over a winter, and you have zero recourse. Yeah, I was trying to fucking fight a ridiculous charge from the propane company, but I eventually just dropped it because it's just like, I don't know how to continue arguing with you even though I have the receipts and you're clearly not going to reimburse me, so I guess fuck it. I don't know what to do. Refrigerators, especially newer ones, in your view, are crap nowadays. Still remember going through 3 new fridges in just 5 months. What the fuck? That's insanity. Zenik, thank you for the czars. Communists believe farmers are the #1 enemy of the people. Right behind them are the laborers who build and repair. It's all because of control to prevent independence, because just now you rebel. I don't understand the last part, but yes. Yes, and it's amazing how many people are like, farmers aren't necessary, it's the land that they're on is necessary, anyone can do that, and it's like... How have we gotten to this point of so many just completely uneducated people? That's their strategy, just commit crime. They know you won't go to court over a couple $100. Yeah, it's fucking obnoxious, and I hate it. Energy companies are a monopoly. They're going to do everything to charge you anyway. Try getting off the grid but that is not possible in any way, shape, or form. Infernal Saxon, thank you. Train
Interesting fact unrelated to anything, there's a legal process in the Constitution to arrest all of Congress and SCOTUS, appoint a temp SCOTUS to trial them for treason, and do them a capital punishment. People doing nothing do so on purpose.
We could just hit the fix everything switch. But for some reason, we don't. Walla walla bing bang, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Anyone can farm, it's easy, just give it to anyone. Looks at South Africa. Look, I fucking loved the trajectory of the story time of Zimbabwe. How Zimbabwe was like, yeah, kill Whitey! And then they did that, and then they drove all the farmers out. And then they were like, we're gonna redistribute the farmland. We are the farmers now. And then they were like, wait a minute, why are we starving? Wait a minute, why can't we grow anything? Wait a minute, we're eating rats now. Wait a minute, Whitey, come back, please, I beg! And all of the people who had left were just like, nah, yeah, we're not coming back, bro. And now Zimbabwe has like $1 million bills or whatever, like $1 billion bill. Like their currency is fucking worthless. A former breadbasket of East Africa, imagine. I take inspiration from our African peers. Steal electricity, Dio. Wait a minute. We ran out of rats. And then they starved. Congratulations, you played yourself. Yep. Lots of talk lately about Europe, you know, the country. And AC because of temps. But when you talk to friends overseas and their electricity bill, like, what the heck? They pay 4 to 7 times yours. It's in certain regions. Back in Georgia, doing the exact same thing I do now, I was paying like 70 to 90 bucks in the winter and like maybe get up to like 110 in the summer. Out at Bunkaland, I doubled their electric bill because of my streaming bullshit. So they were paying, I think, like 160 or so while I was there. So like it was relatively cheap in both of those places. New England is not cheap. That's really, yeah, it's really reasonable. Electric prices are really reasonable in a majority of the United States. I just live in a region where it's very unreasonable. But thankfully, I also live in the area of the region where it's unreasonable that they won't make it even more unreasonable by adding commie taxes to it. Hulk's fault, funnily enough. What? Oh my god, Bunker Bros, right? If you rub Kirsches together at high speeds, you can probably get a spark. Multiply that by infinity and you get a free power source. That guy's smart. He's cooking with olive oil. You pay like around $250 for electricity between the house and the apartment. 2 units, over half your bill is bullshit surcharges and nickel and diming crap. Yeah, when I learned that like electricity prices fluctuate, like I knew they fluctuated for like winter and summer, but they also fluctuate like within those cycles as well. So your bill is just constantly changing. There is no safety. Oh my god. Check to make sure the mass holes aren't running extension cables across the border. Oh my god. Infernal Saxon, thank you. Train AI on 3D models and profit on stolen ideas. That seems really goofy. Oh god, I heard that TTS and I responded to it, but I didn't say thank you, and now I can't find the name. I can't find the name. Oh, it was Walla Walla Bing Bang, thank you. Thank you. I might have thanked you. I can't remember. My brain is awful today. I was so bad at speaking English last night. Holy fuck. I had a couple of meetings and I had like some phone calls with friends as well. And I was just like unable to speak like a human. My brain just did not want to words. And I was like, oh no, dude. Oh no, dude. I'm on you. Just last night, yeah. Speaking of AI, why don't we train LLMs on the Library of Congress instead of fucking Reddit? Great question. Pixie Misa, thank you for that. Zimbabwe's highest denomination banknote was 100 trillion. The only reason it's not higher is they've reset their currency 6 times since 1980. See, I don't ever want to actually visit Zimbabwe for any real reasons, but I would love to get Zimbabwe money dollars. I think that would be a fascinating thing to have hanging on my wall. Adalakis, thank you for the 2 fucking years, buddy, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. A Parofen, thank you. About 10 minutes behind, but when it comes to bills, the way your water bill is split is idiotic. It's based on the water usage of the entire building and then split evenly among everyone in the building. I know some people who not only have that with their water, but also their electric, and I'm like, I would not live there. My not comrade. Zimbabwe's like the zoo, fun to visit, but it's not for living in. Yeah, I feel like those like, oh, the entire apartment splits the bills on these things is a very, very communistic thing. It's like, I want to pay for my share. I don't want to pay for like fucking Susan taking an hour-and-a-half long shower. That's not happening, buddy. I'd love to see your uncle's foreign money collection. Some of it's from defunct I would love that, you're right. That would be fucking fun. My brain did not want to words. I love your Munya speak. Look, it's bad sometimes. What was I doing? Tabs. I have to keep checking this thing for this person that sent me a message. Oh, this was fucking wild. I have no idea who this streamer is or the streamer that he found. Mr. Arthur was shocked when he caught a live fire while browsing Just Chatting. What are the fucking odds, dude? What the hell? Maybe I should browse Just Chatting and see if like some weird shit happens. 'Cause what the hell? What are the odds?
Interesting. Holy shit, what is happening here? Oh.
It's like, there's like a cable and like a bag on the floor. What is this guy doing?
What's going on?
He's trying to light a cigarette? Wait, why is the inside of their house got like really shitty writing all over the walls and there's like a bed behind them? What the why are half of them in pajamas? What is going on? What? What was that cut? There's this guy lighting a cigarette. He pauses it for some reason, hits play, and then there's suddenly a fire?
Is this happening right now? What is that timing? What the fuck?
You know, the ceiling bird could have helped here, maybe.
What the? Are you kidding me? The camera disconnected. What the fuck?
How did it get so bad so fast? What the fuck? What the fuck? Is this like the current season of Fish Tank? What am I watching? What is their budget even now? I genuinely cannot tell if this was like a streamer setup, kind of like we did this on purpose. Especially because the guy watching who gets confused like paused it, and then by the time he unpaused it, they were already freaking out about the file. Like it was like a second even. How did it? What the fuck? I don't understand. This reminds me of the Japanese guy who burnt his house down on live stream by playing with his lighter. What the fuck? Carpet has probably never been cleaned, just completely soaked in oil and alcohol. Oh my god. And that looks like lighter fluid burning. What the? Why? The jump cut is confusing. The him pausing is the confusing part. The like pausing to just like immediate fire on the ground. Like what happened here? The rest of it makes sense because like, yeah, that camera, if it's getting hot, is gonna start malfunctioning. Probably trying to use alcohol instead of water. Oh my god. Look at the guy on the left. The one in the pajamas. I'm gonna hit play. The wife beater guy or the pajamas? No, the white guy? Okay. I'm watching Wife Beater Man. He tries stomping on it.
Is this happening right now?
From behind, he kind of looks like that actress that has alopecia and a very unhealthy relationship with Ariana Grande. Did you guys see it? He kind of looks like her.
Is this happening right now? What is that timing? What the fuck? What the? Are you kidding me? The camera disconnected.
What are the fucking odds, dude? That flame immediately caught its second wind. The cup he kicked on it might have had alcohol. Oh, fuck. You know, that makes sense. I didn't even see that he kicked a cup. Fuck, dude. Why is there always a screaming female? Did a tragedy even happen if there isn't a belligerent female screaming at the same time? It sounds like the Strait of Hormuz guy. I don't know what that means. There's so many jokes you want to make. Okay. Oh, perfect. Okay. Chad, I have a problem. I love lamp. So my dad's picking up a lamp for me. And there was a house fire you went to once, and the family left a foam mattress in front of the fireplace to block wind and forgot to move it when they turned on the fireplace. They threw it off the second floor balcony, and the flaming mattress bounced and landed against the first floor of the house. 1 mil plus home completely lost. Why would they throw the flaming mattress out the window instead of dousing it in either water or baking powder? I don't understand. I stopped Tim from burning us alive at one point. There was a grease fire in the oven, and I can't remember if, like, I'm pretty sure it was off stream, and I was on my computer doing something, and he was freaking out because the oven caught fire. And he was like, I'm going to throw water in it. And I was like, no, you don't throw water in it. Hold on. I forgot what you put on it, but it's not water. And so I looked it up and I was like, baking soda. And so I got the baking soda out of the fridge and threw that bitch on the grease fire. I was so fucking smart. Do not throw hydrocarbon powder on fire. I don't know what that is, but yeah, the baking soda is what you throw on grease fires. Why is the woman less of a woman? Well, because I'm not gay. Kirsche in lamp competition with Skew Chat. I have so many fucking lamps, brother. I need to get one of my lamps rewired, though. Because it was, like, the plug got pulled off when my friend picked it up for me. And so it can't get lampified. I just don't eat the insulation. It's not cotton candy. It's for the Kirsche. True. Mr. King, thank you. Do I, too, keep my mail on the oven? I do not. I hope Fillion has learned to not keep her mail on the oven. Because what the fuck? No, silly, you put water on oil fire, this fucking guy. Your roommate set a pizza box on fire and then threw it out the window onto a lower ledge of the roof. Why? Your boomer dad started an oven fire and you had to use a fire extinguisher. The extinguisher was broken, so you had to break it open. It's a stressful day. Oh my god. Mr. King, thank you. I read that already. Thank you. Reminder, last stream, Kirsche called Fillion a smart lady. She is. She is wildly smart beyond your abilities to comprehend. Did I see that there is a countdown website? I did! I retweeted the countdown website for Fillion. I'm hoping that this one is legit, because it's like, holy shit. I have no idea what's going on. I just want my Filipino boy niece to come back. Magnet Man, thank you. You ever hear about the Chinese documentary Empire? I fucking love Empire of Dust, man. It's all so tiresome. I definitely would recommend watching that. Boomers always buy those shitty plastic fire extinguishers, not the proper ones. My house came with a proper one. Hell yeah. She's either a genius or retarded, maybe both. Well, if I'm any indication. ¿Por qué no los dos? Pneumonia. All Kirsches are fire retardant or just regular retardant? Just regular retardant. Your Kirsches can catch on fire. And speaking of which, 7 News has learned that an illegal immigrant who had prior charges for rape was released back in Virginia before he sexually assaulted a woman in Arlington. Wow! Who could have seen this coming? Who could have predicted this would happen if you let a rapist free? He might rape again! Maybe we do need to teach people that rape is bad. 7 News confirmed that a man accused of sexually assaulting a woman in the stairwell of an Arlington parking garage is in the country illegally. U.S. Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Lauren Biss told 7 News reporter Nick Minnock that Cristobal Leobardo Vasquez Sanchez, never trust a man with more than 3 names, is from El Salvador and had prior charges for rape, sexual assault, property damage, drug possession, and larceny. Biss said that U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement lodged a detainer and arrest warrant for Vasquez Sanchez on May 25, 2026, after a charge for property damage on April 22, 2025. Sanctuary politicians released this criminal from jail back into Virginia communities. Vasquez Sanchez then went on to rack up charges for rape and sexual assault. Earlier this month, the Arlington County Police Department arrested 25-year-old Vasquez Sanchez and charged him with sexual battery and attempted object sexual penetration. That's scary, because, like, he wasn't even trying to use his dick. What was he going to use as an object? That's horrifying. The judges that allow these criminals to go should be forced to house them. That would fix things real quick. Yes. I agree. How about sentencing some of these violent criminals to house arrest with the judge that lets them off? A woman told investigators she was inside the stairwell of a residential garage in the 5500 block of Columbia Pike when she came across Vasquez Sanchez. He started speaking to her and then touching her inappropriately. I was just thinking of, after I said that thing, about how about the judges have to house the criminals that they let free? So someone out there, I'm sure, is going to be like, oh my god, they want bad things to happen to these judges. What would you mean we want bad things to happen to the judges? The judges let them free. That means the judges think that they're not a danger to other people, right? Right? And if they're not a danger to other people, then it's fine for the judge to house them since the judge wanted to release them. Right? William Sexton, thank you. You worked on a ship and dealt with several fires, including one during a fire drill that was next to your armory. Not a fun time. You've been awake since 2 a.m. and this happened before noon. I've had fire drills back in, like, middle school and high school where I'm just like, I know there's not an actual fire and I'm exhausted. I really don't want to fucking move, man. And Kier will never trust me because I have 6 names. The U.S. government only recognized 4 of them, though. Holy shit. Oh my god. The Star Phoenix, thank you. 3 names untrustworthy, but Kirsche, I have 5. I said more than 3 names. 3 names should be the maximum. 1 first, 1 middle, 1 last. Alright? How about the judges get charged as an accessory to their next and previous crimes? That will fix this shit? I can't say what I want because I would glow. The woman was able to get help from another person. Sorry. He started speaking to her and then touching her inappropriately. The woman was able to get help from another person coming into the garage, police said. Vasquez Sanchez then ran away. Governor Spanberger's decision to end cooperation with ICE in Virginia has allowed criminals to be released back into American communities. When politicians bar local law enforcement from working with DHS, our law enforcement officers need to have a more visible presence so that we can find and apprehend the criminals let out of jail and back into the communities. While Governor Spanberger continues to allow the release of pedophiles, rapists, gang members, and murderers onto Virginia streets, DHS law enforcement will continue risking their lives to arrest these heinous criminals, Biss said in a statement. Vasquez Sanchez was locked up at the Arlington County Jail and remains in custody. According to court records, his next hearing before a judge is July 7th. I can't wait until that judge also lets him free. They'll be like, oh, well, he sexually assaulted this woman, but the assault didn't last long enough, so you're free to go, sir. We take pointers from Sweden, don't worry about it. You about to give your kid 3 middle names? They have legally defensible aliases in an era of endless privacy invasion. I don't know if it works that way. Minnesota just arrested an ICE agent in Texas? Fucking how? What? When did rape become social justice to the left? Because you should be put to death if you are white and a rapist, but if you're any other color and a rapist, you know, that's fine. That's just your culture. And that's not racist at all. That's not racist at all when it comes from a leftist somehow. I don't understand how that works. A magnet man, thank you. YouTube won't let you suggest a solution to this problem. You didn't know rope is a dirty word. YouTube is very heavy on the censorship, man. It's kind of sucks. He was just culturally enriching her. Yeah, what a racist, not wanting to be culturally enriched. Cladex, thank you. Kirsche Margarita Maria Verstal Rodriguez Lopez. Well, I'm not a painter, all right? A judge, I promise I won't do it again. Ooh, woo. That works in Germany. Wordforge, thank you for the gift subby, bubby, my guy. Thank you for the gift blanket on Kick.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Anamunya.
Well, hopefully this guy gets the execution he deserves. We all know he won't, but hopefully. That would be great. That would be great. Apologies for giving your full name. Wait, since you're brown, not only are the ducks, but women in the park are also free. Apparently, if you live in a leftist area. Oh my god. Cladex, thank you. I already read that. You'd buy my Austrian paintings. They would not be very good. They would not be very good. In strange clown world happenings, California maybe has done something good. A Pirate Nation tweeting out, huge win for gamers and consumer rights. The California State Assembly just passed AB 1921, the Protect Our Games Act. It passed on the floor by a vote of 43-16. The bill would force video game companies to give players a heads up before they shut down the servers for a game. It would also make them provide a way for people to keep playing afterward, like adding offline mode or letting community servers take over. Quick recap of what the bill does. 60-day advance notice before any server shut down or major service change that would make a game unplayable in its ordinary use. Companies must then provide a workable solution so players can keep playing, usually in offline mode or a patch, a community server support, or in some cases, a full refund. Applies to digital games first sold or substantially re-released in California after January 1st, 2027. Does not affect subscription games, free-to-play titles, or games that are already permanently offline or single-player. There are single-player subscription games? What did they mean by this? What single-player game has a subscription? We can play Conquered now! Yay! Oh my god. It says January 1st, 2027, so this won't go into effect until next year. Tarkov PvE! Gotcha, like Zenless Zone Zero. Oh, I guess that's fair. They do have, like, battle passes. A battle pass isn't really... I mean, I guess technically it's a subscription, but when I think subscription, I think of, like, World of Warcraft. You have to pay a sub to play. Final Fantasy 14, you know, it's a subscription game. Back in the day, like, Ion was a sub game. Terra was a sub game before they went free to play. It says or. I know it says or, but, like... I guess I was trying to, like, think... I was trying to think, like, are there any single-player sub-games? Is, like, where my brain went. It said it doesn't include free-to-play games. Yeah. You had to buy TF2 before it was free-to-play. Damn, I didn't even know that. Algrim the Crusader, thank you. I saw your drawful drawings. You aren't bad at art. I am. Do not lie to me. Patchouli, thank you. You would technically have 4 last names if your dad's parents hadn't put a stop to that practice. Thanks for making my life easier, Grandpa. Praise, Grandpa. This affects, like, no games. Because if it doesn't affect subscription games, so it wouldn't affect, like, World of Warcraft, doesn't affect free-to-play titles, so it wouldn't affect gacha games that have microtransaction hell, games that are already permanently offline or single-player. So, like, what does it affect? What games is it? I guess it's, like, a buy-to-play, so, like, a Call of Duty, question mark? Or, like, a Battlefield, question mark? Future Concords! Doesn't include free-to-play games, as if those games don't have people throwing hundreds at them. I mean, free-to-play games still close down. Terra, as an example. Fucking Alchemy Star shut down. Fuck. I can't think of other gacha games off the top of my head that have reached end of service. When Azure Lane reaches end of service, I'm probably gonna have to, like, take some time off stream. I'm gonna actually be mourning like it's a death in the family. Everything these days is free-to-play, but somehow costs thousands. Oh boy, we've saved the online FPS genre. Terra wasn't originally free to play. I already said that. Motherfucking... Where am I, brother? I just scrolled really high up for some reason. You kind of miss Cucks? I don't know what that is. Spelled K-H-U-X. I've never heard of that. You don't play Diablo, but they need constant online, you're pretty sure? Really? Really? Someday War Thunder will shut down once they have all the military secrets. True. Enforceable by the Attorney General or District Attorneys, and in short, if you buy a game, you should still be able to play it even after the company moves on. No more purchases turning into a rental that expires when the server dies. I'm not sure how many games that would affect, but like this is a ever rare California win.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Moomy playing games, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. The guy who swatted Medicare got 4 years in prison. Didn't Medicare announce that like months ago? Wasn't that like a last year thing? Wouldn't this kill Sony's 30-day license check going forward? I don't even know what Sony's 30-day license check is. I'm not sure what that is. Why did my browser just kill itself like that? That was weird. It affects a decent amount of racing games. Stop Killing Games started over the crew not allowing you to keep playing because everyone played in group worlds. Stop Killing Games started over the crew. The crew, like the crew of Stop Killing Games, not allowing you to keep playing because everyone played in group worlds. I don't know what any of that means. I do not understand. I apologize. The crew is a oh, okay. I was like, what? I've never heard of the crew. Literally never. Is that the Crow? The video game The Crew? It's an Ubisoft? Oh, okay. I have not heard of it. Battleizer, thank you. Things like Anthem, Conquered, Highguard. Why do we want to preserve those games, though? The bill is great for instances like Friday the 13th, where the game shut down due to copyright preventing new updates. There are no official servers, which is difficult since it's an online game. Alright, hold on. I gotta make sure I'm facilitating this correctly. What the heck? What the heck? Alright, okay. We want to preserve the bad games so that developers can learn from mistakes. I mean, yeah, but it's weird if only the bad games would be the ones to benefit from it. Preserve those games just as we tell the failures of communism to teach future generations. Back in my day, we had government-sponsored propaganda masquerading as video games. Sony's new change to licenses is any and all licenses are only temporary and must be renewed. Oh, is that the thing where, like, if you don't, like, log into your PlayStation every 30 days, like, you lose access to games? That thing? Sorry, I had no idea what people meant by, like, the change to license, but I remember that part. Also creates a legal precedent to protect other games down the line. True and fair. True and fair. Ever rare California win. Look at the slop they tried to push on us back in the earliest 21st century. After we had the golden age of gaming, then the feminists and the communists, but I repeat myself, came and made everything bad. Look at what they've done. Bad latency, thank you. The obvious corpo workaround is to make a game free-to-play and then kill the game, since free-to-play is exempt. I feel like most games end up going free-to-play before end of service anyway. Mr. King, thank you. The only issue you have is that it introduces regulatory costs that only the large companies could absorb, but if you say that, you get cancelled. I mean, maybe, but I can't think of any indie games off the top of my head that couldn't just be like a, hey, you can host your own offline instance. Like, even Tarkov, you can host the server on your side instead of using battle states. Just don't design your game in a way that you couldn't do pay to play, I think. Bro's taking Pirate Software's point. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Somewhat breaking, the humorless soy boy who tried to swat our favorite hat merchant just got 4 years in jail and 3 years probation. Oh, maybe it was like the start of the trial that Jim tweeted about last year, because I could have sworn he said something about that guy. And I could have sworn I brought it up on stream. I could like vaguely remember talking about it. Must have just been the sentencing today. Fucking hell yeah, dude. Fucking swatters are the biggest cucks. Get them out. Frankly, you're still of the mind the entire industry needs to crash, you know? Swatters, get in the box! Really doesn't pay to play in private servers or an old technology, right? How will someone make a 2-hour video essay 10 years later trying to gaslight you that game was shit was actually a masterpiece if the game is dead? That's true. They can't gaslight you if you can look at it. Anya munya. You know, the Carmelo trial is closed doors, but isn't there another trial that will be live this summer we can view and discuss? I can't remember off the top of my head. I can't remember! Worst case scenario for corpos is that they literally just need to post the source code for the game's server instance online. You can run it locally and play solo like a dev, if nothing else, yep. Is it the Kirk shooter trial? It might be. It might also, I think David's trial will be next year, right? I don't think David is this year. Zero reason why the PC version of all the Kingdom Hearts games pause the game when it can't connect to Square's server. It's an affront to God. Yeah, that's kind of weird. That's kind of fucking strange. What the hell? What the hell? Oh. Nice, nice. We got the Jimbo tweet. Master of Mundus, thank you for the 10 gift members on the YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We have the person who swatted Jim and his wife got sentenced to 4 years in prison, followed by 3 years probation. He and his tryhard friends all rolled over on each other and were involved with the group that hacked both Chud Buds and Post, more than likely. Sucks to suck, Thomas. Who spells Thomas with an S and a Z? What the fuck? Thomas Sabo, case number whatever. Dear James Augustine, the enclosed information is provided by the United States Department of Justice Victim Notification System. As a victim witness professional, my role is to assist you with information and services during the prosecution of this case. I'm contacting you because you were identified by law enforcement as a victim or potential victim during the investigation of the above criminal case. Defendant Thomas Sabo was sentenced by the court. The court ordered the defendant to the following: incarceration of 4 years, followed by supervised release of 3 years, special assessment of $200 doodles. Damn, that's nuts. Get fucked, idiot. Get fucked. And I hope that this happens to anyone who does this kind of doxing kind of shit in the future. Not doxing specifically, fucking swatting. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Who does this kind of swatting shit to people in the future. It's great to see, like, the law actually kind of catching up with internet bullshit. Finally. Finally. For some reason, I thought that this happened last year, but I guess that was, like, the initial trial starting, maybe. It should be standard jail time minimum, man. 4 years is more than expected, but way less than deserved. Very true. Very true. I have, like, zero faith in our justice system, so it's really fucking nice to see an actual win. You didn't know Augustine was his last name? I'm surprised he, like, fucking put that out there, I guess. That's a very cool last name. Master Mundus, thank you. You saw some sorrowful chatter putting typies in the chat instead of, the emotes. You decided we need more. Aww. He can't see the typies. One day, the YouTubers will have animated typies like Kick and Twitch chat do. It should be more years, to be honest. Swatter should be charged with attempted murder. They should. But at least this is something. At least this is something. Very happy to see. Very great. 4 years for attempted murder. It sure sounds like a great deal. Should have been made Jim's streamer slave for 10 years. There are 3 people arrested for the swatting. You think last year was one of the others? Maybe. Maybe. You could be right about that. Augustine, like the early church theologian. You respect your position on not liking a high concept. Zen is a little too hard to do. Wrong tab? Question mark? James Augustine has power to it for sure. It's a great fucking name, dude. That day is not this day for YouTube chatters. Sorry, YouTube chatters. High concept is a great mechanic. I don't know what that means. Speaking of a great mechanic, though, A queer prom for children is being held at Medford Public Library in Massachusetts. Kids are being encouraged to dress up in gender-affirming ways. Your tax dollars are being used to push mental illness on children inside public libraries. And there is a flyer here from Medford Moms, Dads, and Caregivers that says, "Hello! Pride Month is almost here, and I'm so excited to share that the Medford Library is holding our first ever queer prom for teens in middle and high school on Friday, June 12th, from 6 to 8:30 p.m. An after-hours library event." Ooh. An after-hours library event, queer prom for teens. I'm just like, red flags are popping up like fucking guerrilla fighters in the Vietnam jungle. What are we doing here? There will be food, music, pride swag, a quiet and sensory-friendly space, and more. Dressing up in fun and gender-affirming ways is welcome, but not required. Registration is required. Sign up here. And then there's another screenshot that says, "Queer prom for teens."
Should get attempted murder. Fuck those little twats waffles.
Holy shit, I agree with you, Mr. Paroxym. Fucking fuck those little twat waffles. True. True. Absolutely ridiculous. In a sane world, this would be a honeypot hosted by police and a lot of people would trip and fall on their way to prison. You would hope so, but unfortunately this is not a honeypot. This is just the world we live in now. Unfortunately. Motherfucking, queer prom for teens. Wait. Thank you, Mr. Paroxym. Thank you. I always try to say thank you. Thank you. The usual suspects will look you straight in the eyes and tell you, yes, your grandpa died for this, chud. They're so fucking retarded, man. Queer prom for teens in grades 6 through 12. Why are you having a prom with 6th graders and 12th graders there at the same time? That's a bit of an age leap, man. It's an after-hours pride party. We'll have music, dancing, snacks, and some pride-themed crafts. No one is required to disclose any aspect of their identity in order to attend. You know what's an aspect of your identity? Your age. Note to caregivers, we want to do our best to provide your child with the best accommodations possible to make their experience at this pride event both fun and rewarding. Any additional information you can provide to help us support your child would be very helpful. It's a sin party for children. I'm having like PTSD flashbacks to like that one child quote unquote drag queen. I think it was like Desmond Was Amazing or something. And he would like go to gay clubs and do stripping routines while they threw bills at him. And it's like, how did that happen? How is that like an event I can talk about? Like, yeah, that happened. That's not like some weird machination of the Onion that we used to make fun of people. That was actually real. Your ice cream maker just arrived. We'll have to get ingredients soon. Oh my god, please make sea salt ice cream. It's so fucking good. Any additional information you can provide to help us support your child would be very helpful. Yeah, don't have this event. That's how you can support my child. Get the fuck out. What are you doing? Attendance policy. Please note, when someone does not show up for a program they are registered for, they are taking away an opportunity for another member of the community. Patrons who are registered for an event they cannot attend are asked to cancel their registration at least 24 hours in advance. Failure to show up for programs 2 times without notice will be grounds for being waitlisted for 90 days. Patrons who arrive 10 minutes or more after the program start time will be considered no-shows. They may be denied access after that time, and their spot may be given away to people on the waiting list. Prom is chaperoned by teachers who have passed background checks. Will this have background checks? Somehow I doubt it. Help! None of that happened to Kirsche. Next you'll say people were getting baptized in the name of George Floyd. I'm so sick of the gaslighting. Why are they like this? I hate communists. Saying you can fill the register. You have a bot farm for work? You know, their attendance policy would kind of preclude doing that unless people just made up fake personas and used, like, fake Gmail accounts. And then it's like, who cares? Who cares if, like, you failed to show up for 2 times? You're not even real, bro. Time to RSVP and never show up. You know, I feel like people RSVPing as well would be like, look at how much interest we have. We're not going to tell you how like 90% of people didn't show up, but just like, look at how many people want these queer proms for children after dark. Just spam create emails. People on the wait list are less likely to show up if they make other plans. True. They said you don't need to disclose information about it. Oh my god. No one would ever do such a heinous thing as to spam fill up the RSVP list. Fill them up with AI botnet. Honestly, paste. Good fucking god. I feel like the best course of action here, instead of like spamming RSVPs, would be to contact the library and be like, what the fuck are you hosting? An after dark queer prom that incorporates 6th graders with 12th graders? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, man? How many of the chaperones are on a registry other than the prom one? That's a great question. Next question. We had, some shit going on for America's 250th birthday. I have a feeling this isn't going to be as fun as the one with those, like, nice hot air balloon looking things. But, there was a tweet that had this image. Freedom 250, the Great American State Fair, featured performers. And they have a bunch of people I've never fucking heard of. And then also Vanilla Ice, Flo Rida, and Bret Michaels. And the only reason I even know who Baldy Michaels is because of his, like, dating TV show. But they have someone named Martina McBride, who bitched out. Young MC, I don't know who that is. CNC Music Factory, I don't know what that is. Vanilla Ice of Crime Boss fame. Milli Vanilli. Every post I've seen on this has been talking about how either it's horrible that you've added Milli Vanilli to this, or everyone has been lied to about the case about Milli Vanilli. They were also taken advantage of. And I'm over here like, who the fuck is Milli fucking Vanilli? What is happening? And then there's the Commodores. I don't know who those people are. I feel like I might know music by them because the name is like kind of making a fog in my brain, but I can't think of any songs by them. Morris Day and The Time? Why he look like a judge? Who is that? Flo Rida. I know that. I know that guy. And then Bret Michaels. I had no idea why Bret Michaels was famous and got his own dating TV show, but now it makes sense. I guess he's a musician. The VTuber. What the fuck? How is Flo Rida the most recent person? I don't know if this says, like, we're too young for this, because, like, I don't know who these people are. Either we're too young, or we just have no talented musicians anymore. All of the talented ones are old as fuck. I don't know. Bret Michaels saying every rose has its thorn. I know that song! Thank you. Thank you for the knowledge. Morris Day is a Clerks callback. You think Bret was in Poison, an 80s hair? Oh, I know Poison! Okay. Morris Day and the motherfucking... What is that? Why do you say that like I know who that is? Morris Day, Jungle Love, Jay and Silent Bob, no bells? I've watched Jay and Silent Bob. I don't know what Jungle Love is. That sounds kind of racist. Young MC, 55-year-old looking ass motherfucker. Well, I mean, he was young at one time. And many of them won't play because of Trump, yeah. The Commodores sung Brick. Oh! I love that song. Okay, I know Brick House. Thank you. Thank you for the information. Some of these are from before your time. Most were all one-hit wonders. Maybe Trump just really likes one-hit wonders. That's why he keeps playing the YMCA song. A Morris Day and The Time are one of the Prince's side projects. Oh. You know why I don't know who Morris Day and The Time are? But you should at some point. Video gamer, thank you. So much whiplash today. Evil lawmakers trying to restrict what you can make in your home or business. Criminals getting off without jail or deportation.
Milli Vanilli was a prominent band in the 80s that were famously exposed as lip-syncing. The two main singers were actual singers, but they were used as fronts. Only one of the two is left. The other one self-deleted a few years back.
What? Why? There's so much Milli Vanilli lore. I don't know. Koi Kitsu, thank you for some knowledges. Also, I feel like a lot of artists lip sync, but like, why did they get, I guess, attacked to the point that one of them self-deleted, question mark? Why did they self-delete? What the fuck? Video gamer, thank you. Thank you, thank you. A rare win for the law, Swatter jailed, and now a prom loaded with red flags everywhere. I said I had a lot of tabs, and I'm getting to them today. It's happening. It's happening. My job, thank you. Trump wanted artists that weren't progressive, which unfortunately means a very small pool to draw from. And apparently the pool was still not small enough because several people are very mad. Zlumpy, thank you. If anyone gets the chance to go to a Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan band, he loves playing for active duty and vets. Great shows. Oh my god, that reminds me of that really shitty Zoomer movie I showed off last stream that was actually a fun watch. It was really bad, but it was really fun. And at one point, there's like a veteran who's just like, I would be honored to clean the penis of a fellow fallen soldier. And then he gets really mad when he finds out the cut-off penis doesn't belong to a veteran, and he just cleaned a civilian's penis instead. I don't understand the difference. I don't know why he would be eager to clean a veteran's penis, but not a civilian one. I don't get that, but like, you know? What? Yeah, and he kind of looked like, oh god, the guy with the mohawk in Crime Bobs. I forget his name. But him, he kind of looked like that guy, just no green hair. Evil Mandrake, thank you. You got to open for the Bret Michaels band around 2012. What the fuck? You got to open? That's cool as fuck, man. Hell yeah. Gavy. How do you know this? I watched the movie. It was a fun movie. You want to show me a very normal music band from Quebec? I try not to play too much music on stream because it makes YouTube angry. Magnet Man, thank you. Your dad... Ooh. Your dad was complaining about Trump making a UFC cage fight for the anniversary, apparently. Like Roman gladiators or some shit? Is this true, Fox Lady? Yeah, there's supposed to be a UFC fight on the White House lawn, and honestly, I don't really care about the people bitching, because we've had, like, autogynephiliacs take out their tits on the White House lawn. They've had pride festivities on the White House lawn. I would take any kind of, like, UFC or boxing matches on the White House lawn over that. I don't watch either of those things, but at least the UFC makes a bit more sense. UFC fights in the White House lawn is cool. UFC fight at the White House is the most American part of the celebration. Yeah, I think I saw people saying like Teddy Roosevelt or something used to have fights on the White House lawn as well. I don't know if like he participated or if he just hosted them, but I was like, huh. Teddy boxed on the White House lawn? Interesting. Cage fight for gladiators and NASCAR for chariot races. Long live Roma! Pneumonia. A Shadow Ferret, thank you. I guess he was just really patriotic. What the hell? Summon the spirit of, Theodore Roosevelt. They want a different kind of two sweaty men going at it. They already did that in the Senate! We already had gay sex in the Senate! We don't need a sequel! We've hosted fights at the White House before. Teddy Roosevelt was our greatest president. Fight me! I never remember the name of the one that got stuck in a bathtub because he was so fat. TR boxes in the basement of the White House and temporarily went blind in one of his eyes. What the fuck? What the fuck? That was Taft? Yeah, fucking I don't remember that guy. Ooh. Ooh. I almost said that phrase in a horrific way. I don't remember that guy's name. Slur scare you. Yeah. Oh my god, good. Thank you. Fuck me. I've been playing too much Tarkov recently, I guess. But back to the presidential wine babies. So we had this thing, and they said, and many more, June 25th to July 10th, 2026, the National Mall, Washington. RSVP now. And Martina McBride posted this. Said, I would like to talk to you and clear the air. I will not be performing at the Great American State Fair on June 25th. I was presented with an opportunity to perform at a nonpartisan event, but that turned out to be misleading. How is that misleading? What is nonpartisan about celebrating America? Oh, I know. Leftists fucking hate this country. That's what. I asked lots of questions and was assured this was a nonpartisan event that was meant to celebrate all 50 states. Is it somehow not? In my mind, I thought this was a great way to celebrate the states and also bring people together in the way that only music can. I saw it as just a bigger version of so many state fairs I have performed at over the years, celebrating community and what makes each state special. Sounds fun, right? Wholesome, even. Yesterday, things started changing, and what we were told is, in fact, not what is happening. I've spent my entire career singing songs about real people with real issues. I've been blessed with the opportunity to be a voice for those who have felt like they didn't have one. It greatly upsets me that any fan who has been moved by my music may now feel like I'm abandoning the meaning behind those songs. I assure you that is not the case. I appreciate every single fan who has reached out. I hope to get back to the DC area very soon. what? Is it, what is even her complaint here? Like, people are saying Spotify makes it easy to never hear your music again. Non-partisan event, also you at Obama's Christmas party, by the way. This you performing at Obama's White House? Happy Memorial Day to all our veterans that laid down their lives for the country, but sorry, I can't sing for the country, it just doesn't feel right. So this is clearly a performative, entitled, weird person. And she can pull out of an America celebration, that's her right. But the fact that she's pulling out of it kind of lets everyone know where she stands on the country in general. She does not like America. She wants to transform America in the way that leftists also want to destroy it. Shut up and put the fries in the bag. And then apparently more than just her is pulled out. This article saying artist bail on DC bash for America's 250th birthday after being listed on the lineup. Morris Day and The Time, Young MC, and Martina McBride said they wouldn't be performing during a 16-day stretch of festivities on the National Mall starting in late June. Well, I guess it's a good thing that they're all people I've never heard of who decided to pull out, right? 5 musical artists listed as performers in an upcoming event on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. to celebrate America's 250th anniversary said they won't be attending despite being listed on the lineup. Freedom 250, a public-private partnership backed by President Donald Trump, announced a list of performers Wednesday. But shortly after, Morris Day and The Time, Young MC, Martina McBride, The Commodores, and Bret Michaels. Okay, that one's kind of surprising. This guy was like synonymous with America, just like Kid Rock was for the longest time. What the fuck? Announced they would not be making appearances. Contrary to rumor, Morris Day and The Time will not be performing at the Great American State Fair. A graphic the artist posted on social media said, "It's a no for me," the post added. Young MC, McBride, the Commodores, and Michaels all specifically called out the event's political nature when announcing that they would not be participating. Brother. Steven, thank you for the 50 euros, my guy. Remember to lick the stream to support the streamer. Please don't lick your monitors. Who knows when's the last time you cleaned it. Hello, Kirsche and chat. And a video featuring Aphelion was released at Dokomi in Germany. She speaks both German and English. A QR code at the end leads to the timer. Greetings from Germany. I had no idea Aphelion spoke German. What the fuck? Does she? I wonder if she actually does, or if she just, like, was taught how to say something specifically for that announcement at Dokomi. That'd be really interesting. Your opinions are reprehensible politics. Mine are just being a heckin' wholesome chungus. Yeah, pretty much. Name a better duo than artists and refusing to work. I don't think I can, actually. Contrary to rumor, they agreed to participate and then broke contract after the announcement were released. Arrest them? What a weird way to be virtue signaling, right? Like, accept an invitation to play, and then instead of actually going, you use that as a way to, like, fucking torch the current administration and show to everyone that you actually don't care about the country. What an interesting thing. Doubt it, probably just a phrase. She's certainly smart enough, but bilingual Americans speaking anything other than English and Spanish are pretty rare. True and real. The artists were never told about any political involvement with the event, Young MC wrote in a social media post on Wednesday. Bro, the 250th birthday of America being supported by America's current sitting president is not political involvement. What the fuck are we talking about? Like, I haven't seen anything that says there's going to be any kind of, like, political, like, performances or anything. Like, they're not trotting out, like, ICE agents and cabaret dresses to, like, do the can-can. What are we talking about? John in English, thank you.
Cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Conquest, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. John in English, thank you. Looks at screen, sees Kirsche. Lick screen! Sorry, I can't follow complicated instructions. Relatable, same. Battleizer, thank you. You got a better one. Artists and missing deadlines. That's the same as not working, though. Let's be real. I hope to perform in DC in the near future at an event that is not so politically charged, the rapper added. It's not politically charged to support America as an American and celebrate the 250th birthday of the country. What are we fucking doing? This is how you know that there is a fracture that is completely irreparable. where these people are virtue signaling about,
I can't perform at an event to celebrate the country because the country's president is paying for it. That's bad. That's politically charged.
McBride said in her post Thursday that she would not perform at the event, writing that she was presented with an opportunity to perform at a non-partisan event, but that turned out to be misleading. And, like, I think what even, like, gets me more so about these people is, like, they're celebrities. They're, for the most part, like, filthy fucking rich. These are not the same people who are in danger of losing their entire fucking lives for refusing to get a COVID jab. Like, what the fuck is happening, man? I've asked lots of questions and was assured this was a non-partisan event that was meant to celebrate all 50 states, the country star wrote. Yesterday, things started changing, and what we were told is, in fact, not what is happening. Okay, then how about you stop vague posting and tell me what you were told that is apparently so abhorrent? Because I'm not seeing anything that would be abhorrent here. It's our semi-quincentennial birthday, literally historic. I'm steaming mad. Get me some veggies. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Not gonna lie, that sounds base to see. Nice. And the can. You're hoping to see special Capo rides for the Pinkos? If our 250th anniversary was the start of the actual revolution, where they just hovered a helicopter above the stage and started throwing commies out of it, I don't know if it would be even humanly possible to feel like more pride for your country. like, yeah, that would definitely make it it would make it partisan though, right? Because like the commies wouldn't feel welcome. But you know, that's okay. The commies shouldn't feel welcome anywhere. They should be VTubers with all the vague posting. Someone earlier was just like, they should have VTubers sing. I don't think there are any even right of center VTubers that do singing that I can think of. Like, I can't sing. I've never heard Leaflet sing. I've never heard Alana sing. I've never heard Nux sing. And that's pretty much where my line stops. I don't know. You can definitely. I cannot sing. Kirsche performing, please clap, y'all. Okay, I could do that. Man. Give you a Powder and Nux duet. Can Rev or Straub sing? I don't know. I've never heard them sing. I don't know if they can. Sawa has a night. That's true. Have Sawa sing. Holy shit, her singing voice is nuts. She got that nice, like, smoky tenor that makes you feel like you're being choked out by cigar smoke in a nice backroom lounge, like a sexy lady in a long, floor-length, tight-fitting dress. Oh, she's so good! Sawa has all the voices. I fucking love Sawa, dude. Please do a karaoke stream. Every time I think about doing a karaoke stream, I get incredibly flustered and then decide not to do it because I'm too embarrassed at my horrible singing abilities. The fuck is this? It's like some fucking sugar that got stuck on my mouse pad? What the fuck? With some practices, you bet I'd sound fantastic. I have the underpinnings of a good voice. You just need encouragement and practice. You see, I try to practice, but then as soon as somebody, like, needs to talk to me, I feel like, incredibly awkward and I don't want to go back to singing. Oh, God. Nux saying communist with a Gucci bag. Oh, he's saying... Oh, God. Everybody hated that song. The Twitch's hentai one, but it's so fucking catchy. It's so fucking... I have heard Nux sing now that you mentioned it. Thank you. Thank you for triggering my fucking brain cells. Skewky. One day, she will do the Digimon movie soundtrack karaoke stream. What? You love when Sawa defended Moonshine and she called him arigato, motherfucker. You kind of have the Amy Winehouse thing when you speak. You like it? Could use it for singing, too. When I get especially nervous, I sing at a vocal range that's much higher than where mine should be, and so it sounds even worse. But I can't stop it because I'm so nervous and I'm shaking like a chihuahua. Internet Zen Master, thank you. It's not partisan here. Partisan requires humanity, and we know commies lack that. Nux and singing, you're just imagining him dancing to Hava Nagila. Josh needs to actually sing that fucking song! I'm upset that the only version we have is his AI singing it. I need that in my life. Massa Moonshine. She says that so well. Master Prick, thank you. They were given a chance to honor the country's 250th birthday and they threw it away. This is really disgusting and unpatriotic of them. It is, especially when it's the country that allowed them to amass so much wealth, right? Waifu Blaster, thank you. Would I do a karaoke stream if Alana or Leaflet collabed for it? Would be fun, and you can get over your nerves easier if you do it together. Maybe, but also, like, collab karaoke is very difficult. Pippa and I have tried doing that a few times, and it's like, it's nearly impossible to, like, sync things so that it's playing for us at the same time and we can sing it together. It's very difficult. A Jen Jacko, thank you. Sugar, right. I mean, it is. I eat sugary snacks because I got a sweets tooth. I asked lots of questions and was assured... I already read that paragraph, sorry. The Commodores wrote in a post on X Thursday that our music has always been our voice, and we choose not to publicly affiliate with any single political party. We support the betterment of all Americans. Yeah, I just don't think you do if you're refusing to celebrate the 250th birthday of America just because Trump is funding it. That is the betterment of all Americans. Are you just saying this as a coy way to say that you support illegals being here and you think of them as just as American as you and I? Because in which case, get the fuck out, you commie piece of shit. Now you're imagining Kirsche singing the Japanese opening to Digimon Adventure? I don't even remember the Japanese opening. Daniel Sierra, thank you. Strawby is a 10 at singing, but doesn't do it often. I haven't heard her sing. Ocean Yan, thank you. Sounds like the compromised artists got their orders with how uniform their posts are. A lot of them also got death threats from the usual suspects. You know. A Rye-File, thank you. Remember one of the other foxes singing a song in Russian? I sang Erica at one point, but that got removed from my highlights when I got that suspension. Thanks to the anal violence brigading. Unfortunately. Straub has a good cover of Cupid on her channel. Ooh, that's a fun song. John in English, thank you. Your request is Sway, the Jennifer Connelly version from Dark City. I don't know what that is. You lost so much from that suspension, so gay. Yeah, I didn't know that Twitch, like, just deleted fucking everything on your channel if you got a suspension. That's kind of fucked up. What are the chances that they all signed on before the last unaliving attempt and didn't think Trump would be alive for it? What a horrible potential thing to think about. Michaels said in a social media post on Friday that what he thought was going to be an event to honor military service members, veterans, first responders, teachers? How fucking dare you put teachers in the same fucking sentence as service members and first responders? The fuck is wrong with you? I can't think of anything more lowly than a teacher in current year, because the majority of them are all communist fucks, dude. Like, holy shit. Teachers are worthless. Yeah, that was jarring. And other working Americans had evolved into something much more divisive than I agreed to be a part of. The Poison frontman also said the safety of his fans, band, crew, and family had entered into his decision, referring to threats that he called completely unfounded and unforgivable. Like, yeah, I can agree with this part. I can agree with that, but he shouldn't be getting any kind of fucking threats for participating in a musical thing. What the fuck? What the hell, dude? God, I hate Hollywood. Truly. Reached for comment, Freedom 250 spokesperson Rachel Reisner said that the group is a nonpartisan nonprofit, dedicating to uniting Americans around the nation's 250th anniversary. Freedom 250 is focused on our signature celebration and events that honor our history and engage all Americans, welcoming all who share our goal of commemorating this milestone in a way that uplifts and unites America, Reisner added. NBC News has reached out to other artists listed on the lineup for comment. The artist post came shortly after Freedom 250 announced the first wave of participants, including hip-hop acts Vanilla Ice and Flo Rida, funk and soul group The Commodores, dance pop act CNC Music Factory, and Bret Michaels, the frontman for the glam metal band Poison. TQ Management Agency, which represents Vanilla Ice, told NBC News in a statement Thursday that the artist is contracted and will perform at the Great American Fair at the National Mall on Friday, June 26th. He is proud to help celebrate America's 250th anniversary. This is why we fucking love Vanilla Ice, man. He can make all the cringe music he wants, and we will continue to love him. Yeah, based Vanilla Ice, man. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Bret Michaels is the only one who's given a legitimate excuse. The others are just commie simps. Yeah, like, I'm completely understanding of, like, when you're receiving death threats, and especially when it, like, extends to your family. like, the left has gone fucking wild with this shit, and they actually make good on their death threats, which makes it all the more worse, right? This isn't some, like, gamer bro saying, oh, kill yourself. This is someone who's like, I'm going to kill you and your entire family because you associated with this thing I didn't like. And then they will harass you until you cave. And it's fucking wild. You wish it was also 50 Cent just to hand him a signed copy of his game and record? I would love for them to get 50 Cent. Holy shit. Like that loser at the ICE protest. Yeah, I got a tab for that. Where was I reading? Freedom 250 announced that the artist would participate in the Great American State Fair, which will run from June 25th through July 10th on the National Mall. Festivities will include showcases from states and territories, a 110-foot Ferris wheel. I love Ferris wheel. CEO and innovator-led conversations and demonstrations, and special screenings of National Treasure and its sequel, National Treasure Book of Secrets, the organizer said. Trump has also created a task force to spearhead an administration-wide effort to prepare for the anniversary events. The White House said those will include an IndyCar street race around the National Mall and a UFC fight at the White... The UFC fight is part of the 250th celebration and people are still bitching about it? It's not even just some random thing they decided to do. It's literally part of the celebration? Shut the fuck up, you communist piece of shit! Oh my god, dude. You're 100% confident the commies accepted the contract while planning to cancel, so they'll struggle to find replacements? That's what I hypothesized earlier. I was just like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they, like, said yes with the intent of doing this, not only so it would be difficult to, like, find replacements, but also because they could stand up and virtue signal and get more attention that way. And fucking celebrities love attention, like Epstein loves children. So, put commies in the cage. Loser gets deported. And just like with any medium, most people in it are retarded. But we've got a neat little foxoo here. What? You thought VTubers were fake and gay, but you were wrong. There's much like any kind of content creation, there's a lot of strange people in VTubing, but you know, out of curiosity, how many of the artists are working under a contract subsidiary such as Universal Music Group? I have no idea. Nor do I think that would necessarily matter. You're like the most down-to-earth person ever. I try best. I try best. Let it drop off the radar and drag all these losers to court in a year or so for breaking contract. I mean, I guess you could, but like, you know. Oh, I didn't turn off my browser, but I had this. The Economist posted, people fleeing calamity have a right to seek safety, but that does not mean access to a rich country's labor market. And I was like, The Economist has been completely subverted by commies for the longest fucking time. What the fuck are they saying here? That's kind of weird. And Orrin McIntyre was like, elites just got new marching orders. And apparently this is like a thinly veiled call for amnesty for all of the illegals already here. But we'll see. Rich countries need to separate asylum from labor migration. Already have an account? Nope, I'm not gonna pay for your shit. Fucking crack ass. Archive. There are millions of people that will be expecting them there. That's a lot of damage by breaching the contract. That's fair. That's fair. No amnesty, all must go. Yes. I do not want to hear any kind of fucking amnesty from any politician. That is not what I voted for. Beep. I hate this website and how it doesn't work. Pretty sure it was the basement of the White House because he had a boxing ring out down there, but the point still stands. Wasn't there like an indoor pool in there that got covered as well, and that was like the press briefing room? The big music labels absolutely tell artists who they can perform for. They have told some with conservative views they can't support certain politicians or positions, or they will no longer work for the label. I can't really speak about that because I've never been under a label, but like how much the musicians need that label? Could they not find a different label? There was a bowling alley at one point. That's boomer as heck. Scrap the asylum system and build something better. Rich countries need to separate asylum from labor migration. The rules for refugees arose haphazardly. The UN Refugee Convention of 1951 applied only to Europe and aimed to stop fugitives from Stalin being sent back to face his fury. That was the exact same purpose of Wet Foot Dry Foot, once again ended by Obama for some reason. It declared that anyone forced to flee by a well-founded fear of persecution must have sanctuary and must not be returned to face peril, the principle of non-refoulement. In 1967, the treaty was extended to the rest of the world. By whom and why? They are clearly a traitor. Most countries have signed it, yet dwindling numbers honor it. China admits fewer refugees than tiny Lesotho and sends North Koreans home to face the gulag. President Donald Trump has ended asylum in America for nearly everyone except white South Africans, and plans to spend more on deporting irregular migrants than other countries spend on defense. This is a very slanted sentence. Why is he ending asylum for nearly everyone? Because they come here as economic migrants to loot our country. Why is he making an exception for white South Africans? Because they are literally being murdered based on the color of their skin. And prior to Donald Trump acting in amnesty for them, the only country that would accept refugees as white South Africans was Russia. That was the only country that was accepting them until Trump made this move. Western attitudes are hardening. In Europe, the views of social democrats and right-wing populists are converging. What? What? I haven't heard a single European social democrat, which, hold on, European political parties sometimes confuse my brain because they use like the opposite word for what we do. So is this like the European Democrats are actually the conservatives? Is that how this is being worded? What are they defining as right-wing? Europeans will unironically look you in the face and say that America is a de facto fascist country because our right-wing is more right-wing than theirs. I feel like Europeans have like this sort of learned helplessness because they've relied on government for so fucking much for so fucking long. It's just astounding sometimes. No, they're just lying. As far as you know, all the leftist Europeans are still full in on the death cult. Yeah, I haven't seen much changing in that matter. It's because their right wing has all been arrested and thrown in prison. True and fucking real. True and real. Depends on the country. In Finland, social democrats are pretty commie. That's what I would expect, right? The system is not working. Designed for post-war Europe, it cannot cope with a world of proliferating conflict, cheap travel, and huge wage disparities. Roughly 900 million people would like to migrate permanently. Since it is almost impossible for a citizen of a poor country to move legally to a rich one, many move without permission. In the past 2 decades, many have discovered that asylum offers a back door. Instead of crossing a border stealthily, as in the past, they walk up to a border guard, request asylum, knowing that the claim will take years to adjudicate, and in the meantime, they can melt into the shadows and find work. Once again, a crazy thing to see being talked about at a commie rag. Without permission, aka committing crime. Voters are right to think the system has been gamed. Most asylum claims in the European Union are now rejected outright. Fear of border chaos has fueled the rise of populism, from Brexit to Donald Trump, and poisoned the debate about legal migration. To create a system that offers safety for those who need it, but also a reasonable flow of labor migration, policymakers need to separate one from the other. The poison debate about legal migration, the fact that leftists for the longest time had purposefully been conflating legal migration with illegal immigrants, has definitely led to a lot of people saying, you know what, fuck it, I don't care about the legal ones either, get them all fucking out. If you're going to play these word games, I don't even want to participate, get them all gone. And it's like, I'm of the opinion that yes, immigration should be something that countries can have. It should be something that is very restricted and very monitored, and you know who's coming into your country, and you know they can support themselves and aren't going to become a welfare drain. That is what immigration should be. If I'm going to plan on immigrating to another country, I'm not, but if I was, I would want to speak their language. I would want to show that I can hold my own. I would want to show that I'm going to come here and be beneficial, not try to destroy things that your country holds dear. Because I am, by all intents and purposes, someone who doesn't belong there. I do not belong in the culture. I do not belong with the people. And so if I go there as an immigrant, I would want to blend in. I would want to honor the country that let me stay there, you know? And that's just not what we have in current year. In fact, we seem to have more and more people who are like, yeah, fuck the United States, but also you can't kick me out. It's so weird. No immigration from any nation that has water so bad you can't drink it. No immigration from civilizational invalids. True and fucking real. I gotta sneeze, hold on. Fuck, okay. I felt it coming on, so I was like, I can't talk, but it's not coming out yet. Migration these days is just meant to be a population replacer and a legal slavery farce. Again, it's absolutely wild to see, like, the things that we have been reading or hearing from, like, Keir Starmer directly, from Hillary Clinton directly telling you, Americans don't need to have kids, that's what the immigrants are for. Like, it's just insane that all of these politicians will come out and say it, and yet people will still be like, that's a conspiracy theory, or try to peg-hole you into, like, the Great Replacement theory, where it's blaming it on the Jews. It's insane. It's insane, especially when the same people who try to denigrate you for talking about these literal facts you can see with your eyes, they'll try to, like, ruin your life over saying things about it. And then in the next breath, they will celebrate that it's happening. It's fucking crazy. Why would Nux do this? To create a system that offers safety for those who need it, but also a reasonable flow of labor migration, policymakers need to separate one from the other. Around 123 million people have been displaced by conflict, disaster, or persecution, 3 times more than in 2010, partly because wars are lasting longer. All these people have a right to seek safety, but safety need not mean access to a rich country's labor market. Indeed, resettlement in rich countries will never be more than a tiny part of the solution. In 2023, OECD countries received 2.7 million claims for asylum, a record number, but a pinprick compared with the size of the problem. The most pragmatic approach would be to offer more refugees sanctuary close to home. Typically, this means in the first safe country or regional bloc where they set foot. Yeah, this is what the law currently says. But for some reason, nobody fucking cared about this. And anytime it was pointed out, hey, these refugees traveled through literally 7 different Muslim countries in order to get to this Western one, why are we letting them stay here instead of sending them back? Well, that's just a racist. You just shut that person up so you don't have to contend with the reality of what they're saying. 123 million and they can't fix their own shit, they all just run away. Again, that's what that fucking YouTube interviewer guy got from in Syria. All of the women and children left behind, they said, our men abandoned us. They think they are on jihad, but they are not. Their jihad is here at home, fixing things in Syria. Like, even the people in those countries are like, why are our men abandoning us to go live a lavish life on other people's money? Stefan, thank you. You're from Germany and you're not allowed to have a political opinion. It's complicated, but surely you're allowed to write that you share Kirsche's views. Be careful, don't get arrested, man. Germany's fucking crazy. Kirsche's top guy, hell yeah, thank you. Migration should require sacrifice of who you were to who you will become as a part of a greater whole. With universal humans and hyper-individuality, this is seen as evil. I think that, like, there's something to be said for keeping alive, like, traditions and customs, right? That's perfectly fine. There's no issue with that. But even if you're keeping alive parts of your culture, you're still integrating into the fabric of America. And there's people that just don't do that anymore. They won't even learn the language. And if you want them to learn the language, they say that you're racist. And somehow that's worked for decades to just shut everybody the fuck up. Last week, another left-wing government minister in Europe confirmed the replacement theory, aiming to eradicate the indigenous population. Do you have, like, a link to a video or an article about that? Zoe Deuce, thank you for the 21 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Traditions and customs of even Kick would boot me. You don't know why we keep the UN around? All they seem to do is spread leftism while simultaneously getting big mad at America being America. Yeah, I want to not fund anything. No American money dollars to the UN, to NATO, to any of that shit. None of this globalism, man. The idea that immigration shouldn't require assimilation is a rejection of American values. In essentials, conformity. In non-essentials, liberty. You don't have to eat our food, but you do have to share our values. Absolutely. And that's what a lot of these people, where they're just like, America is a nation of immigrants, They leave out the part where, like, yes, those immigrants came here and they retained their cultures and their customs, but they also blended into a new fabric called American. They all became Americans because they had the base values of what it took to build this country. We're a nation of pioneers. That's a better way to put it. That's a much better way to put it. You're tired of the customers who can't speak English yet demand you should learn their language in a country that's mostly English dominating? Holy shit. That, the K person, Kay, who was on, Side Scrollers with us, she does an impeccable Indian accent. I was like, holy shit, I wish I could do that. That's so fucking good. Oh my god. Refugees who travel shorter distances are more likely one day to return home. They are also more likely to be welcomed by their host, who tend to be culturally closer to them and to be aware that they are seeking the first available refuge from a calamity. This is why Europeans have largely welcomed Ukrainians. Turks have been generous to Syrians and Chadians to Sudanese. I had no idea that the people of Chad were called Chadians. That's new to me. Looking after refugees closer to home is often much cheaper. The UN Refugee Agency spends less than $1 a day on each refugee in Chad. Given limited budgets, rich countries would help far more people by funding refugee agencies properly, which they currently do not, than by housing refugees in first world hostels or paying armies of lawyers to argue over their cases. The only kind of payment I am willing to have my tax dollars go to these people coming to loot my country is to send them the fuck back home. I have zero qualms. Let us pay them to leave. Let us pay them for the flights, all right? Pay them to get the fuck out. I do not want these people claiming asylum here because they're trying to loot the country. I also do not want to fund refugee agencies in their country. No. It's their country. They can fix their shit. It is not my problem as an American to fund their country building. That is something they should do. Nobody was there to, like, fund the initial Americans. They had to do everything on their own. Send them to the El Salvador prison camp for a few years first. You'll gladly pay another country to take them so they don't come here. That's way cheaper. Oh, God. Hold on a second. Just making sure I'm not missing anything that's, like, super pertinent. We should just airdrop them back home with a crate of ARs. What the? Maybe not that. Technically, the French did help, but that's because it was a fuck you to England, and that was minor in the 250 years. Technically. Or, Sergeant Buck, thank you. But Kirsche, if we get the illegal immigrants out, then where will Piers Morgan get his tacos? He can make his own fucking tacos! He can even put baked beans in them. I'm sure the British would love that, just like I do. They should also assist the host countries generously and encourage them to let refugees support themselves by working as an increasing number do. This does not solve the problem. Yes, this gets the nefarious people out of our country, but we're still funding them. Why would we do that? Why would we do that? We shouldn't need to bribe, like, border countries to take actual refugees if they're actual refugees. This just sounds like, once again, looting our country, but in a different way. It's like, okay, we won't come there to loot your country, but you'll just send us all the money to take care of these fake refugees anyway. France also immediately started to engage in piracy against America after the USA got independence. That's not very nice. Compassionate Westerners may feel an urge to help the refugees they see arriving on their shores. No, I got the like Greece, Italy mentality when I see those boats, man. But if the journey is long, arduous, and costly, the ones who complete it will usually not be the most desperate, but male, healthy, and relatively well off. When even the communists are finally having to admit that these so-called refugees are military fighting-aged males and not women and children, the globalists really are a bit on the back foot here finally, are they not? That's kind of nuts. That's kind of nuts. Fugitives from Syria's war who made it to next-door Turkey were a broad cross-section of Syrians. Those who reached Europe were 15 times more likely to have college degrees. When Germany opened its door to Syrians in 2015-16, it inspired 1 million refugees who had already found safety in Turkey to move to Europe in pursuit of higher wages. Many went on to lead productive lives. Fucking X. I am smashing that X. but it is not obvious why they deserved priority over the legions of other, sometimes better qualified people who would have relished the same opportunity. Voters have made clear they want to choose whom to let in, and this does not mean everyone who shows up and claims asylum. If rich countries want to stem such arrivals, they need to change the incentives. Migrants who trek from a safe country to a richer one should not be considered for asylum. This is like the first time a communist actually makes sense. Those who arrive should be sent to a third country for processing. If governments want to host refugees from far-off places, they can select them at source, where the UN already registers them as they flee from war zones. Some courts will say this violates the principle of non-refoulement, but it need not if the third country is safe. Giorgia Meloni, Italy's prime minister, wants to send asylum seekers to have their cases heard in Albania, which qualifies. South Sudan, where Mr. Trump wants to dump illicit migrants, does not. You see, you have to ask, safe for whomst, would be the question, right? Deals can be done to win the cooperation of third country governments, especially if rich countries act together, as the EU is starting to. Once again, I'm smashing that X, bro. Once it becomes clear that arriving uninvited confers no advantage, the numbers doing so will plummet. I love how the subversives are finally saying what the sane people have been saying for like, what, 30 years now? Like, we need to change the incentives. If there's no incentive, if the illegals and the people claiming asylum aren't getting welfare, they're not getting free government money, they're not getting a job off the back of stolen social security numbers, they're not getting free or reduced college, right? If they're not getting any of these benefits, they're not gonna come as much as before. Dan Woo, thank you. Have I seen the new Swiss king? Dude's creating a new monarchy. Maybe he can push out the invaders. No, I didn't know that there was a new Swiss king. Rich countries, the EU, gonna need you to pick one of those unless you just let slip that the United States of Europe is an actual project under the EU hood. Oh, man. Hey, my eye. That should restore order at the frontier, and so create political space for a calmer discussion of labor migration. Rich countries would benefit from more foreign brains. We know this is not true. We have seen the absolute fraud committed against our, visa system. They are not sending their best and their brightest. They are importing any and everyone, even in low-skill cashier jobs. Like, I would have repeated, yeah, we could use some of the best and the brightest of the other countries, but that's clearly not what's been happening for many fucking years. And you can point at someone like Elon Musk, but how many Elon Musks are there versus how many, people who defraud the system to own 7-Elevens, or people who come here and just hire their family members to trade the business in every couple of years, right? Like, the Elon Musks of the world are very few and far between. New Swiss king is on his William Tell arc. Oh my god. Many also want young hands to work on farms and in care homes. No!
Use a photocopy SS card, used a phone translator app to talk to the clerk, and used printed Amazon delivery receipts for the address to get a driver's license. The incompetence of the system is real. Kirsche.
Pineapple in space. I am so sorry that is happening at your locality. That sounds fucking awful. Hopefully we can ramp up those deportations coming soon though, brother. That's insane. That makes the road way less safe too. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? On the article here though, many also want young hands to work on farms and in care homes. Absolutely fucking not. The last thing you want working in a care home for either the disabled or the elderly are foreigners who hate you and your country. Because they're not going to take care of those patients as they should be. They're going to take care of them as in eventually kill them. We've seen the abuses exerted on elderly folks in homes by foreign care workers many times. And it's absolutely absurd that anyone would say we need more of this in care homes. Absolutely fucking not. As Miss Meloni proposes, man, I was on board with her a second ago, but no. No, what the fuck are you talking about? An orderly influx of talent would make both host countries and the migrants themselves more prosperous. Dealing with the backlog of previous irregular arrivals would still be hard. Mr. Trump's policy of mass deportation is both cruel and expensive. No, it is what is necessary in order to have a functioning country again. And doing what is necessary to have a functioning country means you have to say no when women start crying. Far better to let those who have put down roots stay while securing the border and changing the incentives for future arrivals. No! Someone who has come here fraudulently or illegally, I don't give a fuck. And especially if they've been here for 10, 20, 30 years, that's more of a reason to get them the fuck out. They had decades to become a fucking citizen if they wanted to, and they did not. They can go the fuck home with their whole family. They do not have roots here. They have tendrils leeching off of us. Is there some collected resource of citations of lefty politicians being subversive? You're trying to bring a non-insane, left-inclined family member up to date. Good fucking luck. I don't know of any, like, all-encompassing resource, but, like, literally just pick anything and start there. Removal is the compassionate option. If they won't allow it, they'll see what cruel actually is, and I don't want to see it get there. I would love to have the compassionate option of get the fuck out and go build your family back in your home country. Go make your home country great again. If you want to come here, not speak my language, reap the welfare benefits while denigrating my country and my countrymen and propping up your country as like some sort of, yes, I have pride in this, go the fuck back home. They want to pull a Reagan again. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. You want a wall at our border that has red from orbit, just like how the Islamic countries have red from orbit when they conquer? You want a forest of red? I have literally no idea what that means. The Swiss king is a guy who found a loophole to claim unclaimed land, and so he owns a bunch of random lots and roads and driveways and declared himself king over it all. I don't know how things work with the Swiss, but that doesn't sound legal. Nathan, thank you. Weeds need to be dug out of the ground. Yes. Yes. Internet Zen Master, thank you. It's interesting because there are intelligent... I don't know about that first part, because, like, that sounds like thinly veiled racism, my guy, like, unironically, but a lot of problems come from Modi's India, where diaspora is used as India's asset since 2015, which I can agree with, and I also have tabs on. Is someone getting shot? Not shot, but, like, that's worded in a way that's kind of weird. Hasso Hapa, thank you. Reagan gave amnesty to illegals in 1986 to solve the problem once and for all. All it did was turn California blue. Yeah, no more amnesty, man. No more amnesty. If liberals do not build a better system, populists will build a worse one. Liberals are not going to build a better system because this is what all of you guys wanted. This is what every policy put forth by Democrats for decades has led to. This is what you wanted. This is what you voted for. This is the path you chose. Yeah, the article wants is another 1986 reset, followed by ramping right back to another tens of millions refugees. Pretty fucking much. It reads like they're trying to kind of roll back rhetoric, but then you get to the end and you realize, oh, it was just as subversive as I should have expected from the communists. But it was interesting that there were a couple little nuggets there of almost self-realization. And then, leading report said Peter Thiel has temporarily relocated his family to Argentina, enrolled his children in school there, and bought property, partly due to Thiel's concerns about the United States' future. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on with Peter Thiel, but I feel like once billionaires start trying to seek other countries to live in besides the US, something bleak is on the horizon. Like that makes me feel a little weird. I don't know if it's like impending commie bullshit or if he perceives some kind of conflict arising. But when incredibly wealthy people start fleeing, it's usually a red flag. What country, state, city have they been living in? This time, the people that have been in charge for decades will fix it by doing exactly what they've been doing. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. You have Ilhan Omar, U.S. politicians campaigning in India and Frisco, Texas, but it's been years. You don't recall specific instances beyond that? I don't know what you mean. Once billionaires start leaving, try being the UK, where we're losing thousands of millionaire residents a year. I mean, that's basically what's happening in Maine and Massachusetts because they instituted millionaire taxes. Everyone's like, why would I fucking stay here? I'm not gonna pay for your commie bullshit. There's a coming global economic collapse in about a month when oil reserves run out. I don't think Argentina is gonna help with that one though. So I don't think that is the reason. Don't forget that half of the billionaires partied with Jeff, so legal protections may be enough motive. It's possible. I can't say like what the reasoning he left is, but it's still just like that's not something I like to see. Vlad might have done nothing wrong. If you remember correctly, doesn't Argentina have a bunch of bunkers for the elite class? I have no rightly clue. I know that we joke about the bunkers pretty frequently, but... Let's see. Oh, hey, we were just talking about the Swiss. Swiss terrorist who shouted Allahu Akbar. That sounds like a Swiss person. Couldn't be anything else.
Spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Pygmalion Prime, thank you. Is this a Shermification of globalist messaging? It reads like it. Thanks, Economist. That's just commies doing what they do best, trying to obfuscate what they're doing so you stop paying attention and think you're winning so that they can come back stronger in a couple of years. Swiss terrorist who shouted Allahu Akbar before stabbing 3 men in crowded train station has ties to ISIS. Wow! How could the Swiss do this? A crazed knifeman shouted Allahu Akbar and stabbed 3 men in front of school children at a Swiss train station Thursday morning. Authorities labeled the attacker's rampage a heinous act of terrorism. The madman, a 31-year-old Turkish-Swiss citizen. Hold on, wait a minute. We just read in that commie article how asylum seekers would stop in Turkey, and then once the European countries open up, they would go from Turkey to the European countries. So is this actually a Turkish-Swiss citizen, or is this some sort of asylum seeker from a Middle Eastern country who went to Turkey and then came to Switzerland? It's Switzerland, right? Or the Swiss? Right. I'm fucking brain damaged. He came to the country less than a decade ago, didn't he? I don't know, man. Hylian Juggalo, thank you. It is Swiss behavior. There's Swiss cheese now. Imagine getting stabbed by a sandwich, man. The Turkish-Swiss citizen stabbed 3 men with a bladed weapon just after 8:30 a.m. at the Winterthur train station outside Zurich. The Zurich cantonal police said. Home of the Swizzers. Jesus Christ. One witness told local outlet Blick that the man had shouted Allahu Akbar 5 or 6 times in a very emotional and agitated manner. And 3 men aged 28, 43, 52 were injured in the rampage. The 52-year-old underwent emergency surgery after being stabbed in the thigh. Marius Weiermann, a Zurich police commander, told reporters at a news conference. The 43-year-old suffered a neck injury and has since been released from the hospital, while the 28-year-old will leave the hospital soon, according to Weiermann. Das ist nicht mehr unsere Schweiz! Aha. That's not. You've been bludgeoned with a sandwich. It's not fun. You can only imagine how much worse being impaled on one would be. Are sandwiches more or less of a traumatic weapon than Kirby plushies? Jesus. Mario Fair, head of Switzerland's Department of Security, said the police response prevented something even more catastrophic from happening. Thanks to their swift intervention, something worse was prevented, he said, labeling the stabbings a heinous act of terrorism. Yeah, thankfully the Swiss police didn't handcuff the victims. They still have some brain cells about them. The man carried out the rampage just 3 days after he was sent to a psychiatric unit in Winterthur. I am so sick of rehabilitative justice. Stop it. Stop it. Get some fucking help. Weiermann said the attacker was admitted to the hospital after making incoherent statements, but he stressed there didn't appear to be a link to violence, only delusion. The man left the unit voluntarily on Tuesday before police readmitted him. On Wednesday, a doctor ruled he posed no danger to himself or others, meaning he was free to leave. You see, being in America and seeing what's gone on here for so long with, like, our doctors and our justice system, I just don't believe this. I don't believe that this was an incompetent doctor making a ruling of a best decision. I believe this was a malicious doctor purposefully letting out a horrendous criminal so that he would commit crime. That's literally what's been happening in all of our fucking countries. The attacker... Chat, we got a twofer. Chat, we got a twofer. Not only did the doctor release this psychopath, but the attacker had been known to police since 2015 for violating Switzerland's ban on the Islamic State, a measure which has been in place for more than a decade. Why the fuck wasn't he deported? I'm getting so tired, bro. He allegedly spread ISIS propaganda and received radical content, according to the Swiss public broadcaster SRF. In 2024, he applied to renew his Swiss passport before emigrating to Turkey in August that year. The man returned to Switzerland, by the way, in May 2026 after he disappeared for 2 years, the security chief said. The attacker had been known to the police since 2015 for violating Switzerland's ban on the Islamic State. In 2024, he applied to renew his Swiss passport before emigrating to Turkey. So I was kind of correct here. This is not someone born in Switzerland. This is some kind of migrant or economic refugee who came to Switzerland and then went to Turkey and then came back to Switzerland. Holy fuck. Authorities have not released any details on the type of blade used, but confirmed that it broke during the attack. Cops refused to share any details relating to how the perp was apprehended, other than the fact it was within minutes. Eyewitnesses said a group of school children had passed the knife-wielding man as a teacher stepped in to protect the defenseless minors. He had a knife in his hand, a witness told Blick. Everyone was screaming and running away. Cops set up a large perimeter at the station as they carried out early investigations. He went to Turkey, vanished, and then came back 2 years later. What the fuck, man? The vanishing makes it sound like he got some, like, extra terrorist training, dude. You heard jihadi that should have been refused entry, if not legally executed? Why don't we do that? When we find someone with ties to a literal fucking terrorist organization, why are they just not treated like a terrorist? I don't understand. It does not make any fucking sense. Also, what the fuck is this article on the side? Putin's $26 billion mission to live forever includes 3D printed flesh, organ transplants, and naked ice baths. What? Vladimir Putin has sunk billions of Russian dollars into outlandish human longevity experiments, but some critics are skeptical whether the so-called science has any grounding in reality. Wasn't there some other rich guy who was trying to do this? And he was like trying to transplant like his son's blood into him like every couple of months or some shit to like make him younger. Didn't a guy already? Yeah, Brian Johnson. Why doesn't Putin just talk to that guy? They could like swap stories. Heard about the thing with 3D printed flesh being a thing to help with organ transplants in theory? Which, like, that could make sense for actual victims of shit, right? Like, a burn victim could benefit from that. But, like, if you're a completely healthy individual, why do you want to get 3D printed? Like, at least if you understand the weakness of your flesh, why not go for the certainty of steel instead of 3D printed flesh? I don't fucking get it. Putin, 73. Well, okay, let's be fair. He looks pretty fucking good for 73. What the fuck? In this image where he's holding the wine glass, he kind of looks like a Chinese state operative, so he's a little bloated, but like, for 73, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I would have said probably in his 50s, man. John in English, thank you. Cyberpunk will be brought on by the rich and powerful, not being able to accept death? I guess so. Putin, 73, has dropped at least $26 billion on state research for the likes of gene therapy drugs intended to slow cellular aging in a project known as New Health Preservation Technologies, the Wall Street Journal reported. The drug represents one of the most promising avenues in the fight against aging. Russia's Deputy Science Minister Denis Sekirinsky said in April. But it is just one of numerous longevity projects Putin has been pushing in a decades-long obsession that apparently began when he was as young as 16. Relatable. I also would love to live forever. Other avenues Putin has pushed aside include growing human organs inside pigs for transplant into humans in a procedure called xenotransplantation, and 3D printing live tissue in a practice known as bioprinting. Government-funded Russian scientists claim to have successfully printed a mouse thyroid gland and human cartilage, and said they'll be printing whole human organs for transplant by the end of the decade, the journal reported. Now hold on, wait a minute. If rich people can 3D print human organ, doesn't that add another layer to all of the fucking 3D printing surveillance that's going on in like Washington and New York? They don't want the plebs being able to fix their own problems. That's not supposed to be something you can do. You have to pay someone to do that. And those projects aren't just the works of mad scientists toiling in secrecy. Putin himself publicly announced the initiative in April 2024 and vowed such methods would have saved 175,000 lives by 2030. You wouldn't download a spleen! Well, you'd have a much lower chance of getting a doctor who would accidentally remove your liver instead of your spleen, you know? One thing, though, is those types of printers will be millions of dollars, yeah? In the Russian Federation, work is underway on a whole range of scientific programs in this field, the Kremlin told the journal. These projects are supported by the state, and many scientific and research institutions are taking part of them. Hold on, brain blast. Isn't it like a feature staple in almost all, like, sci-fi dystopias? That there's, like, certain augments for your body that are available to, like, the consumer class of people, but then there's also the, like, classifications of body mods that are only available to, like, the super rich or well-connected. That also kind of makes me look at New York's little 3D printing and lathe surveillance thing is like, what you doing over there, buddy? How long until the New York government bans 3D printed organs? What the fuck, Lala, thank you. Gotta get back to work, but help you convince Kirsche to watch the Basecamp video about how the feds told legislative about the Marxism 50 years ago. It's an hour long, but you believe in me. Feds told legislative about the Marxism 50 years ago? Are you talking about, like, literal McCarthy? Like, the guy that didn't go far enough because nobody fucking believed him? One of the leading figures of the initiative is Putin's own daughter, 41-year-old endocrinologist Maria Vorontsova, who is leading the state genetics projects. Prominent Russian physicist Mikhail Kovalchuk, whose brother Yuri is a financier closely tied to Putin, has also played a central role. It is difficult to discuss immortality, but the ability to repair man will undoubtedly increase, Kovalchuk has told media in Russia, arguing that humanity will soon be able to indefinitely repair and place organs. Need to burn that pic of Putin. His cheeks look fucking weird. He looks very bloated here. Very bloated, very Chinese. Critics, with a double C, have argued little peer-reviewed research has been published, and that many of the researchers may simply be yes-men looking to please Russia's powerful leader of more than 20 years. If there are no publications, then there are no real results, and their statements should probably be taken as aspirations, not to say dreams, said Russian bioprinting pioneer Alexander Ostrovsky, who fled the country after its invasion of Ukraine in 2022. It's impossible to do science in isolation, he said. They're probably telling Putin what he wants to hear to secure funding, which is a possibility. And commie countries are very well known for that kind of thing. McCarthy wasn't in charge of the House Un-American Activities Commission, as he was a senator, not a member of the House. Razor has a good video on that. Wish your European ministers would print a fucking spine. True. Wastelander, thank you. Kirsche, you're on the internet. The internet is forever, therefore our Oshi is already living forever. True. Someone could find cartoon Fox VODs 100 years from now. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. I need to play Cyberpunk. I do, now that my computer can probably handle it, but, you know, I have so much on the docket. Dara Jalen, the Fallout modder, thank you. Man machines, son! I don't like the man machines. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Putin is unironically trying to be the Russian version of the first emperor / dragon emperor, Qin Shi Huang, except with less mercury-based alchemy and underground palace tunnels. Well, we don't know how many underground Jew tunnels Putin has. Magnet Man, thank you. You remember Kurzgesagt and other science YouTubers saying immortality is possible and also morally good to never die a few years ago. They try to plant the ideas years in advance, apparently. I don't know. I think that it's like a common human thought to be like, man, what if I could just live forever? You know? I feel like that's pretty common. I don't know about morally good. I don't know about morally good, necessarily. And I feel like if any cause of immortality was, like, found, I don't think the majority of us would ever hear about it. I think that would be, like, very classified, as it were. And if it ever became, like, a mainstream knowledge that we had a way to ensure that humans could live forever, I have zero fucking doubts that the majority of procedures, however it was, to, like, give people that ability, would absolutely go towards the mentally inept in asylums and criminals, because that's just what our government does. They're just like, why let regular people have access to this when we can just have criminals torment them for centuries? What the fuck, Lala, thank you. It was info by Han Ass Hairlong Jr. of Florida. What? Was an FBI Fed who told Congress, but YouTube makes it hard to be explicit and give sources without being flagged. Can't even say the C word for Marxism. You see, that's really fucking weird that it doesn't let you say communism. What the hell? If we were immortal, no mom would ever be able to threaten us with, I brought you into this world, I can take you out of it, and society would collapse. Well, that depends on what kind of, like, immortal we are, right? Usually there's always some caveat to immortality where there's like a weak spot that can still actually get you got dead, you know? You have 200 years in jail, so we're gonna make you immortal so you can serve that sentence. That... I almost said I'd be okay with that as long as at the end of the sentence it ended with an actual execution, but first of all, I know that would never happen because we have too many retards, and second of all, I still wouldn't want to pay for that person to stay alive for 200 years. Just put a bullet in them now. Just execute them now, man. Who cares? Oh god, we're already gonna get assigned snails. What? Annoying. Tahirman, thank you. Wanted to give a white pill getting married next year and have a decent paying job now. Also, your fiance wanted to say that I'm her Oshi. You picked a great fiance. I hope you guys have a beautiful fucking wedding. They are incredibly stressful to plan, so just communicate well with one another and hopefully everything will be fucking amazing. Congratulations to you and your new waifu. 2,000 years in, they'll win their appeal. Jesus Christ. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. There is no immortality. The end will come even if you are. Just think of the insurance premiums for it, though. I don't know, man. Why do so many people think immortal equals invincible? Immortality will not make you rope-proof. Well, I mean, we only have to go on, like, different types of media that show different types of not being able to die. So. Who knows how it would actually go in practice, but yeah. Yeah, I don't see immortality as, like, there's no way you could die ever. Like, you can still die. It just depends on, like, where your weak spots are, you know? What if we do a Soma on someone and have Grok go all Will Stancil on their digital ego? That would be an experiment that would be interesting to see, but also probably horrifying. If we can be immortal, someone will become my immortal, and that's not a world worth living in. Russia's top doctors before his 2024 death, Vladimir Kavinsin, even said one of his greatest aspirations was prolonging Putin's life. Another goal was expanding the human lifespan to 120 years, according to the journal. Putin's obsession with health has long been visible to the public. Photos of the president bearing his buff chest while riding horses and motorcycles or hunting bears and fishing have become so synonymous they've turned into memes over the years. Which, yeah, you know, I don't know how long ago Putin did this, like, ice bath thing, but regardless, he was still an elderly man at this point, and for an elderly man, that is an insane fucking physique. Why don't more world leaders look like that, you know? We need less of the doughboys and more of the chiseled freaks. When talking about immortality in science, they mean agelessness. Putin can print a schlong so he can screw himself. What the fuck? Oh my god. There's the Wolverine-style immortality, where super healing makes him nearly unkillable and causes him to age at such a slow rate that will probably be around for at least 500 years total. A Hound of Ill Omen, thank you. You listening to Russia's mortality program? Neat. Anyway, I know where I'm placing my bets, where the zombie apocalypse is gonna start. That'd be interesting if it started in Russia. Jen Jacko, thank you. Altered Carbon was a great book series. Every person had a chip at the base of their skull, and rich people used clones, but poor people used criminals, so an 8-year-old girl ended up in a 40-year-old lady of the night. I'm not sure I understand. So, like, the 8-year-old girl died, and they downloaded her chip, and they put her consciousness into the dead corpse of a 40-year-old prostitute lady? But why doesn't the 40-year-old prostitute lady get to live? I don't understand. So she got a shit/old woman body. Yeah, that doesn't sound either fair or normal. She bought a new body and sold her old one? What the fuck? Because the rich took her and made it happen? The rich took the prostitute or the little girl? I mean, it could go either way, right? I don't... What? Bike Short Senpai, thank you. Regardless of which type of immortality you choose, don't forget that the sun is going to explode and you're going to be alive for that. It's going to be painful. I don't think it would be. I feel like in the event of a sun explosion, you're not even going to know that it happened. You're just going to cease. There's not going to be any feeling or any seeing or any... You will just suddenly not be anymore. Like, you will have no idea what even happened if the sun exploded. You have a new show to watch, it seems. You're curious now, right? Not a corpse. Basically, either sell off your old body or quasi-death penalty. Replace the criminal mind with someone else's. But then what happened to the 8-year-old girl to be... I'm just gonna stop asking questions because it makes no fucking sense. He has also boasted about his longevity plans with other world leaders. In 2025, he was heard on a hot mic telling Chinese President Xi Jinping that organ replacement could allow humans to live forever. While in 2018, he reportedly gushed to an Austrian chancellor, Sebastian Kurz, about the benefits of standing naked in a freezing cryotherapy chamber. If you stand naked in a cryotherapy chamber, will it have a, like, permanent effect on your penis? Because, like, when it gets cold, your penis gets small and your balls shrink. And if you do that too often, will, like, the shrinkage just be permanent? Can it never get back to full size again? List of benefits. Thanks for reading. I wonder if Putin intends to replace his brain at some point. You know, I'd be very interested to see what he does. It's a fixation that many have begun as far back as 1968, when Soviet movie Dead Season was released and told a story of CIA agents working with Nazi doctors to control humanity through medical experiments. What if it's not Walt Disney in the cryo chamber? What if it's actually Hitler and they've all been planning his resurrection? Putin was deeply moved by the movie and has said it has inspired him to join the KGB by 1975, the journal reported. That's weird. That's kind of fun. What? But all of Putin's obsession with longevity and the public image surrounding his own may have backfired, as conspiracy theories about his health have dogged him for years. The president has been seen with severely shaking hands and legs in numerous videos over recent years, while people have analyzed apparent changes in his face to speculate he is at death's door, or even already dead and replaced with body doubles to fool the Russian populace. If Vladimir Putin has actually figured out how to, like, transfer consciousness to a body double, I would be incredibly shocked, but also, like, you'd have to give him props for that. Even if you hate everything else about the man and everything he's done, you'd have to at least be like, well, damn, he figured out how to transfer consciousness. That's kind of crazy. That's some Rasputin tier bullshit. Yeah, I don't know anyone who would actually believe he's been replaced by body double, but we have the body double fucking conspiracy theories with, like, American actors and shit already, you know? Dead or Alive, a Beach Volleyball 17 Special Edition includes the disembodied skull of Ultra turned into a servo skull. Order now? What the fuck? Bob Joe, thank you. Why are my boobs perfect? Because 3D PD and I am made of pixels. Cladex, thank you. Live forever, but with small pee-pee. Tough choice. What if one day it just falls off in the cryo chamber? It's turned into a coxicle, buddy. You think they mean the Biden-style body doubles? Oh, okay. Jen Jacko, thank you. 8-year-old was in an accident and body was not an option to fix. Would have been expensive for the family. So they took the free body lottery. You don't pick new body, but body selling like used car lot was also a thing. That's what Canada's gonna do eventually. You know, right now they're just mating people to get organs, but eventually they can use the whole body. Wasn't there one thing we read about them possibly like composting the bodies to turn into electricity? Canada's a fucking weird place now, man. I will never forget 7-foot Biden. Wide Ted Cruz. Massive Doge, thank you. I didn't hear no bells, Americans. Putin, probably. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Soviets were too busy trying to make chimpanzee soldiers and making multiple-headed dogs. Yeah, but can you imagine how badass you would look if you were the, like, leader of a country and you had a literal Cerberus instead of a normal dog? Like, who's gonna fuck with you, right? So, that is like an incredible power move. A Wastelander, thank you. Cracks the code to immortality. Still can't find Filion, a little Filipino boy. We need access to the CIA databases, man. Let's see here. Where do I go? Oh, God, my hiccups. Oh boy. Yeah, let's read this one. Canadian man who sex-torted 145 children, including Texans, sentenced to 33 years in prison. I feel like 33 years is very small for sex-torting 145 children! But also, chat, the magic words, Canadian man. Can we play guess his ethnicity? Can we play guess what kind of Canadian man this is? He's not Canadian, he's Sri Lankan, he's Indian. Sorry. A Canadian man who targeted at least 145 children, including Texans, in a years-long sextortion scheme, was sentenced on Wednesday to 33 years in federal prison. You know what he should have been sentenced to instead? A bullet to the head. Should have killed him. What are we doing? Ramanan Pathmanathan, a very Canadian name, 40, of Toronto, I bet he is, spent about 7 years pretending to be a teenage boy from New Jersey named Brett online in order to video chat with children, one as young as 6, and demand that they perform sexually explicit acts, the U.S. Attorney's Office said in a release. The FBI Houston office helped investigate the case, one of its largest sextortion cases to date, the agency said on social media, and only 33 years. The largest sextortion case to date. Only 33 years. Why are we keeping this man alive? For what purpose should he be taking another breath? He is not going to contribute to anything. The dog taking a shit in your yard, that shit will do more than this man ever will. What are we doing? Mr. King, thank you. India's North America colony at it again. Rathmanathan pleaded guilty in January to production of child pornography and coercion and enticement of a minor, and is already serving a 12-year sentence handed down in Canada. How did Canada only give him 12 years for this? What are we all collectively doing? Oh yeah, you just convinced 145 children to make child pornography for your pleasure. Here's 12 years. In any sane country, this man would have been executed immediately. There wouldn't have even been the opportunity to have a U.S. trial for the additional 33 years. He would have already been executed. What are we doing? This defendant spent years methodically hunting children online. And then you gave him 12 years! Why is he not executed? Like, I just can't take this seriously.
He's Sri Lankan. Someone who went to high school with him in Markham, Ontario mentioned that the creep was one of the many Tamils who moved to Canada after their civil war.
Good fucking God. Thank you, Cold Acid, for some extra background story. Thank you. Thank you, Cold Acid. I don't know what a Tamil is. I'm not sure what that is. Because he's Canadian, we cannot enforce a death penalty. That would be an extra national no-no. Bro, Canada literally gives maid to people who are slightly depressed or have, like, fucking tennis elbow, brother. What are you talking? You can absolutely execute someone who has gotten 145 children to record sexually explicit material. What the fuck are we doing? And it's like, all of their, like, waxing poetic about how horrific this is doesn't make any sense next to only a 12-year sentence in Canada and 33 years in the US. If it is actually genuinely as heinous as I am reading and as you are describing, fucking execute him! Why? Hurt children, 12 years, stub your toe, ever considered killing yourself? Absolutely insane. This defendant spent years methodically hunting children online and subjecting them to horrors no child should ever experience. Execute him. U.S. Attorney for District of Columbia Janine Pirro said in a statement, the United States will not allow international borders to serve as a refuge for those who prey on children. And I'm grateful to our Canadian partners for ensuring this predator face justice on both sides of the border. He's not facing justice until he's 6 feet under the fucking ground. Between March 2014 and March 2021, Pathmanathan used Instagram, Facebook Messenger, and other social media channels to direct message young boys and girls. He's an equal opportunity predator. The U.S. Attorney's Office said his victims included at least 4 Texas children, according to court documents. Pathmanathan would compliment the victim and make conversation, and then he would ask them to engage in sexually explicit acts over video chats, which he would secretly record and save as files on his desktop, many in a folder titled Wins, according to court doc. Ew. Ew. Oh, that's even more disgusting. What the fuck? When his victims declined to participate or blocked Pathmanathan, he would send the victims screenshots of their social media follower list and threaten to send explicit images to the children's family and friends, prosecutors said. In almost every video chat, Pathmanathan sent his victims images of adults performing sexual acts as examples of what he was asking them to do. The U.S. Attorney's Office said, he would ask the children to show him their genitals and engage in sexual behavior with siblings, relatives, and even dogs. The more I read, the more I just become angry at how all of our countries in the West collectively have just become retardedly cucked. And these criminals don't actually face the punishments that they should get. There is no reason that this thing should be kept alive on Canadian or American tax dollars. This thing should not be in prison. This thing should be shot and put in a box and then buried. It's insane that there is barely any exercise of the death penalty, and even when there is, the criminals get decades of appeals. If you are found quite literally dead to rights, you should be dead to rights. Help. After a fair trial, but we did a slavery once. Don't. If I speak. Maybe we need the industrial strength incinerator. They found at David's house. True. Maybe we can get that.
At this point, the reaction to it would be an internation nonna versus Canada is now conquest of Canada when?
There are quite a few Canadians that have asked that question as well. They're like, please save us by any means necessary. Walla walla bing bang. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Pathmanathan never showed his own face during the video chats, according to court documents. Pathmanathan was arrested in 2021 at his residence in Canada. When authorities searched his computer, they found that he had been exploiting a teenage girl just hours before his arrest, according to court documents. In addition to his 33-year prison term, Pathmanathan was given 10 years of supervised release and must register as a sex offender. You know what's a great sex offender registry? Death row. That should be the sex offender registry. We keep you in jail until we execute you, and then you're gone. You're no longer our problem. Alberta, come home. You don't have to live like this. burn the corpse and throw it into the ocean. No place for anyone to think of them. It's fucking retarded. And I know mods are having to slap some people because like Twitch is fucking stupid about rules about calls to violence and shit. I get it. It's unfair because like I can say things that you guys can't. I know it's unfair. And I know we're fucking glowing, and I'm trying very hard to not glow harder than I already have. But it's like, if anyone would unironically defend executing a criminal that sex-torted 145 children into even doing incest and bestiality, that is not a person I would take seriously on any fucking level. There is zero reason that anyone could defend this man from just being executed as a punishment for his crimes. I just, you can't do that. We're glowing so hard, I'm going blind. Yeah, pretty fucking much at this moment, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god, dude. What's, do I have something like less rage-inducing, maybe? I don't know, man. Oh, fuck, that's not... Oh, I got some like ice tabs. Let's look at what Ice is doing. Ice agents ripped a megaphone out of a rioter's hand after she used it to scream in his face outside of Ice Newark, and she went berserk. God bless the Ice agents for having to put up with this bullshit.
That's it. Yeah. Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
These people have like some kind of insane death wish. It's like all of them really want to become a martyr for their cause. And that's like the ultimate goal. It's to like get Ice to physically attack them in some manner so that they become a martyr. And it's fucking ridiculous. I cannot imagine unironically wanting to become a martyr for your cause. It's not good, man. Like, why would you want this? Why are you so brain damaged? Bring out the tambourine of racism! That'll show them! Waka waka waka.
Let me see. Where's the megaphone? Where's the megaphone? You will not.
What the fuck is this thing in the front? What the hell is even that? Bro, what's the name of that fucking guy? He's a sellout cuck, but he used to have women shake their tits in front of him for Howard Stern. This fucking beast in that dotted dress looks like Howard Stern in a fucking wig. Holy shit, what the fuck? Let me rewind a second.
Let me see. Where's the megaphone? Where's the megaphone? You will not. Children.
Look at that! It's literally fucking Howard Stern in a wig, dude! How are you gonna insult Howard Stern like that? Well, Howard Stern's a cuck, so I can insult him however I want. It's blonde Aussie back from the dead, dude. Sharon, what have you done? The blue safety vest is a nice touch.
Batons down.
Hold on to kids. Lost your children in this country. Shame on you.
Why are they shouting at Ice about children? The children can get deported with their parents. I don't want to separate them. Send them home too.
Step back!
This is a battle between people who have control of their emotions and those that don't and work themselves into mob hysteria. Chat, I know I haven't seen which of these Ice agents are wearing the sexy holsters, but I was just imagining, right? Like, think of how much pent-up energy an Ice agent is gonna come home with because they can't just beat the fuck out of these protesters. Can you imagine the sex with an Ice agent after he has to deal with one of these? I think I would be out, man. I can't come into stream today. I got fucked into a coma. Sorry, chat.
Fascist!
Fascist! Enforcing laws is fascist. This just in. You're not allowed to have any laws or decorum. That makes you a fascist. Most of your chat is straight men, so no, you're pretty sure nobody had thought about that. Well, it's like, imagine yourself as an ICE officer and all of that pent-up energy from not being able to beat the fuck out of these obnoxious individuals, testing your patience for hours in a day, and then you come home to your submissive foxwife, and she's just like, how is your day, honey? Would you like to roughhouse? Mr. Rich Lowpitch, thank you. Gotta find a female ICE agent to date. Silithan, thank you for the... He got that megaphone and disappeared like he grabbed a Super Bowl pigskin into a sea of agents. He's just like, whoop, that's mine now. Slendy Enderman, thank you. 145, you were late to stream and now you're thinking about Bible verses. Matthew 18:6, so important, it's said by Jesus himself. Do not the children... True. John in English, thank you. Well, you know the women flicked the bean when they got home, you know? This just in, Kirsche stream canceled. She can't walk, let alone sit after her date with an ICE agent. It's like, I'm sitting on ice after that date, man. Holy fuck.
And we should be ashamed. You're not. How does it feel? How does it feel?
Hey, look. For all the shit ICE agents put up with, I'm gonna objectify them a little bit, okay? I'm gonna give them that thumbs up. You go, guys. I'm gonna report more DoorDash drivers to get an ICE himbo. Master Brick, thank you. They should just radioactive glow. Oh no. Why the fuck is this ogre screaming, peace be with you? Like, I feel like most of the stuff they scream is just confusing. And these guys are like, I could be at home right now. I wonder if I claimed my insurance in Tarkov. I wonder what my wife is making for dinner, you know?
How does it feel? Oh, with the little white man.
Isn't that racist? I thought we weren't supposed to do the, like, Indian cheers anymore. She doesn't look Native American.
Cheers!
If you wanted justice and peace, you would want more ice on your streets. Why are these people just, like, devoid of any brain cells? Like, if you cut open their head, it would just be like water falling out. Like, there'd just be no meat in there. It astounds you how loud an idiot can be. What do you mean? I'm loud all day! Oh, God, she's 1/10 Native American, like Elizabeth Warren.
We want justice. We want peace. We want ice.
The fucking agent in the Humvee just like, yeah, I'm gonna vibe to it. Fuck you, buddy. He's so tired. Hold on. This guy, he's already dressed to go see his boyfriend after. Why are they harassing these proud minorities and underprivileged men? Foxpocalypse, thank you. Even the Kirsches have more brain cells. That's unfortunately true.
We want justice. We want peace. We want you guys out of our streets. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want justice.
Even the megaphone person sounds energy drained at this point. The day job, Daryl. This looks like fucking dollar store Dan Clancy. I would not be surprised if Dan Clancy went to these things though.
We want justice. We want peace. We want ice out of our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice out of our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice out of our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice out of our streets. We want peace. We want ice off our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice off our streets.
gets close to them, they just put up their hands like, nope. Nope. Nope.
We want peace. We want ice out of our streets. We want justice. We want peace. We want ice out of our streets. Okay, man.
Somebody said that car is not a Humvee or whatever. I said it's a Tiger or something. I don't know. I don't know the names of military vehicles, man. I just mark them with markers in Tarkov. Dude is just wishing he could pull off a force push. Do you think they train for that? They're just like, maybe if I hold out my hand enough times, I can forcefully push them back. I can tap into the Jedi mind tricks. Fucking Arsenal shirt. What was this protest in response to? Was ICE snagging a deportee? Probably. Probably. ICE agents ripped a megaphone. I don't know. That was longer than just the megaphone, man. Unhinged white liberal women are the worst. I was, man. What fucking tweet was that? I don't know. I haven't gotten to those tabs yet, but like there was somebody talking about how like how great it is that like the Great Replacement is now real. And like one of the replies was, yeah, it is great. And I'm doing my part. My wife's Korean, so my kids are only half white. And I was like, that's really weird. That's really weird that instead of anything else you could talk about loving your wife and your child, your main point was, I'm doing my part to get rid of white people. I made only half white children. I'm like, that's really fucking weird to say. I'm like, how do you not realize as you're typing that out that that's really fucking weird to say? He thinks Happas get spared. Well, it's just like, it shouldn't matter who the fuck you want to love and marry and have children with. Like, most of the time, race isn't even a thinking factor for the majority of people into that, right? Like, as far as that goes, is like, well, maybe I want my kids to look like me, so I want to date within my race, right? That's like the most I've heard of people ever really talk about it. So to see someone be like, yeah, I'm doing my part to get rid of white people, my kids are only half white, is like, what the fuck are you doing? Who the fuck says that? It's their fetish and they're trained to be proud of their fetishes? I fucking guess, man, but like, what the hell? He made half Korean Tim Pool. Yeah, Tim, my fucking gay roommate, also half Korean. Thinking on too wholesome terms, their frame of mind is way more degenerate. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Half your chat is probably planning on importing a Filipina. I feel like the people who have fallen so far into the black pill that they're just like, white women are irrecoverable, I must become passport bro. Like, you are very lost in the sauce. Like, incredibly so. You know, that's like literally judging the entire race of people, which those people will in the same breath claim they want to like preserve. I was like, never ask a racist the race of their significant other. In your opinion, is just self-hating white people, you know? You're actually surprised how many married older men are in the chat? What's wrong with us boomer bros? What do you mean? I love having so many married dudes in the chat because they help. They help with pushing the white pills, man. They get some of the more doomer younglings out of that mindset. And like, maybe I can make it. The entire world has been structured in a way to force me to not make it. But fuck them. I'm gonna do it anyway. Japanese ladies are beautiful. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying if your entire thought process for wanting to get a foreign wife is white women are lost, then you have lost the plot. It's fine to find somebody else, like, particularly beautiful or interesting or whatever. That's fine. It's just when you're like, yeah, the entire race is gone. I want to preserve the white race with my Filipino wife. It's like, what? A single female honorable chatters need a wife offer northern Michigan land. I'm special. You need to clone me. I mean, I'd be down for cloning procedures, but also that's not possible, man. Thinking white women are lost just shows people aren't aware of Eastern European women. Or any non-liberal women in any Western country. Like, you forgot about the stream! You made food and forgot to come back. Welcome back with food! Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Trying to find a wife because you want children. Exactly. Jen Jacko, thank you. Did you see the protesters cheering when 2 Latino men left a center just to find out they work there? Yes. I'm pretty sure I quote retweeted that. I'm pretty sure I quote retweeted that. They were just like, oh my god, yes, let's cheer! These brown men are coming out of the facility! We've done it! And everybody inside the fence was like, they work here, fucking idiots. Guys are just mad because all the hot alternative goth girls they know are lefty nutbags. That can cause some damage to the psyche, to be fair. Would marrying you make someone a passport bro? I mean, if I married, I guess, like a European or a South African, yeah. I mean, I guess. I kind of reserve passport bro as, like, the nomenclature used derogatorily towards white men who are, like, white women are completely lost and it's horrible and you're never going to find a good white woman. They're all terrible. They're all terrible. You need to get yourself a nice little submissive Asian wife who will do anything you say. Right, like when I say passport bro, I'm thinking of like a particular kind of man who is a particular kind of degenerate. A lot of Latinas are left too anyways, because Latinos in general tend to be American wannabes, and more so with women because leftism one-shots them. Source me, a Latino. Jesus Christ. Oh god, I'd love to see the fucking Latinos in like the big souped up truck with the fucking double coal burners, man. Get an American flag on that bitch. Let's do it. Don't trust goth girls. They're stabby. You had to learn that a few times. Hey, I had a friend who also got stabbed by a goth girl. I never stabbed anyone in my goth phase. That means I'm probably not true goth, right? Get you a Latina who will be submissive, but also beat your ass. True! As someone with an Asian wife, she's anything but submissive. Yeah, that's why I said, when I talk about passport bro, it's like a specific type of degenerate. You never got stabbed by a goth girl, you feel left out. Battleizer, thank you. It really is weird that the racists do not even realize what they say casually. Yep. I know. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. They had a garbage driver yelling at them. That was the guy with like the dreadlocks, right? I think I remember that. Jen Jacko, thank you. Wonder if being an ICE agent is a good way to meet a like-minded woman. Probably. But think of all the bullshit you gotta put up with, too. Cars Welk, thank you for the prune. Thank you for pruning. Thank you. No. Jen Jacko, thank you. To be fair, the only white woman you ever dated, you found out needed anti-schizo meds, and you only found out after 4 years later. Yeah. That's kind of weird. That's kind of fucking weird. Think of all the hot after time at home. True. The problem with passport bros is that they abandon the country to find a good woman, and what we need to do is bring good women here instead, so that we can keep our numbers up. As Americans, yeah. But it's also like, I think some people put like way too much thought into like, which race do I copulate with in order to make the perfect woman and the perfect family? And it's like that really shouldn't have that much thought into it, in my opinion. It's just kind of like, do what you want, you know? But then it's also like when some people have those like weird caveats where it's like, oh, I can never see this specific type of woman in a good light. It's like they have that weird thought that like all the Asian women's are super submissive and submit to their husband and whatnot. And it's like, sure, maybe culturally there's a bit more of that, but also that makes you sound like a bit of a predator when you say that. Always fleeing to greener pastures is a sure way to reduce everything to ash. You have to love Rome before she becomes beautiful. That's a great way of putting it. Thank you for using a better way of putting it than my brain cells could do. Race maxing your kids. It's the hip new trend. It's like you get like an ancestry test and you look at your wife and it's like, oh man, you know, I thought you were the perfect mix. You have some Korean, some Japanese, a little bit of Taiwanese, but I see here you have a subsect of British and Ashkenazi, and I can't have that in my lineage. And Tripwire, true. That's why you married your himbo. Oh god, one day I will get to brag about a himbo on stream, and that will be a wondrous day. I will talk about my himbo with the same fervor with which I talk about food and boat women. Battleizer, thank you. You will succeed out of pure spite to those who want you. Reminder of Sam Hyde quote. And none of you can stop me. Good. Do that. Fuck the British catching strays again. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You dozed off for 20 minutes and was rudely woken up by obnoxious anti-ICE protest. Dang it! You're having good dreams! Also, you've seen more black passport bros than white ones, at least online. I didn't even know black passport bros existed. I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, it makes sense. There's got to be some of every race, right? But I've only ever seen that as like a white man's pastime. You still need some southeastern Yakutsk to finish your family bingo card. Oh my god, Britain catching more strays with 0 guns. Kirsche joking about what the rich actually do for pedigree is pretty hilarious. Do they actually? That's kind of fucking crazy. What the fuck? Bryn Hydra, thank you. Your friend traveled to Eastern Europe a few years ago and concluded that American white women are the worst and Eastern European women are true queens. I still really want to visit fucking Croatia, man. Odin Reaver, thank you. You've dated 3 white women, 2 Hispanics, 5 Mexican women in the past 3 years. The crazy Hispanic were the sane ones. You're done trying with Americans. It's pretty rough, man. I don't know. I just feel like it's weird to be like, I'm gonna just not pay attention to any of this kind of person. I was like, I get it. If you've had personal experiences, it makes sense that you'd be a bit more wary of that kind of person, right? It's pattern recognition. But it's, I don't know. That makes me feel weird. That makes me feel weird. How can there be black passport bros? Is there a shortage of overweight white women in the US? Maybe they're more overweight in like Britain and Canada, and so that's where the passport bros are going. Passport bros usually go to a place and claim to be shopping for a wife and instead use it to fuck women under false promise of marriage and green card. Ew. Ew, yeah, that makes it even worse. What the fuck? You know how stereotypes exist for a reason? Yeah, it do. It do. I was just like, I don't know. I was like, if there's a guy, if there's like a, I don't know, I'm gonna use like a Mexican dude. There's like a Mexican dude who's like, yeah, I'd prefer to date, other Latinas. I'm just like not super willing to like date outside that. I'm just like, well, that's fine. I'm not gonna get offended by that. I only get offended when it's like, white women are literally lost. There's no good ones left. You have to get the submissive Asian wife. And it's like, well, you just sound like a fucking crackpot. That doesn't sound like a legitimate reason. Trying to find a woman in LA is absolutely dreadful. I do not envy you. I am sorry for having to find that in LA. Implying Eastern European women wouldn't gold dig and or be shallow too. You buy your bride. You want a good Italian woman so you can have good food. Hell yeah, buddy. Wastelander, thank you. Older married fan here, 10 years, 3 kids. Still love each other passionately. Both geeks, not always perfect, but perfect for each other. That's really cute. I wanna have like a similar kind of thing, right? Where like, you eventually get comfortable. So like technically the rose-colored glasses honeymoon phase like ends. But I always want to be like super kissy, super touchy, super lovey. Cause it's like, you're mine. I chose you for a reason. You chose me for a reason. Why would I stop like being lovey? Why would I ever stop doing that? As a Mexican dude, if you can cook and won't wake us up at 5 a.m. saying, who this bitch that keeps calling you every morning? We're good. You said alarm, so does that mean that you've had women get jealous of your alarm going off, thinking it was another woman messaging you? That's fucking hilarious. You live in the far eastern suburb of Los Angeles called Las Vegas. You can confirm the dating pool is small and shallow. It's kind of rough in some areas. It's kind of like, when I was in Georgia and I tried dating, a lot of the men that I would go on first dates with would say that they're bisexual. And I'm like, I only want a straight guy. Why would you hide this from me? You want the comfortable marriage with someone who's a friend as much as a lover too? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Who is she? Don't lie to me, you hunter. She made you dinner. She's my mom. You ordered a mail-order bride, but all you got were 3 Kirsches and a trench coat and a fancy hat. That sounds like a fair trade, though. I checked your phone. Who the fuck is this woman named Mom? I can't believe some of the crazy shit that gets done, man. Anglo-saxophone, thank you. If ICE was the SS, protesters wouldn't protest. Yeah, but they like calling everyone a fascist because that's how you know who's okay to attack. Dist-optimist, thank you. Anyone who thinks Eastern women are submissive doesn't know Eastern women. Dragon ladies are a real thing. I fucking look up to some of those women, man. Like, it's like, I feel like so, I don't want to use demure most of the time, but like, that's the only word I can think of right now. I just like, I don't know. I don't want to say I don't like standing up for myself, but it's like, it feels very difficult. And I hate having been forced into that position so many fucking times over. And it's like, I get hit with so many other VTubers who are like, oh, you're so strong and you've inspired me to talk more about what I believe in. And I'm like, that's great. I'm glad I could do that. But holy shit, it's so fucking rough, man. It is not an enviable path to take. But I am glad that more people feel safe in speaking out because of shots that I've taken. So at least I've had a good effect. And the pride flag has a brown stripe and a black stripe and the chevron. Are they claiming brown and black people? Where have you been? They did that like 5 years ago. Maybe 6. Yeah, it's 2020. They did that like 6 years ago. Why does my heel slut tank so much? I just want to be a heel slut. Born to heal, forced to tank. Being black is now gay. Oh no, buddy. I'm an inspiration to many. I don't know about many, but I'm very glad that more people feel like they can speak out about things that they believe in. So very, very at least happy about that. But it's like, oh God, I guess I project a lot more strength than I actually have, and that makes me feel like really anxious. 2018, apparently 8 years ago. Shut up. Shut up. The passage of time. I hate it. What do I have? I have more ice tabs. This is exactly why ICE agents are forced to wear masks. ICE Newark rioter, I have your face, motherfucker.
Kill your whole fucking family! Your whole fucking family's dead! Come on! Your children, your wife, all dead! Touch it! My boy! I have your face, mother!
He's got the danger eyes. So, like, while he sounds retarded and I'd like to laugh at him, he definitely fits the bill for someone who would try to do some kind of mass terror attack. He's got the pubic hair beard. He's got the weird mouth shape. He's got the crazy eyes. This guy is a danger. This guy is dangerous. Why wasn't he arrested on the fucking spot?
Sucker, you're dead! Dead! I'm about that life.
I'm about that life. What the fuck?
You said come on, right? Yeah, small now. Put your stick down. Tell your boys to back up.
Oh, they were busy arresting someone else so they couldn't get the death threat? Guy, unfortunate. Those are not jokes. Throw the book at this psycho. Yep, I'm sure some people will try to claim that he's joking, but it's like, no, dude, we're far past that game. Shut up. Help. Apparently he's been arrested. He wasn't arrested when this video was taken. If he's gotten arrested, like, today, I don't have that news. Check his hard drive. Look at him. He's not joking. Yep. Poland's border system is something all nations should adopt. I think Hungary had a pretty good fucking system to get rid of people trying to come in illegally, too. They just had, like, their border staffed by people with weapons who would be like, get the fuck out. You're not coming in. Antifa schizos want a war, but they aren't prepared for it. They think it will be, like, on TV and in the movies. There is a mass amount of brainwashed people who think that they are all main characters in a movie and that they're the good guys so that they will ultimately win. It's very sad when you think about it. Even Hawkenfrares, thank you. We want justice, we want peace. It sure shows. Well, in their mind, justice is chaos and leniency for criminals. And peace is when they get what they want. Dude, my English, please. Battleizer, thank you. The term trailblazer usually means the person blazing feels the heat, and it will get easier as more join. I believe in you, Oshi. You can do it. I certainly hope so, man. Truck driver goes off on Delaney Hall anti-ICE protesters after they block him from doing his job as Antifa thugs battle agents. Dramatic video shows a garbage truck driver, he was the guy with dreadlocks, I was right, going off on an anti-ICE protester outside of Newark's Delaney Hall Immigration Center after they blocked him from carrying out his work. As Antifa thugs battled agents on yet another night of chaos. If I hit one of y'all, I go to jail, the infuriated driver yelled at the demonstrators Wednesday night in the video from Freedom News. What's wrong with y'all? They're all privileged retards who could not fathom having to work an actual job a day in their lives. And so they have no respect for this man trying to do his job. Yeah, based truck driver, dude. The driver for Elizabeth-based Regional Industries pleaded with protesters who were demonstrating against conditions in the New Jersey detention facility to let him go on his way. "Come on, man," the driver shouted before getting back into his truck. Many of the demonstrators were wearing masks and goggles to protect them from pepper spray used by ICE agents. In the end, he appeared to prevail. He got into his truck and was able to drive away. Chaotic scenes unfolded outside Delaney Hall, with immigration agents hitting unruly demonstrators with batons. Thugs chillingly chanted, "Grab your guns and kill yourself," and "Every cop, every Fed, shoot yourself in the head," at the immigration agents who were undeterred. Demonstrators used bright orange traffic cones to battle immigration agents who were pushing them back, desperately trying to clear the road. I just, don't even know what to say at this level of lack of intelligence anymore. It's just tiresome, man. It's just so tiresome. And I want to say, in this image, wasn't there, a protester that, went under the truck because they're fucking retarded and then they got run over? One officer was seen swinging his baton trying to enforce the order. Protesters had built barricades using cement blocks as another means of defense. Detainees inside waved out of the windows while the commotion happened outside. I could not imagine being cheered on by literal criminals and then feeling like I'm the good guy here. Protesters remain outside the facility Thursday morning, and 3 people have been arrested. This sounds like something straight out of Civil War. What the fuck is wrong with these people? I got some news for you, buddy. You've been in a civil war for at least a decade now, if not longer. The Civil War has come to pass, and Tim Pool wasn't even there to scream about it. They say they will remain camped outside the center until all detainees are released. The anti-ICE protesters started gathering outside the center, many of them wearing keffiyeh scarves and waving Antifa flags. During the Memorial Day weekend, when hundreds of ICE detainees inside reportedly went on a hunger and labor strike to protest conditions inside the 1,000-bed facility. The response to this should be immediate flights back to their home country. What the fuck are we doing here? Once again, this is just a way to try and exploit our morals and our principles in order to let criminals do what the fuck they want in our country. We cannot abide by this. And also, Antifa has been deemed a foreign terror organization, so why are they allowed to wave Antifa flags without getting arrested? That's another question I have. Around 300 detainees have reportedly been on a hunger strike since Friday. However, Homeland Security Chief Markwayne Mullin said that there's no ongoing hunger strike at Delaney Hall and that there are no subprime conditions. He criticized New Jersey sanctuary politicians who he said demanded access to the facility for chasing fundraising clicks. Dozens of New Jersey sanctuary politicians chose to spend their Memorial Day weekend smearing ICE law enforcement, Mullin wrote in a fiery post on X Monday. They should be thanking our law enforcement for removing these murderers, pedophiles, rapists, and drug traffickers from their state. They're not thanking you because they want them there. Homeland Security rejected hunger strike claims again on Tuesday, emphasizing that detainees are being provided with 3 meals a day, clean water, clothing, bedding, showers, soap, toiletries, and opportunities to communicate with their family members and lawyers. Aliens are also provided comprehensive health care, including medical, dental, and mental health services as available. They probably have better care in that facility than I have access to without paying an arm and a leg, brother. And access to medical appointments and 24-hour emergency care, the agency said. All they should have access to is a plane ride home. I do not like long-stay detention facilities. They should be there for a maximum of 2 weeks tops as we figure out which country they belong to and send them there. That should be all that happens. For many illegal aliens, this is the best health care they have received their entire lives. DHS claims have been heavily disputed by Democratic critics, including Rep. Gerald Nadler, Democrat New York, and Senator Cory Booker. Well, it's a good thing they're Democrats, so they breathe as easily as they lie, vice versa. So I just don't believe them. I hate that I have to, continuously take the sides of the feds, because the feds are suddenly telling less lies than the average politician. It's literally insane. The food is very sparse. They get up and have breakfast at 4 in the morning, lunch at maybe 12, dinner at 4, and very small portions. So it's impossible, and very often there are maggots in the food, said Nadler, who visited the facility Wednesday. Nadler claimed one female detainee with a lump on her breast has had to wait a month for a mammogram. Bro, do you have any idea how many Canadians would kill for only a month wait? Blasting the conditions, he said a male inmate with colon cancer is not receiving treatment. Does he have colon cancer, or is he lying for sympathy? Because again, these are criminals who have lied their entire lives to gain access to our country and our systems. So what are we doing? Booker has claimed female inmates told him they're receiving inadequate medical care. The stories I've gotten, especially from women inmates, about the access to medical attention seemed unsatisfactory, if not downright dangerous to their conditions. Again, how do we know they're not lying? How do we know that they're not lying? Because we're being told by liars what's going on in the facility, and they're being told by criminals who have been lying their entire lives in our country. So why would we believe anything either of these people say? Also, who cares? I only care to the degree that the detainees should not be kept in facilities for a long time. Deportation should be happening very swiftly. Why do they get free healthcare? Because our country is fucked up right now. Yutso Gamino, thank you. Sorry for being late to the topic. You were driving, but your experience of dating goth Latinas has been not the best. After 3 months, she ghosted you. Finding women that are marriage material is hard. Anyone who ghosts is just a fucking piece of shit, man. Don't do that. Don't do that. So the people who want to stay in the country are saying that the detention centers are inhumane and they need to be let out? No fucking way! I know, I'm so shocked. I'm so shocked that's what they're saying. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. I have so many more tabs I did not get a chance to get to, but we got through quite a many. Quite a many tab. Kind of impressed how many I was able to get through, considering. I have stuff from like Chris Rufo I really want to go over tomorrow too. Alright. Okay. Ryfile, thank you. You tired of the shit test society? Break faces? I am also tired of the shit test society. Sunday game day. I would like to play video game this weekend. Hopefully I can get to it. I don't like promising video game because sometimes breaking news happens and that kind of interrupts things, or I'm just like in the middle of a super long rant story and I don't get a chance to get to it because I look at my time and it's like fucking half an hour until stream ends. But I'll see. Hopefully I can stop yapping long enough because I've gotten back into the I want to fucking finish French game mood, man. Give me the French. Give me all of your French. I will handle them. Trump, please stop getting shot. Yes, please, Trump, stop getting shot at so I can play more video games. You getting shot at interrupts my schedule. Please stop that. Please, leftists, keep it in your pants for one fucking weekend. Imagine. Fucking imagine, man. Let me see here. I opened my tab to like see who's on Twitch. And there's someone streaming. I don't know who this is. But their tags have like English Black Portland, and they're just streaming Rick and Morty. I don't know what to fucking say about that, man. All right, okay, all right. It's been a hot minute since we've raided into Asmon, I think. I'll raid into the husbando guy. I don't think he's ending soon, right? He's playing a video game, so hopefully he's not ending soon. There was that period of time where he like kept ending at the same time I did, and I was like, stop it! That's one less person to raid! Stop ending! Oh my god. Oh hey, Twitch reminded me I have a free Prime sub available. That's like the first time I've gotten that notification in years. I wonder how often I've just like never used it. I've also scrolled down because that that notification was weird to me, and I just noticed that Asmon's, like, About Me section says, Goat Sex Birdman. What does he mean by this? What did he mean by this, man? Let us raid into the Asmon. Let's go to this screen. Sleepy music. We're getting very sleepy. Husband, stop ending stream, husband. Now we are raidless. Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you guys for hanging out. It doesn't feel like a Friday. How in the fuck does time keep moving? I'm so sick of it! Whoever can cancel time gets my vote. Well, thank you guys for hanging out. We'll hang out more tomorrow. We'll see what's going on. It does feel like a Tuesday, I agree. Mr. Bigglesworth, thank you. As an unk, I'm like your daughter, and you'd protect me like your daughter. Keep speaking the truth, Foxy. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Unk. And Master Prick, thank you for the gift member. Thank you for gift member, my guy. And thank you once again, everyone, for hanging out tonight. Thank you. I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night.